Live from on the ground in India. SEN Test Cricket. India versus Australia.
Instant taken! It's a moving sprint.
Over the wicket at him. He's bowled him!
Down towards one on, and it'll clear the ropes.
Left on the pad. They're up. He's out. That is Test cricket at its finest. Kohli stands his ground straight down the ground. He lifted it up. That is a shot of an emperor.
For Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Live from India. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket. India versus Australia.
Good morning and welcome back to SEN Test Cricket, live from India for Henley Homes by a completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And for Tyre Power, know your tyres. Australia never dropped their heads throughout a challenging shift in the field yesterday, in each session giving themselves a chance to get back into the test after getting knocked over for 177 on day one. However, in the final stretch of the day, the hosts finally got away from them, with left-handers Ravinder Jadeja and Akshar Patel doing everything right, both passing 50, their stand up to 81 overnight. That's propelled India's first innings lead to 144 with 3 wickets still in hand, resuming today at 7 for 321. The bigger picture for Pat Cummins' side is the stunning emergence of debutant off-spinner Todd Murphy. The 22-year-old Victorian already has 5 wickets to his name, including some pretty handy names in Kohli and Pujara, bowling the house down. Now, if the tourists can break up this partnership and finish India off in a hurry, the match still has more than enough time to twist in Australia's favour. But they will need to bat superbly the second time around to leave India a tricky chase on a surface that hasn't exploded, but did start to turn and bounce big before stumps last night. I'm Adam Collins, and joining me, as always, to begin our coverage is the big quick Mike Kasprowicz, who sent down off-cutters with the best of them across his 3 test tours to India. Kasper, we left you with plenty of fans after the band serenaded you at your birthday party last night. How did you pull up?
Oh, fantastic. All set to go today. I think day 3 is always going to be the best. It's going to be the most exciting. Obviously, day 1, we're sort of, there's some intrigue, but today is going to be it's going to be an absolute beauty.
We've also got Peter Lalor with us, the chief cricket correspondent from the Australian, up with us here at Radio City. Pete, you didn't make the birthday party because you were too busy writing about Todd Murphy's family. I suspect this morning, though, you're going to be writing about something different, a place you've spent, well, much of your life, Dharamshala. There are reports coming out of, Nagpur this morning that the Dharamshala test is in jeopardy. Please explain.
I'm a broken man, Collar. I'm a broken man.
I can tell.
I actually was up at 5 a.m. I got the bad news this morning. I was woken with alerts from here, there and everywhere. The Dharamshala test is in doubt. There will be, there's going to be an inspection today, tomorrow by the BCCI. I believe they'll make a decision in the next couple of days. They played a game there in February, relayed the surface afterwards. We always know that in any place in the world, it's risky business relaying the outfield. In Dharamshala, particularly so, because there's only a small window where the grass grows. The grass isn't growing. It's unlikely to grow in the next few days because I checked the top temperature over this weekend, 10 degrees.
I think that it got down to 1 yesterday during the afternoon.
It got down to -1
-1.
overnight.
Okay.
So I don't know, mate, but I think the grass doesn't grow at 10 degrees, in fact. And the problem is, at any other field in India, you could play without grass because there's a clay, essentially it's a clay-based surface. Up there it's a sand-based surface, so it's impossible. It would be like beach cricket. This is devastating news for a lot of cricket fans from us who have planned their visits to India around this test. Everybody wants to go to Dharamshala. Everybody wants to go and see where the Dalai Lama lives, see that Tibetan-styled ground up in Himachal Pradesh on the edge with the mountain backdrop. I mean, and it is a magnificent place. I mean, you've got to go to Dharamshala once in your life. There are a range of options for other venues. It's interesting that the BCCI hadn't released tickets for those 2 tests yet, but it's going to be, people have booked their flights, people have booked their accommodation, people have had, for their first test ever in India, they say that's the test we want to do. It's a destination venue.
Oh, I mean, absolutely.
It is the destination venue in world cricket, frankly, aside from there's Lords and then there's the Dalai Lama's place, you know, the Lord of Tibet.
What you're saying there about tourism, absolutely. I mean, there are so many people I know who are coming out from Australia. I mean, I've got a cousin who's coming out to celebrate his 50th birthday. He's picked the Dharamshala Test match to do that because he's a massive cricket fan. I mean, it'll be galling if it plays out that way, but I suppose we'll have to start thinking about alternative venues. I know the Chinnaswamy at Bangalore is one that's been floated. Have you heard anything else, Pete?
Well, I'm glad you asked. No, it's not the Chinnaswamy at Bangalore. Well, it could be. I don't know. But the male that seems to be about at the moment is Visakhapatnam.
Oh,
Vizag, for short.
Thank you. And
there's Casper with all his Indian experience there.
Yes,
I have.
That's fast bowlers approach. Rajkot.
Okay.
Pune.
Back to Pune.
Back to that rooftop brewery that we went to 1,800 times last time. Or Indore.
Okay.
So they're not exactly tourist venues, but the cricket will be good. So if you got your ticket, I mean, don't be too disheartened. Come over and find yourself a day or two to get up to the mountains or do what you do. If you're in Pune, it's not exactly spiritless. You could go and see where the Rajneesh hangs out. That's the home of the orange people, isn't it? We're in the home of oranges here, but that is the home of the orange people, and you can go and hang out with the Rajneesh. I know he's not quite the Dalai Lama, but he has some nice cars.
And there's the Gandhi Museum at Pune as well, where he was in prison. So there's
the Gandhi Museum is actually a good visit. Yes, I went there with Gerard Healy and Simon Kadich.
You probably went with Gerard Whateley, not Gerard Healy, but I know where you're going. Gerard Healy wasn't with us in India. 6 years ago.
It was the other Gerard, was it? All Gerards look the same to me.
Wouldn't have you any other way, Pete. Let's return to what's going on in front of us. So we spoke a lot yesterday, Casper, about the skills of Todd Murphy. Those little UFOs he was sending down that were hitting the flesh of the ball and going straight on from round the wicket, that he was able to change his action so often. I mean, he's taken the first 4 wickets of the innings. Only 2 other Australians have done that in the history of Test cricket on debut. He's a gun already.
Oh, absolutely. And I think just a dream debut. It's obviously can get better. There's 3 more wickets in the shed for up for the taking. But for him, actually, personally, I think it's wonderful. The opportunity here. I said yesterday, too, that you'll find that you'll learn by doing on this surface. He just got better and better through the day, and he will throughout this whole series also as well. Going to be interesting. I spoke to SEN in Queensland this morning.
Yep.
And they said, what about bragging rights? I said, well, sure, obviously he's the youngest to get 5 for on debut now, so there's bragging rights there. But he's going into a dressing room where a couple of his teammates in the captain, Pat Cummins, you had Scott Boland, and also Nathan Lyon all got 5 for in their debuts also.
And if you consider that Hazelwood did it as well, who's in the touring squad, I
think a few of the Indian bowlers did it as well.
Right.
Yeah. But significant achievement, isn't it? And you know
absolutely.
what? He is the youngest, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
We were both in Pune in 2017, where we saw Australia in their second innings. I mean, it was Steve Smith in the second innings, bat the house down. They didn't. I mean, of course, they bowled well in the first inning, so the energy of the Test match was already, I guess, in Australia's favour, knocking them over cheaply with Steve O'Keefe. But nevertheless, in extremely challenging conditions, it was Steve Smith who was able to survive for 6 hours and put them into a position where they could win the match. They need exactly the same thing today. They need to bat for probably 7 or 8 hours to give themselves a chance of setting a tricky chase for India, and Steve Smith has that experience and muscle memory to draw down on.
Absolutely, and they'll be relying on him, and obviously the other experience in the team in Warner and Khawaja, who missed out in the first innings, be relying on them to do that. We only saw 4 of the Australian batsmen get into double figures, and I think that's something they'll obviously know and certainly adjust for the next innings. But like you said, it's the challenge in that, with 144 run deficit at the moment. Ravi Shastri said yesterday, he said, 150. They got to get 150 run lead. So we're talking 300. 3 quick wickets this morning. And then Australia's got to go out there and score 300 runs plus.
And Test matches can speed up here as well. I mean, we were at Bangalore last time, Pete, when Australia were in a position to kind of drive home the advantage. They lost 3 wickets very quickly on the 4th morning, and the whole Test match changed. And they need to. And Pat Cummins is savvy like that. He knows that he's played quite a bit of cricket in Asia now. He will know that 144 runs behind doesn't mean game over in India. Things can change rapidly.
Yeah, I like it that you're optimistic, but it seems... I reckon they're about a 5% chance of getting back into this Test match. I mean, you've got to consider that these batters will be facing... You've got Jadeja, Ashwin, Patel bowling to you on this wicket, which will start to deteriorate a little more. It's been a great disappointment, hasn't it, this 8th wicket partnership, which is about 80 or 90 runs now. That's the one that's really hurt them. If they could have nipped that one in the bud, they'd have been away, but yet again it's that Ravi Jadeja hurting Australia. It can be done, no doubt about it. And that the wicket isn't playing many tricks. Unlike what everybody... Yet again, we've been proved wrong by our wickets. And I have seen some significant last innings scores here in the averages. So it does... this looks like the sort of wicket where you can continue to score runs. There are rough areas, but those rough areas aren't on a length. You can cover them. They're kind of rough areas created by spin bowlers, not those sort of long striding quicks who get it right out in front of your bat. So if you look at the centre of the wicket, which they rolled and which still has a sort of thatchy, grassy surface, you've been out there, I haven't, that's playing true. Yeah. Generally. A few are keeping down, so it's possible, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, David Warner, muscle memory there, Usman Khawaja. They've got the talent in the team, haven't they?
Oh, they sure do. They sure do. And I think that's, you said about the wicket, all the attention it got at the start of the match, it's all proved pretty wrong. I think it's pretty typical Indian wicket. You're right, it ends a little bit barer, it'll turn, but like you said, it hasn't had the fast bowlers, the foot traffic in it just to sort of like to disturb to natural wear and tear on those normal sort of angle lines just outside off stump and on the right length.
The only area of real concern is at the pavilion end there. Is that spot that we were all worried about from the get-go, the one that people were carrying on like gooses about. That's going to challenge the Australian left-handers with the left-arm orthodox bowlers, isn't it?
Yeah, it will.
We might take a break here on SEN Test Cricket. On the other side of it, we'll have Nikesh Rughani talking to Bharat, Sundaresan and our statistician Phil Long. Our coverage is for Henley Homes by a completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And for Tyre Power, your trusted local. India to resume in about 15 minutes from now at 7 for 321.
For Henley completed homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Hello and good morning to the lovely sunny VCA ground here in Nagpur ahead of the third day of this first test between India and Australia, the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Nikesh Rughani alongside Bharat Sundaresan and Phil Long here in the build-up to this day's play. 13 minutes left until the players are out there doing their stuff, with India resuming on 7 for 321. Morning, Bharat. Morning, Phil. How are you, boys?
Morning, Nikesh. Phil.
Morning. Always got the sun shining. We've got a great day's play ahead of us. What's not to like?
I'm just happy Nikesh is here. I got this SOS call this morning, Phil, from Nikesh, from 2 rooms down.
What time is this?
In our hotel.
Early?
After the Ola had been booked. Okay. So we were about to board our taxi and he says, I'm locked in. Help me. I'm in my room. Get someone. I can't open this door.
Yes, just Indian things. The twisty lock in my room had just snapped off. And I needed somebody to go and get the master key from outside. Thankfully, it all got sorted. We are here, which is great. And Bharat, just before we sort of build up to what's going to happen today, just quickly on the Dharamshala conversation, which Colo and the boys had just before the break, there was one venue as well which they didn't mention, which you're hearing maybe in the mix now.
Yeah, I mean, it's mentioned in a piece in my former newspaper, the Indian Express, the one venue Bangalore, which is in common with the other report on Cricinfo. But there's also Mohali being floated as an option. Mohali is halfway between Delhi and Dharamshala if you take the road. And Australia played in Mohali before. There was that famous test match in 2010, which previous Lakshman won for India on a broken leg. So those are many options that are out there. I'm sure Pete mentioned Pune and Vizag, Indore. So it'll be interesting as we find out by Monday or Tuesday. And look, from my experience, generally this means that the test is gone. I mean, from Dharamsala.
Yeah.
They're just trying to figure out what venue fits, not just in terms of like preparation, everything, but also politically with the BCCI. That unavoidable. That there'll be non-cricketing reasons as well as to which venue gets the test match.
Of course, and yeah, we just hope that we get that decision soon. So, you know, not only for us broadcasters and logistics and all that, but loads of fans have travelled over from Australia, fans travelling from all over India, making plans, booking accommodation. So all of that will need to be changed if the test match does not take place in Dharamshala. So if we get any news on that, we'll bring it to you here on SEN Test Cricket, of course. But as far as this match situation is concerned, Bharat, are we looking at potentially a third-day finish?
Well, it's out there. I mean, if India can, you know, bat for first 45 minutes and take this lead to 200, we have seen Australia collapse in these kind of conditions after they've spent a bit of time out there in the middle. We saw it in the second test in Galle, where they put a reasonable total on the board, but then Dinesh Chandimal makes the double 100 and the game was over on day 4. It happened very quickly. Having said that, this Australian team has a lot of resilience. They've trained very, very hard for these conditions. And we saw sparks of it, right? Manas Labuschagne and Steve Smith batted really well. Unfortunately for David Warner and Usman Khawaja, they were just, they didn't last long enough to face the spinners. They've been preparing a lot for that as well. And we saw Peter Hanscom and Alex Carey show that they have their own unique techniques to battle the Indian challenge. So they wouldn't give up hope. And look, we started the broadcast of this segment talking about your Indian survivor experiences this morning, but it'll be interesting how Australia go about it. You can't survive for 2.5 days, or you can't survive for 1.5 days and then hope for the best. So they'll have to score runs as well. And if somehow they can, whatever India get, if they can get ahead of India by even 150 runs, they could very well make a match of it. We've seen Nathan Lyon come into the game a lot more, and Todd Murphy has been a sensation.
The match situation as it stands, India 7 for 321. That lead 144 runs. So just the 3 wickets to get, in theory, for Australia. But they've got a hell of a partnership, India, going on at the moment between the two men from different parts of Gujarat. Ravindra Jadeja, 66 not out. 170 deliveries has been out there as well. Very watchful and just played a beautiful sort of textbook knock on this type of pitch. And then Akshar Patel has come to the fore as well with a half century, his second in Test cricket, 52 not out. This partnership between the two just building and frustrating the Australians as well. And they're going to have to dislodge them. I just want to have a quick word about Jadeja as well, the batter, Phil. And I know you're the stats man, but I have got a couple of stats to throw at you first. Jadeja, an argument perhaps for him being the premier all-rounder in Test cricket over the last 5 years, because if you compare him to, say, somebody like a Ben Stokes, who gets all the headlines and has the big moments, and to be fair, has played some absolute blinders, but in terms of consistency, Jadeja's batting average in those last 5 years, 48.72. His bowling average, 25.73. Outstanding figures across any era. And Ben Stokes with the bat, 36.47. With the ball, 30.11. And then you look at Jadeja since 2019, across Test cricket, all batting averages. The only batters that are above him are, you could call the true greats of Test cricket at the moment, certainly, or the most informed batters in the world. Kane Williamson, Manas Labuschagne, Usman Khawaja, who's had a great period, Steve Smith, Babar Azam and Rohit Sharma, his skipper. They're the only ones who average more than him since 2019 with the bat in Test cricket. Just brilliant stuff.
That's right. I mean, you can up his game even more in the fact, if you go back to the start of last year, the start of 2022, in terms of the weight of runs he scored, only Dinesh Chandimal from Sri Lanka has scored his runs at a better average. In fact, in that time period, Ravi Jadeja at the moment averaging 98.5.
Wow. Well, there you go. Australia with a job then to dislodge Jadeja and Akshar Patel and clean up that tail. Shami and Siraj to come, of course, as well. And as the boys were saying, Kasper in particular earlier on, that you know, they need at least 300 Australia in that second innings, at the very least, just to make a game of it. Even that is going to be a challenge in itself. So they're up against it, but never say never. They've got Smith, Labuschagne, who showed how it can be done in the first innings. And if they watch how some of the Indians have gone about their business, they can take some hope that you can score runs on this pitch if you get stuck in and if you've got a solid defence. We'll be back with all the action in a few minutes' time here on SEN Test Cricket.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley Completed Home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. The cheer you can hear coming through the mic is the players walking out to the field, the Australians first, behind their captain Patrick Cummins, and the Indian batters to come in a moment. Ravindra Jadeja resuming on 66 not out there with Akshar Patel, his fellow left-hander, on 52, his second half century in Test cricket. They put on 81. They lead by 144. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our coverage on the third day here live at Nagpur is Bharat Sundaresan. G'day, Bharat.
G'day, Adam. G'day to everyone back home in Australia and to everyone listening to us around the world. You can hear the noise in the background. A lot of school kids here. It's Saturday. Saturday isn't an off day in schools everywhere in India, so a lot of kids do go to school on a Saturday, but these kids have instead been brought to the VCA stadium here.
Hey, what are you doing?
In Nagpur.
And what a beautiful morning for it.
We're already out here.
David Warner, what are you doing? You're eating. We're already out here. I'm going to get my binoculars onto Marnus Labuschagne. I have a feeling that's who he's probably talking to.
Yeah. I mean, if you've seen the Test documentary, you know how Marnus goes about that toasty.
Putting it in the fridge at the end.
Putting it in the fridge, yeah.
That was a revelation.
And David Warner doesn't miss one opportunity to go after Marnus Labuschagne. And Australia can't miss any opportunity to go after this Indian lower order today and knock them over. A couple of drop catches hurt them on late in the day as well. Stephen Smith didn't have his best day and slipped.
So it's going to be Pat Cummins, being captain, knocked over Rohit Sharma, his counterpart, for 120 yesterday to start the third session. They started both the second and third sessions with a wicket. They need to do so here again. 3 wickets to get to finish this off, and a big partnership building. Akshar to face the first ball of day 3. Cummins away from us. 2 slips round the wicket bowls here, defends out towards cover where Marnus Labuschagne does the fielding. It remains 7 for 321. SEN Test cricket for tyre power as well. Know your tyres.
It's a smoky morning. It's hazy. Not very hazy, the kind of haze you find in the northern part of India. And we will experience that when we go to Delhi in particular this time of the year. Still pretty smoky. No traffic on the highway. We got here very quickly, didn't we, this morning? It took us just 15 minutes from our hotel.
I couldn't believe that. What a run.
Yeah.
Took us 90 minutes a few days ago. Cummins hides the ball round the wicket to Akshar, who places him out to deep point for a single. First run of the day. Akshar up to 53, 7 for 322. We have Phil Long with us too, our statistician. G'day, Phil. What do you got for us?
Great timing from there from Akshar Patel. Goes to his highest Test score.
Nice way to start the day. Looks a real prospect. Took his first 27 Test wickets at an average of 10.9 against England at home a couple of years ago. To have this second discipline sort of reinforces how deep India bat, and have done so since they've had these 3 all-rounders. Yep. Ashwin, Jadeja and Akshar. It tends to fall away with the big quicks with Shami and occasionally Umesh Yadav and Jasprit Bumrah, but down to 9, they're sturdy. Jadeja on 66, his first ball of the day from Cummins. Bowls here outside the off stump. A little bit of tail into the gloves of Carey, but not a lot of carry.
Yeah, this ball's, 34 overs old, and you can see, like we did yesterday, first thing in the morning, Pat Cummins running in, covering the ball, so there is some reverse swing, and you saw the last one, it's pretty wide off stump, but it did tail away towards the end. You can see Nathan Lyons warming up as well, so maybe they're going to start with their 2 premier bowlers. Even though Todd Murphy has made such an impression already on this game with his 5-wicket haul.
It's Cummins from our northern end. Passes umpire Menon and bowls here, and pushing out to the offside again is Jadeja, where Marnus Labuschagne gets a second touch. Longy.
Just something I noted in one of the local papers this morning. The attendance yesterday, 21,905. Quite healthy.
Quite healthy, and it'll grow over the next 2 days. It is the weekend. Like I said, Saturday is a working day for a lot of people in India. That's all right.
Yeah, and it is a pretty big ground too, a capacity of 45,000. Yeah. So by India standards, it's on the bigger side. Cummins. Couple left in the over. Up to the crease. Bowls to Jadeja. Makes him play. Steers through deep third, where there is a fielder. Took weight out of his hands, soft hands, when contact was made. First run of the day, 67. 7 for 323.
Busy this morning. That takes the partnership to 83, highest partnership of this Test match so far.
Oh. And it had to be two left-handers, right?
Had to be.
Only for me to be accused of being anti-Indian even more.
You absolutely copped it on social media last night. Having the audacity to report what you faithfully saw with the watering of the pitch 2 days out and taking a photo of it. Apparently you need to renounce your Indian citizenship. And look, you will be when you take your Australian citizenship up shortly. It's not far away, is it? Cummins to finish the first over of day 3. Akshar clipping down a deep backward square into the shade of the Southern stand. It's collected by Scott Boland. Into the over. 3 runs from it. 7 for 324 the score. The lead up to 147 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard. Some housekeeping. If you want to get in touch with us throughout the day, 0433 98 11 16. You can, of course, if you're listening on radio and want to take us with you throughout the day, download the SEN app from the App Store wherever you are. And, of course, our social media channels as well. Our team back in Melbourne pumping out everything that we send them when we're not commentating. SEN_cricket on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram. It's all there, including videos that we've been making before play, after play, interviews with players that we do at stumps. We had a chat to Dan Vittori, the assistant coach, last night, and Marnus Labuschagne on night 1. So that's all there on the SEN social channels. And also a good morning to all of our listeners in the UK on Talk Sport 2. Early in the morning there. If you've woken up and chucked on the radio to hear what's happening at Nagpur, welcome to you. Our coverage being taken, the simulcast of it on Talk Sport 2 throughout the 4 Test series. And Bharat, you were spot on. It is Nathan Gaddy-Lyon who's going to open the bowling today from the southern end. And he's bowled 37 overs, 1 for 98. Fabulous piece of bowling to find the off stump. Surya Kumar Yadav, first ball of his spell yesterday, bowls here round the wicket to Akshar on 54, hits him on the pad, might have just trended down the leg side indeed. Line's not really appealing, it's more Smith and Carey behind the wicket, and Smith's consulted by the captain, and even he concedes it's going down the leg side and probably pitch outside leg as well.
Yeah, even Nathan Lyon on his way back to his bowling mark indicated that it was drifting down leg.
Lyon's got a slip and a silly point. Hanscom the ladder. Oh, catches the call back to the bowler, landing just in front of Lyon. Did him in flight there. Well bowled to start.
And you can also see the silly point today. If you're watching this on TV in the replay, that Peter Hanscom's more at a silly mid-off.
Yeah, very straight. 54 on his shirt, Hanscom. Lyon bowls here, forward. Comes Akshar, pushing out into the offside behind point. No single.
Just noticed just before the start of play, and I'm sure we'll not have to wait too long before we see Todd Murphy. Rahul Dravid just walked up to him and a quiet word. Both of them were just checking out the pitch. Just a pat on the back. That would have felt good. One of the greats of the game, Rahul Dravid.
Line bouncing up, a bit closer to the stumps, catches the call again, leading edge, doesn't carry. So we've had 2 deliveries that have just stuck in the surface to Akshar, and one that's hit him on the pad not far away from leg stump. So Line on top to begin. As you say, they turn to their senior bowlers here, and Cummins and Lyon need the breakthrough, need it now. Lyon delivers. Akshar past the edge. Shelford caught behind anyway. What was that? Richard Illingworth keeps the finger down. Alex Carey also took the bails. They're appealing in both directions. Pat Cummins, eyes on him. He wants to work out what Carey is preferring to appeal for. Now they review. They've got 2 in hand. It makes sense. There was a lot of activity around the bat. It certainly went beyond the edge. Well, by that I mean it could have kissed it on the way through. and then you had the bails taken by Carey. So there was a flurry of activity, and now they'll get to look on both angles. But
they can, and you can see the umpire at the square leg end or at the batter's end. Nitin Menon's also signaled for the stumping to be checked.
Right.
And it's a significant moment. Alex Carey has been waiting for his first test stumping for a while, and he had promised in Bangalore, if he gets it, he'll find me wherever I'm sitting at the ground and wave at me first. Let's see.
Yes, so Alex Carey's taken 56 catches in Test cricket, yet to record a stumping. I've been watching that for a couple of months. Here we go. First replay, front on. Well, the bat does go close to the edge, but
bat hits the flap of his bat.
Yeah, that's the noise, and I don't think they'll be helped here by ultra edge. We watch it in super slow motion. No, Michael Goff won't be giving that up caught behind, so the question becomes, did he keep his back foot down, Akshar Patel?
Doesn't look like. I mean,
the Aussies have gone back to their positions, and yeah, Carey takes the bails, but the toe is back in by about 6 inches, so no concerns there for the left-hander. Lyon straight back to his mark, but again reinforces what a good over this is. 5 excellent balls to start, Phil Long.
And the wait goes on for the statisticians on that first stumping.
He'll be punching the air when he gets there, Long. Not out, flash up on the board, thus the roar around the crowd here. That could have been a big moment for Bendix, the best known breaks. Lyon to finish. Akshar under the pump. To the crease, delivers and beats him again. That's turned big from the line of the middle stump. End of an excellent maiden from Nathan Lyon. The K-Rate irrigation scoreboard remains at 7 for 324. Akshar Patel on 54, Jadeja 67.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Renovating your bathroom? Race into Beaumont Tiles for 20% off every single complete bathroom package in every style and budget, or 20% off including tiles, taps, vanity, the lot. Choose Beaumonts and save on packages now. T's and C's apply.
Our first session is brought to you by MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. We saw on our screen between overs, Bharat, for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Marnus Laber saying so. We don't lose a review for that, do we? It was for the stumping. Yeah, he did do the T sign. I'm sorry. Sorry, Marnie, that they will lose that review for the caught behind component of it.
And you can already see that 1 over from Nathan Lyon has convinced Pat Cummins that maybe it's time to bring spin on at the other end as well. And it was interesting to see the speeds at which Nathan Lyon was bowling. He was slower yesterday than Todd Murphy, but that over in particular, he was tossing up the ball a lot more. And also kind of tells you that he expects this pitch to be offering a lot more than it did on the first 2 days. It has turned big, but not always. But that over will not just give him a blueprint of how to bowl on this pitch from this point on, but also the Indian spinners would have been watching closely. The 2 out there in the middle to start with.
So there will be a change, as there was yesterday after 1 over at our northern end, with Todd Murphy. Hot Toddy, he took 5 for 82 yesterday. I love that it's an off spinner called Todd in the glasses. I can't get away from that.
Yeah.
Saw one of our correspondents yesterday saying how appropriate it is with off spinners having that sort of nerdy reputation that you would look and present that way. Murphy bowled 36 overs, 9 maidens, 5 for 82. And as we talked about in our preview this morning, Brad, you could conceivably take 8, which Jason Frazier did here on debut in 2008, the first ever test match at Nagpur Stadium. Or as Bob Massey did for Australia at Lords in 72. 8 in both innings there, of course.
Jason Frazier went at 4.9 and over, conceded 214 runs.
It was like a one-day international scorecard, wasn't it? So Murphy, first ball of the day to Jadeja on leg stump, pushed out towards wide mid on no run. Our coverage is for tyre power, 4 for 3 on Falcon passenger tyres.
I did talk about this in our preview video this morning, but was at the team hotel last evening buying a cake for our dear colleague Michael Kasprowicz, who celebrated his birthday. And I spotted Todd Murphy in corner of my eye, sitting in a cafe with his girlfriend, and he just the excitement of a 22-year-old.
Murphy kicks away, bowls here, leaving alone outside the off stump is Jadeja. He's done that really well.
Arguably, you know, on maybe, and why arguably, his best day on this planet, I would say, right? Like, making his debut, taking 5 in front of his entire family and his girlfriend. He was just there, sharing a cup of coffee, I think, and just bursting at the seams with energy.
Murphy delivers, and forward with hands off the bat, or one hand off the bat rather, is Jadeja. Not far away from the reaching hands of Peter Handscomb. Well bowled, does him in flight.
The impact it would have on his young life, right? Like, think about it.
Batters having a chat. I was turning up the mic to see whether you could translate for us, as Nikesh was doing yesterday, speaking in Gujarati, is it?
Yep.
Murphy bowls wider of the crease, leaving alone. That's the straight one. That's the variation. The wrist position just changes ever so slightly, goes a bit wider. Gets it UFOing down there, hoping to hit the shiny part of the ball and not spin. Must be so difficult to face.
Got it.
Murphy, 2 catching men, slip, silly point, past umpire Menon, bowls again, middle stump, straight delivery, defended. Must be to do with Jadeja wanting to leave so often that if he leaves the wrong one, he'll be in strife, because Murphy lands them on a bad off stump.
And as Ravi Shastri told us yesterday, Jadeja's front pad always goes straight down the pitch. So if he misses, he's always in line.
Murphy to finish. His 37th over, bowls here. Right, catches the call out past Peter Handscomb at silly point. It was in the air through cover, but no fielder in that position. Usman Khawaja does the fielding at deep cover, 7 for 324, just a single from the over. Akshar Patel on 54, Jadeja 67 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
Renovating your bathroom? Race into Beaumont Tiles for 20% off every single complete bathroom package in every style and budget, or 20% off including tiles, taps, vanity, the lot. Choose Beaumont's and save on packages now. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket, our first session brought to you by MEGT.com.au. Build your best workforce. And we're here in India for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Nathan Lyon prepares to bowl his second over of the day. The first was a beauty. But that was an Akshar Patel. Now he gets a look at Jadeja. What have you picked up there? Come back to it after this line delivery. Round the wicket southern end. Delivers here. Jadeja forward in defence. Smothers the spin.
You would have heard it through the stump mic. Just Jadeja scratching away the crease. See Steve Smith from Slip say, get him a broom.
I'm sure Smith will be digging up the pitch later with his boots when he's batting. I'm assuming he does. Line to Jadeja. Wider again. Jadeja from leg stump, pushing out towards mid-wicket. There'll be a single there, taking the lead to 149. 7 for 326. Jadeja 69. Phil Long.
Congratulations, Nathan Lyon. He becomes just the 7th bowler to bowl 30,000 deliveries in Test cricket.
Oh, Longy. That's what you're here for. That's what we brought you to India. Well, you were here anyway, to be fair. 30,000 Test deliveries, Nathan Lyon. Take a bow. Can he get one here? Bowls off the back foot, carving out the deep point is Akshar Patel. Moves out to 55 with the easiest of singles. 7 for 327. The partnership on to 150. Sorry, rather the lead up to 150. And that's another little important milestone.
Come on, lads.
Hasn't he bowled more deliveries than anyone by a significant distance since he made his debut?
Let's have a look.
For your next trick, Phil. What's Lyon's next trick? Bowls here. Forward comes Jadeja. Deflects to backward point where Mars Labuschagne does the fielding.
I'll give you very quickly the other names in that list. Courtney Walsh, Stuart Broad, James Anderson, Shane Warne, Anil Kumble. On top of the list, like a lot of this, Murali. 44,039 deliveries at Test level.
Who's next for Lyon? So he's 7th on the list all time. He's 8th all time for wickets. Delivers here. Back goes Jadeja. Cuts out to deep point. Gets a single. 7 for 329. He's into the 70s.
He's got Courtney Walsh very much in his sights. Courtney Walsh, 30,019 deliveries.
Ooh, okay, so he's going to jump a spot probably in this spell. Love it when that happens. In terms of wickets, in his Test career. I reckon Courtney Walsh might be next for him as well. He's on 461 of them at Test level. Line delivers and beats the edge again of Harsha. Third time this morning. Lovely ball to finish. That spun big on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard. India 7 for 328. Harsha 55, Jadeja 70.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Dan Murphy's February catalogue out now. With great value tequila bundle deals, it's now easy to mix up a margarita at home. Dan Murphy's has summer sorted. Offers end Wednesday, February 22. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply.
SEN Test Cricket to Henley home. Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, Henley.com.au. Our thanks to them for their support. Getting us to India. Todd Murphy round the wicket, bowling here to Jadeja on 70. Starts here with a ball that goes straight on and nearly crashes into the off stump. Just what we were talking about in his previous over.
Absolutely. And the ball's not
turning. Quick translation.
No, I think Akshar Patel just having some issues with the area around the crease and just complaining to umpire Menon about it. Menon said, well, that's how it is. Continue.
Jadeja 70. Murphy twin balls in! Straight on with the arm. He's been threatening to do that. As if it were foretold, Jadeja leaves the wrong one. And Murphy gets a sixth. That is absolute top-class bowling. Set him up perfectly. The partnership ends on 88. Jadeja walks off for 70. India lose their 8th wicket with the score on 328. But that little UFO that we've been talking about, Bharat, the one that goes straight on, Jadeja, who's left so well and picked him so well, not this time. Murphy, he is going to be a superstar.
He's already a superstar. This might be the best of the lot we've seen from him already. I mean, he telegraphed it. He kept bowling these deliveries that was spinning big away from the left-hander and getting
just like
the next few to slide in, and he had Jadeja completely befuddled with that one. And a well-set Jadeja as well. The ball smashed into off-stump. Jadeja just stood his ground. He couldn't believe it. Sensational off-spin bowling from Todd Murphy. Australia, you have yourself a star.
Well, that is one of the most high-quality wickets I've seen from a finger spinner.
Yeah.
I mean, like, from the moment he came on, we saw a variety of hard-spun off breaks and the ones that went straight on with the arm. And we saw Jadeja unsure about which ones to leave. The ball before it just misses the off-stump. The next one, exactly the same delivery, hits off-stump 3/4 of the way up. I mean, that is just exquisite skill, and the seam position as well. We saw it on our replay screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. The amount of work he's getting on the ball, further out wide, from a technical perspective, it's just everything you could possibly want on a finger spinner.
And you just think about it. I mean, he's learned to bowl with that square seam from Craig Harwood only a few months ago. And he's never bowled and practiced that. He said that in the press conference. He's never tried bowling the square seam or releasing it in that fashion in a first-class game. He's done it a couple of times in white ball cricket. He just goes from picking up this new trait that even the likes of Nathan Lyon have taken years to master. And he just uses it on test debut in his first test in the subcontinent, first big game in the subcontinent. And he's making a mockery of it.
Oh, 6 for 83. He's going to take 8 here. Shami, you're next.
Oh, he wouldn't get a better
start round. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? He's got 4 balls left in the over. And Shami only knows one way to bat. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, immediately out, because he will try and swing from the get-go. Murphy round the wicket, bouncing away from us. He's got 6 wickets. Shami's forward, playing conservatively. I didn't have that on the bingo card. It stays at 8 for 328. The lead 151, what we talked about in our preview today, a lead of about 150, is something Australia possibly can work with if they can bat well. They just can't let it drift much further than here. Murphy delivers again. Driving down the ground, not quite. Murphy stops it with his left mid. Might have been his left boot. Spears away to mid-off. Cummins does the fielding. No run. Lead 151.
Yeah, that will probably be the only defensive shot we see from Mohammad Shami.
Oh, gosh. Every time you watch the replay, that ball gets better.
Yeah.
all for Beaumont Tiles. If you haven't seen it, if you're listening on the radio and or on the app, SEN app, of course, make sure you find that one on social media. And if hopefully TV will cut up all of the balls that came before it to Jadeja.
Absolutely. The setup was
as good as you'll see.
Yep.
Murphy here, Shami right-handed, gets forward to a ball that's delivered over the wicket. He's changed direction with 2 balls left in the over. Field remains the same, deflects off the thigh pad, no run.
I mean, we heard yesterday from Ravi Shastri about how impressed he was with this control over speed and how he changes it so quickly and so subtly.
Last ball of Murphy's over. His 38th. Shami goes back and defends. So a wicket maiden for Todd Murphy. What an impressive bowler he is. 8 for 328 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
The Honda CR-V is now in stock with a special offer of extended 7-year warranty on non-commercial use vehicles, 7-year premium roadside assist and 5 low-price services on new CR-Vs delivered before March 31st, 2023 unless extended. All to give you that extra peace of mind whenever you hit the road. Visit honda.com.au or your local Honda centre to find out more. T's and C's apply. Honda Australia Pty Ltd, LMCT 4136.
SEN Test Cricket live from Nagpur for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. We've had our big moment this morning thanks to Bendix Brakes via Todd Murphy. He's got 6 wickets. Jadeja, they needed to get rid of him. Such a nemesis for Australia. Bowled for 70. Lions turn. Australia's new spin twins. The elder bowls here off the back foot, chopping down towards deep point goes Akshar Patel. His 56th run. Renshaw does the fielding. 8 for 329. As I said, that doesn't make sense. Does it? Spin twins, one being older?
Yep.
I suppose by definition, one twin is older.
Yeah.
But not by a dozen years.
I mean, someday maybe some team will have a pair of twins bowling spin together. That would be quite something. The twins play Test cricket together before.
Well, Lyon's bowling with his successor, isn't he? He's bowling with the guy who will, and that's a great thing for Australian cricket that they. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but it's clear to the naked eye what's going on here. Lyons bowling to Shami. New man in. Spins hard. Flicks it round the corner. Beyond Murphy, a deep backward square. Cut off just by Renshaw. A diving effort. Reminiscent of his work on the rope at Johannesburg back in 2018 when he threw himself around across 4 days in the dirt. 8 for 329 on the back of that single. It might have been... Yeah, it was 2 rather than taken a couple. My apologies. So 8 for 331, but Renshaw, excellent there, full commitment to the cause.
Very much so, but I mean, what we're seeing between Nathan Lyon and Todd Murphy is not just passing the baton, but I think they're sharing it at the moment.
Shami again facing Lyon, bowls here, back foot upish, through back foot point ball runs. Usman Khawaja with work to do down towards the rope, he won't get anywhere near it. So a boundary for Shami, first of the day. Our boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston, stability meets the freedom to move. 8 for 335. Shami up to 6, and he can be a dangerous player because he goes for it so hard.
He does. I mean, he'll just throw his bat at everything. He'll be very proud of that shot, hitting against the turn of Nathan Lyon, not like he was in control of it.
Lyon over the wicket, southern end. Shami goes back and defends from the off stump down to Peter Hanscom at short leg, no run. The spinner of the series is for Lumo Energy. Well bowled Lumo Energy. Well, it's Jadeja up against Murphy for that crown already. Lumo Energy sponsoring our spinners throughout the series. Lyon up to the crease again. Bowls here, dancing and hits him on the pad. Shout for leg before. Illingworth keeps his finger down. To the naked eye, the only thing that could have denied Lyon there was did it hit outside the line or impact outside the line of the off stump. I don't think it did. Pat Cummins doesn't think it did. They're going upstairs and challenging the decision. And Cummins did this twice yesterday and was successful on both occasions.
Yeah, so far, very good record for Australia. Or Pat Cummins on Indian soil. Got it right twice.
He charged him and then had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, I think the only question would be how far down the pitch he got. Because that does come into consideration when it comes to DRS, but he didn't go too far out.
Impact on the back pad, so
umpire score
it misses the front pad. I mean, more than 50% of the ball needs to be hitting in line with the off stump. But Nathan Lyon has seen one replay and he's walked back to his mark. He's seen enough. Good review, though. It'll be umpire's call.
It would be.
They won't lose it.
They won't lose the review, no.
They're going through the technology here. So, yeah, impact outside, actually. They lose a review. Surprised by that. So just one review left. No, they've lost 2 this morning. That's it. No more DRS opportunities for Australia. Decision upheld for Richard Illingworth. Mohammed Shami can continue. So Cummins got it right twice yesterday with Todd Murphy bowling round the wicket. Lyon looking for his second of the series. Actually, it does say they've got 1 review remaining. I'm not quite sure if that's a TV glitch or otherwise. We'll look into that at the end of the over. Last ball of the 120th here. Lyon up to the crease, delivers here, going back and pushing is Shami. There'll be no single on offer. Lyon does the work in the end, running around, end of the over. 8 for 335 with Akshar on 56, Shami on 6 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. To open the bowling on your career, talk with MEGT. Their one-on-one jobs and skills coaching, resumes and job interview tips make you a very employable all-rounder. Call 13-MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
First session SEN Test Cricket is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Phil Long, your view is that Australia have lost all 3?
Yeah, Cummins to Jadeja yesterday I've got noted down as a review that got turned in.
So Todd Murphy to continue. Round the wicket, slipping a silly point, goes back in the crease. Akshar Patel, no single on offer. Of course, you can try and sync your coverage to the television if you wish. That's something that people have been doing. My dad's been texting in furiously saying, I've got it just right here. I'm missing by a second there. Todd Murphy bowls, slip and a silly point. Getting forward here is Akshar on 56, no run.
Another stat for Todd Murphy. I read it in the local paper. So when he got rid of Virat Kohli, he was the 9th debutant out of the 24 that Virat Kohli has faced in his career, who's dismissed Virat Kohli.
That's Tendulkar-esque.
Yeah, it is.
Kind of strike rate.
Yeah, it is.
So Murphy with 6. Bowls to Akshar on 56. Wide of the crease, straight on, but Akshar's equal to it. Going deep in the crease and pushing confidently out to deep point where David Warner is positioned. They get a single. He's 57, 8 for 336 to lead up to 159.
Come on, Todd. This is your chance. 4 balls. Shami and Siraj. Both will never die wondering. They will come after you. Spin. I still can't get over the fact that you have a young spinner. Seeing replays of that delivery to Jadeja. Young spinner who's never bowled the way Indian spinners bowl in India.
So Murphy back over the wicket to Shami, hits him on the pad, a ball that pitched middle and just went on with the arm. Bit of extra turn, no appeal.
You think of Nathan Lyon in 2013, he just couldn't come to grips with it, and it took him till 2017 to come here and learn a lot from watching Ashwin and how he bowls to master that style of spin bowling.
2 left in the over. He bowls here to Shami. Murphy, it nearly runs into the off stump. He plays it late, runs it off the front of the bat or the face of the bat, and bounces right next to the off stump. You heard Alex Carey, oh my God, he says, knowing how close that was, watching the replay back here. Beaumont tiles. Yeah, high on the splice actually. Oh, millimetres away. Bowls again, last of the over. Murphy is pushed into the onside by Shami. End of 121. 8 for 336. We're going to the other end of the ground to grab Ravi Shastri. After the break, it'll be Nikesh Rughani and Mike Kasprowicz replacing us all on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard. India, 8 for 336.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, with a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund, and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket, live from Nagpur. Nikesh Rughani alongside Michael Kasprowicz as Akshar is leaning back and cutting this one from line out towards deep cover. Just a single taken, a lot of responsibility from an Indian point of view on Akshar Patel now to Just try and edge India as close to 200 as possible in terms of that lead. It's still significant as it is, just ticks over to 160. Morning, Kasper.
Morning, Nikesh. Wonderful to be here. Should I say namaste?
Namaste. Sat Sri Akal and all the other greetings you get across different parts of India. We had a good little birthday bash last night, didn't we?
It was great.
Enjoy your cake?
Yeah, thank you.
Didn't get it all over your face, unfortunately.
No. Strategically, I sort of put some warnings out there.
Did a bit of singing, didn't you? Summer of '69.
No,
you sang a couple of lines.
I wasn't that enthusiastic.
Lyon, and again to Shami this time, who whips away. Can't get it past mid-wicket. No run.
Not as much singing and dancing as the Murphy family.
Oh, yes.
With plenty. He's been going so well.
Why not? Still a couple of wickets on offer as well, as Shami's back defending to this one from Lyon. On the contrary, Lyon, who's bowled okay, but 1 for 109 into his 41st over. Todd Murphy, 6 for 84 on debut. Outstanding stuff. Lyon into Shami again, and this was always going to come. He hits this one down the ground towards long on, who puts it down. It was in the air for such a long time, and Scott Boland steadied himself. He was in the shade, so there wasn't the sun directly coming towards his eyes, and he's just put one down. Absolute dolly, and Nathan Lyon will be fuming with that.
He sure will. He threw it up there too, enticing the shot. And the lower order batsman in Shami couldn't help himself. And it always looks a lot easier in slow motion that we're seeing now. Just in the position. Yeah, so unfortunate. Australia, we've seen a number of drop catches now. That would have just changed. Let's hope it doesn't change too much for the outcome.
Well, after all that, they've taken a single only, and Akshay Patel is back on strike. He's back cutting at this one into the covers. A couple of fielders there, though, so no run. Yeah, Shami just can't resist that, so they may well get another opportunity quite soon. He usually knows just one way to play, and that is just have a go.
That's not the short boundary over that side either, is it?
No. Lyon in again to Akshay, who's punching down the ground towards Boland there at long off. Gets a bit of a cheer as he fields that one comfortably along the ground. End of another over. Australia still needing those 2 Indian wickets to have another go. India's lead now 161. India 8 for 339.
Hi, Dwayne here. I know the Werribee Kia team well, and they work really hard to give you the best service while finding your dream Kia. And the work's paid off. They won their first ever prestigious National Kia Dealer of the Year award, and they're so proud, and they should be, because this award isn't just for big sale numbers. It's the whole business, from sales to presentation, from parts to admin to servicing. Drive with the best. Werribee Kia, Australia's best Kia dealer. Visit werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Todd Murphy then to continue here to Akshay, who just check drives this one into the offside for no run. Nikesh Rughani alongside Michael Kasprowicz here with SEN Test Cricket live in Nagpur, and what a beautiful morning it is here in the centre of India, state of Maharashtra. Murphy continues, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. Phil Long is with us as well.
Yeah, beautiful morning for Todd Murphy and his family, as you mentioned, Casper. Yeah, he's joined a very select club. Just 6 Australians have taken 6 or more wickets in their first bowl in Test cricket. We know he's after Bob Massey and Jason Frazier, who've taken 8.
Murphy floats this one up, and Akshay just gets the single into the leg side.
It's been the 1+ in the Australian side, other than winning the toss, of course, to electing to bat. But to see him on debut come out, he's bowled so well, and just sort of improving as he's going. Even that last wicket of Jadeja, the way he set that up, I think Adam Collins was talking about it. He was I was loving it, the fact that, you know, as far as the spin, the speed, the angles, and then the one that would just come straight on. And even then, when Jadeja got out, he stood there. He took his time, staring at the pitch, staring there, just trying to realise exactly how he just got beaten.
Murphy into Shami this time, who just is forward in defence. Tends to do that. He blocks one or two out, Shami, and then he just can't help himself.
Numbers,
prepare for the big shot. Yeah, prepare for the big shot.
There are 2 men back.
Come on, lads.
All set for the catch.
Long on and deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square leg as well. Murphy, and again, and this time beats the edge of Shami. And again, looks to come forward and defend that one.
Yeah, I just wonder... No, you know, obviously there's a lower order batsman, certainly not pulling a tail end. Some theory about get them before they get you comes in your head.
Murphy a bit quicker this time, and Shami just back defending into the leg side.
And I'll explain the theory there is that if all of a sudden it's turning, you got to get them and hit him over the fence before he gets me out.
There you go. End of the over. India 8 for 340.
Bendix General CT brake pads are the everyday braking solution with stealth advanced technology for smoother, quieter, more comfortable driving. Blue titanium stripe technology eliminates the bedding in process, while noise-absorbing shims reduce vibration and noise. For improved stopping performance, low dust, low rotor wear and enhanced durability, ask for Bendix General CT brake pads at your next service. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test Cricket live from Nagpur. Nikesh Rughani, Michael Kasprowicz and Phil Long alongside us. Phil, with all the stats.
Well, we mentioned yesterday, I think we were all on air then, when we mentioned David Shepherd. Nathan Lyon's figures at the moment, 41 overs, 11 maidens, 1 for 111. All the ones.
All the ones.
Let's all hop on one leg, lads.
There's not enough room in here to do that, so...
Fair point, fair point.
Yeah.
Right, Lyon round the wicket. He'll come to Akshar Patel. He's back, just punching this into the offside in defence. Casper, you ordered a coffee a little while ago. We've got a very nice gentleman sitting just at the back of our boxes. Works for the VCA, the local cricket association here in Nagpur. As Lyon comes in once more and again just defended into the offside for no run. He was on it, like he is with everything. He's very helpful. He gets things sorted, to be honest. And they came up. They turned up with a tray of about, what, 10 coffees?
Yes. Request was for one.
Bowl of sugar, and it's the generosity you get in this part of the world.
Absolutely.
Lyon in once more, and this is a little bit straighter, and just, again, just dug out into the offside.
You won't sleep for weeks, Casper.
I didn't do all 10, I just did one.
I mean, to be fair, they are like little shots, aren't they?
Yeah, and quite milky too.
Yes.
It's a bit of sugar in there, sweet. It's sort of, it's like a party in my mouth.
Lyon flights this one a little bit more, but again, Akshar not interested in playing a big shot, just defends into the offside, and there is no run. Well, you kind of, with tea and coffee here, it's like taking a shot. You get the hit, you get the adrenaline rush. It's very sweet, loads of sugar in there, masala. Knock it back in one go, and off you go.
Yeah, not even no cappuccinos or
I mean, they have
lattes or any orders like that for those coffee aficionados out there.
Well, they have got those places out here, but at the ground it's very traditional. This one is a play and a miss by Akshar, looking to cut that one. And the ball thuds into the gloves of Alex Carey.
I was looking forward to a bit of pastry or something like that to go with my coffee. Morning tea, of course. I was ready for that, but that wasn't quite happening.
Some biscuits downstairs, if you fancy.
There's sweet ones or savoury. I think there was the two.
There's both.
Varieties, that's right. Yeah.
Now, you need to dunk. I don't know what you guys in Australia do, but in England, you've got to dunk your biscuits and your tea,
Right.
And there's an art to that as well.
Okay.
If you dunk for too long...
Yeah, see, the Tim Tam, you don't waste it. You don't want to waste the chocolate in the...
No.
Tim Tam, of course, great Australian biscuits.
Yes, yeah, of course.
An Anzac biscuit, perhaps.
Lyon then over the wicket this time to Akshar. It's down the leg side. And doesn't get any bat on that, so... End of another over. A maiden from Nathan Lyon. India still 8 for 340.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket live from Nagpur. Day 3 of this first test between India and Australia. This highly anticipated Border Gavaskar Trophy. Thanks to everyone listening from around the world. Do keep those messages coming into us via social media. You can follow us on Twitter, Instagram and TikTok by following us at SEN_cricket. Todd Murphy continues and Shami works it away down to long on. Big cheer as David Warner converges on the ball. Big hero in this part of the world.
Oh, absolutely. David Warner is a star. Has been played so much IPL cricket.
Yes.
Of course, we were fortunate for that this year. He was able to actually come back and be part of the BBL. Sydney Thunder, I think, drawing in the crowds. Certainly the attention, too, to the competition.
Murphy in once more, and this is worked away by Harsha into the leg side for a gentle single. There's a great group of school children. It's a Saturday, of course, so they're not at school, but they've come in their uniforms and they've been given tickets. In fact, there's a couple of groups, dark blue shirts, and we've got the grey shirts on the other side as well. Great to see.
Oh, loving it. I think that was it, taking cricket into, getting as a kid, coming along, seeing the stars, dreaming, not only being entertained by the cricket, the skills, but also dreaming one day they could be out there. That could be them.
Murphy into Shami, who just guides this towards point. No run.
Of course, it doesn't, not every day, for the test matches, how often it comes here. So for them to get the opportunity to come here, I'm sure it's a Saturday, and sure they're dressed in their school uniform. But as I said, it's the inspiration to just keep dreaming, keep, the one day that might inspire them to keep playing the game, loving the game, as all the players out there now did when they were younger.
Yep, it works in every part of the world as well. Todd Murphy would have been one of those kids not too long ago, aspiring to bigger and better things, and look at him now, 6 for 87 on debut. Still the opportunity to get these last 2 Indian wickets as well. Slight delay in play here. There's a problem with the spider cam again by the looks of it. Spider cams, robot cams. I mean, we get some great pictures at times, but and half cause a headache.
Oh, no delay.
There you go. Spider cam, please. Alex Carey shouts out. You can hear that quite clearly on the stump mic, and this is frustrating.
And yeah, also heard the word slog sweep here. Maybe just reminding Mohammad Shami he's got a slog sweep in him with a couple of feelers in the back deep mid wickets.
He's certainly got one in him.
Oh, of course he does. I think maybe just reminding him.
Hello.
Just reminding him that there's an opportunity. Value for shot 2 if he hit it over the fence. Of course, it's 6 runs.
Yes.
Not just on the ground. Maybe he needs
to try and go
that
all the way.
Reinforced as well.
Try and camouflage the fielders. There's some sort of covers folded up on the side of the other side of the boundary as well, all white coloured. Obviously the full white clothing of the players out there as well, so there's a bit of white on the boundary sponge, so Shami out the corner of his eye may not be able to pick exactly where the fielders are, and there are 3 out there, like you mentioned, swooping, ready for that big shot.
Well, I think that's it as a bowler, spin bowler, especially when you are bowling to the lower order batsman. Yeah, it's give them the incentive. Throw it up there a little bit more than you would to established batsmen. But just throw it up there a little bit higher, and then even if he does get it, the second one you bowl is a little bit higher, but a little bit wider, a little harder to control, and you see that so often.
India at the moment 8 for 342 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. We've still got this delay for Spider Cam. Phil, what have you got for us?
Well, whilst we have this delay, before you're on, we spoke earlier about how Nathan Lyon had reached 30,000 deliveries in Test cricket, only the 7th bowler to do so. His deliveries this morning have taken him past Courtney Walsh, so there's now only 5 bowlers who've bowled more deliveries in Test cricket than Nathan Lyon.
Wow. You forget how experienced he is. He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, 116 Test matches as Todd Murphy continues finally, and Shami defends into the offside. Not tempted by any kind of slog sweep on that occasion. Shami on 8 from his 20 deliveries. Akshar Patel at the other end going very nicely. 61 not out.
I don't think he'll lose his nickname, the GOAT, just yet, Nathan Lyon. But Todd Murphy's making a charge for it.
He comes again, Murphy, and this is worked away leg side by Shami, but fielded there at short leg on the bounce. Yep, certainly giving it a good go is Todd Murphy. And we mentioned yesterday, didn't we, 7 of the 9 bowlers in this match have got fifers on debut. Outstanding stuff.
It's a dream. Well done.
Floated up, and there is the slog sweep, and it's gone all the way. The fielder out there at deep mid-wicket can only watch it sail over his head into the crowd. And Shami, with a wry smile on his face, he enjoyed that. He moves into double figures. And at the end of the over, India 8 for 348.
Tyre Power gives you the power in their best buys on big brand sale. Get hot offers on the biggest brands, like buy 3 and get 1 free on a range of Falcon passenger car tyres. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's best buys on big brand sale is on now. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Optus Business Mobile Plus is fit for businesses of all shapes and sizes. Get all the mobiles, SIMs and data you need, and none you don't. Search Optus Business Mobile Plus today, call or visit us in store. Great business starts with yes.
SEN Test cricket live from Nagpur as India build this lead now into a very significant one. 171 it's worth now. They've still got a couple of wickets in hand into the first session of this third day. If you are just joining us, Nikesh Rughani alongside Michael Kasprowicz and Phil Long with all our stats and figures. Adam Collins and Ravi Shastri will be popping up shortly in the next 10 minutes or so as Nathan Lyon fires one in, and Harsha just digs this one out down the pitch. No run.
Yeah, Australia to win this game have to find a way through it. So entering the start of today, knowing those 3 wickets for minimal damage, number of runs, but they're after at least a 150 run lead. They're going to have to bat and score over 300.
Lyon again on that off stump line, just knocked back to him by Akshar Patel.
Which isn't easy, obviously, as we've seen here. But having said that, watching the way that the Indians have played, they've played really well, and certainly Akshar coming in 61 runs. He's played beautifully here and patiently waiting for the bowler to come to him.
This time leaning back, Akshar Patel, and just putting this one away to deep point. David Warner with the fielding there. He's still got the floppy hat and the baggy green on top. Is that just because he wants to wear his baggy green? He's got the pride in having that on, but he just... There's too much sun out there. Is it somebody else's? Is it a fashion statement?
It's a fashion. Absolutely. It's fashion, the baggy green.
If he's trying to tell you that's fashion, he's had an absolute mare.
I've seen him dancing on TikTok with his daughters too. So.
Yes. I'll tell you what, if that is a fashion statement from him, you watch kids in India. He's very popular here. They'll be wearing them in the stands come Delhi. Right. Lyon just taking his time as he comes back over the wicket here, and Shami is back, punching this off the back foot, but only as far as mid-wicket. India one away from 350, which for a first innings total is significant on what is you know, a difficult pitch to bat on. It's got no demons in it as such, but it's challenging. This Lyon is in, and this one's a bit fuller. That's the ball you heard there from Carey. Just getting Shami to play back to a full-length delivery.
Yeah, that's precisely what he's trying to do, and just on the crease there, Shami. Let's see if he's going to look to go mid-wicket and along again.
Lyon, similar delivery, again played off the back foot, but can't beat the infield. So end of another over. India 8 for 349.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, with a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
This February, reunite with family and friends by hosting a picnic for Pinnacle. Raise funds to educate and support young LGBTIQ+ Australians who've been rejected by their families, faiths or communities to achieve their full potential. Visit www.thepinnaclefoundation.org and this February, Picnic for Pinnacle.
Back with us here on SEN Test Cricket with Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Henley.com.au. Phil Long.
Australia have batted 29 times in the third innings of a test match in India. Only 4 times have they made more than 300.
Interesting.
Which is a figure you mentioned, Casper.
Yeah.
They did it twice on the tour of 2004.
There you go. Well, I think that's the whole thing, is having that belief within internally, and we can see the way that, you know, India in their innings, 349 this stage. You know, it obviously can be done, but the way that India have actually constructed their innings, I thought Rohit Sharma, the way he batted was beautiful, but the patience that's required. Australian batsmen are going to take that into their second innings.
Todd Murphy continues into Akshar Patel, who defends.
Because I think
to mid-on.
As I said, sorry, because it's about finding a way to win the game. It's not sort of, you know, as I said, start of day 3, and I think that belief about finding a way to win here, you know, being inspired by Todd Murphy, keeping them in the match.
Akshar again just pushing back down the pitch, showing a lot of respect to the young man, or India.
And he had a good point too, Nikesh, that there are no demons in this pitch. All the talk before the test about it's going to turn square and all that, we haven't seen that. I think the Australians will feel comfortable.
This one is slightly more floaty, but again defended into the offside for no run. It was Bharat's picture, wasn't it? Which kicked things off, unintentionally, of course. Just, you know, he was the only one here at the time, you see. He was the only one who saw that sort of weird shape on the pitch, but it's played absolutely fine. It's been perfect.
Oh, that's a good one.
This is again played into the offside by Akshar for no run. I mean, there's rough patches. It's a typical Indian pitch, isn't it? You've been on 3 tours here. This is a typical Indian pitch.
Yeah, it doesn't have the bounce and the carry, or certainly, but it's good, nice, hard, solid surface.
This is floated up outside the off-stump, edged, and was that edged into the ground? Akshar Patel is standing his ground. Nitin Menon is not interested. Finger hasn't gone up. The Aussies are confident. Alex Carey just thought it was regulation. Just take the catch, run off towards point to celebrate. And as Pat Cummins just gone upstairs, 1 second left on the DRS timer, and I think he's gone upstairs, has he? Or was he too late? I think Nitin Menon has gone upstairs. He's signalled. And we're going to take a look at this. So original decision not out. And this would be a big wicket in this situation for Australia. Akshar Patel, the set man, unbeaten on 62. And it could be another wicket, yet another wicket.
On the review.
For Todd Murphy, on the review. Here we go, let's have a look. So it's floated outside the off stump, tempted to play the drive. It looks as though it's turned out of the rough there. Akshar, let's have a big swipe at that. It's close to the edge. I don't think, looking at that there was any edge involved. Let's have another look, and the ultra edge agrees. There was actually a bit of bat as the ball passed the edge of the bat. The underneath, the under part of the bat, the toe end, just scraping along the surface, and that's probably the noise that was heard by Alex Carey. So Nitin Menon with another good decision there.
It was a great decision. Still have to confirm it, but yeah, there was that sound, wasn't it? Came through clearly, and whether it was the bat on the ground straight around or whether it was just a little edge on the way through. And even then, Alex Carey didn't look super sure, but was still hanging around with the third umpire, using all the technology we can to get the right decision.
Absolutely right. Nitin Menon is on the screen now and confirms his not-out decision, much to the delight of the thousands of Indian supporters in the ground here today. And Todd Murphy will try once more. 8 for 349 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard still. India. Shami 14, Akshay Patel 62, the lead 172. And Murphy will continue once more. Final ball of this over is fired in, and Akshay just defends back down the pitch. India 8 for 349.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. To open the bowling on your career, talk with MEGT. Their one-on-one jobs and skills coaching, resumes and job interview tips make you a very employable all-rounder. Call 13MEGT or visit megt.com.au.
Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund, and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
Welcome back to Nagpur as India march on, and Nathan Lyon looks set to continue. 1 for 112. 43 overs he's bowled in this innings. It's been a long old slog. Just the 2 wickets for Australia to get now, but this partnership building as well. 21 runs between Shami and Akshay Patel. Shami is back trying to cut this one, misses it completely. We've seen a couple of nice shots from Shami, but he was dropped as well by Scott Boland at long on. One of a number of drop chances for Australia in this innings.
Yeah, crucial really, some of the earlier ones, but made them pay.
This one slightly shorter, and it's a straightish pull down the ground towards Boland there at long on. Single to Shami. 350 up for India. 8 for 350.
And we're just finding just another partnership, aren't we? Just taking just that little bit further. Yesterday when they lost their 7th wicket, I think it was 240. Australia would have thought, yeah, well, we're a chance here. But then that 88-run partnership with Jadeja and Aksar, it's kind of almost like taking it that further away from the Australians.
Line in once more, and this is work just wide of mid-on. Another single taken by Akshay Patel. We're into the 14th over of this session. Just the 30 runs. But 30 crucial runs as far as India are concerned when they're looking to build that lead, and 30 runs Australia could have done well without. They could have done with cleaning up the Indian tail this morning after getting that initial breakthrough. It hasn't kind of worked out that way. Shami has played pretty sensibly for somebody of Shami's mindset. He's not the most eloquent thinker out there of the game.
It doesn't matter how they
being
come.
Quite polite there, no, but no, but he's playing sensibly, which is what the situation requires on this pitch. Lyon into him once more, and this is another straight back defensive shot.
Yeah, as Casper mentions, India have been 168 for 5 and 240 for 7 in this innings. 350 for 8 now. 351 for 8.
So they've had their opportunities. Lyon into Shami again, who finds a single just backward of square on the leg side, flicking it around the corner. 8 for 352 now.
So in the mind of the Australian players, obviously, and with the coach and staff line, at those moments in time, you think, yeah, well, it's okay, we're still in this, but that's where I keep using the word believe. Even though now there's a 175-run lead, 350 on the board is a total that Australia's going to need to get, and believe they can get that total in the second innings.
Lyon into Akshay this time, and it's a pretty good turning delivery there to finish off the over. Just kept out and knocked back to him by Akshay Patel. So end of another over, and I think that is going to be drinks. Yes, it is. So at drinks, 1 hour gone here on day 3. India 8 for 352.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise, while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Optus Business Mobile Plus is fit for businesses of all shapes and sizes. Get all the mobiles, SIMs and data you need, and none you don't. Search Optus Business Mobile Plus today, call or visit us in store. Great business starts with yes.
Australia's most popular hose reel is now at Bunnings. The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend. The Holman retractable hose reel, Australia's most popular retractable hose reel. Available at Bunnings.
Optus Business Mobile Plus is fit for businesses of all shapes and sizes. Get all the mobiles, SIMs and data you need, and none you don't. Search Optus Business Mobile Plus today, call or visit us in store. Great business starts with yes.
Jadeja, 70. Murphy, two balls in! Straight on with the arm. He's been threatening to do that. As if it were foretold, Jadeja leaves the wrong one. And Murphy gets a sixth. That is absolute top-class bowling. Set him up perfectly.
Lion to Shami again, and this was always going to come. He hits this one down the ground towards long on, who puts it down. It was in the air for such a long time, and Scott Boland steadied himself. He was in the shade, so there wasn't the sun directly coming towards his eyes, and he's just put one down.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. And for Henley Homes, buy a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, Henley.com.au on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard at the end of 1 hour on this third day. India have made their way to 8 for 352. A partnership, a nagging one of 24 is building between Akshar Patel, who's on 63, and Mohammad Shami, 16. You heard there before the drop catch, which went for 6. What could have been for Australia after Todd Murphy picked up Jadeja early with, as we said on the call there, a brilliant piece of bowling. The setup was exquisite to Jadeja across a couple of overs. Adam Collins picking up the call with you at the southern end of the ground. We move back to the press box. Operation Ravi Shastri continues. Ravi, g'day.
Good day, Adam. Good day, Peter.
Peter Lawler's here as well from the Oz. And
is it a good day, Ravi Shastri? Oh, it's a good day for India. Well, it's consistent, isn't it?
Yeah. Gee, I tell you what, Aussies like to have some excuses about about the ills that befall them, you know, pitches or whatever. But they've only got themselves to blame on this one, haven't they? That's a good pitch, and they've played some pretty bad cricket.
And what surprised me, even during this innings, they've allowed the game to drift, which is very unlike Australia. You know, you would have plans in place. There's hardly any short stuff. You know, the short ball hasn't been used as it should be. In India, at times, you got to change tactics. You got to try something different. You got to try and, you know, get through a period of 3 or 4 overs, try something different, try the short stuff, bowl from around the wicket. We see someone like a Ben Stokes who does that quite often as captain and even before as a bowler for England. And it worked in these conditions. You know, you change the angle, you just break the rhythm, you break the flow, slow the game down. You know, things of that sort we've not seen from Australia yesterday or even today.
I think one of the reasons for that, Ravi, is that every time they have tried something, India have pounced on them. If they have bowled short, they've gone for runs.
Second hour starts here. Murphy bowling to Shami, pushing into the onside. Nice ball, says Alex Carey behind the stumps.
So every time they've gone a bit funky or they've tried this or that, the Indian batsmen have had the skill to say, no, you don't. No, you don't. Back in your box, fellas.
Yeah, but needed a consistent plan to do it for 3-4 overs.
Murphy to the crease again, bowls to Shami, goes back and forces off the back foot again to mid-wicket, no run.
For example, now with Shami in straight away, I would see Pat Cummins. The way I'm thinking is he broke his hand in Australia. Last time Shami was out there. So just put Cummins into the attack. He might do something against Murphy.
Murphy to Shami, who swings hard out towards long on. Won't quite get there on the full. Bounces just before the man running in off the rope. in the opposite corner to where we're now commentating. David Warner out there wearing the baggy green on top of the white brimmed hat. They get a single, 8 for 3, 353, which makes the lead 176. Shami up to 17. Back to Akshar Patel. So, yeah, they had that little window yesterday and today where at the start of a session, early wickets, well, first ball after lunch, first over after tea, and within 15 minutes this morning. And on all three occasions, they've not been able to capitalise on that inroad. Murphy bowls across the line. It was going to be from Akshar Patel. In the end, it sneaks past the man at short third and runs away for 4. That was Matthew Renshaw, put in a diving attempt. We'll watch that back on replay momentarily. Just obscured where we are in our commentary position with a poorly placed pillar. But believe me when I say it went for 4. It's 8 for 357.
Yeah, pickish outside edge. He was looking to go a lot squarer. It went a lot finer and into the fence. So the luck still with India at the moment. And I think, just get the feeling Akshar Patel might just want to up the ante now.
Now boundaries for Blunston. Rotaflex by Blunston. Murphy round the wicket. Akshar Patel goes back to cut. Does it well. Placing it to deep point for another single. He's up to 68. Yes. 8 for 358.
Sorry. And Murphy's up to 6 for 99. Right to keep that under 3 figures, but it's not going to happen, is it?
I think he's still on for 8 though, Pete. That's the other part of this.
Yeah. I hope that happens. Had a great chat with his dad, Jamie, last night. What his lovely family. Good family.
So Murphy to finish his over. Shami's forward defending, bouncing in front of short leg. So the strike goes back to Akshar Patel. 8 for 358 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. Akshar 68 and Shami's on 17.
Introducing the all-new Lexus RX, the luxury SUV that defies convention. With a rebelliously designed spindle body, it mirrors nothing else. A driver-focused cabin and intuitive interface ensures it feels like nothing else. While with scintillating driving dynamics, it moves like nothing else. Arriving soon, be no one else in the all-new Lexus RX. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Contact Lexus of Brighton for details.
LMCT 9897.
Partnership of 30, lead of 181. So it's getting away from Australia again. When they took the 8th wicket, it felt like they were a chance. Shami, known for swinging the bat. Siraj, not known for much with the bat. They could have kept them to a lead of 155, 160, but now it's trending towards 200, which feels a bridge too far. Our first session is brought to you by MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au.
Worried about some of the scars that India is inflicting. We're only halfway through this game, but some of the Australians...
Line over the wicket, new over to Akshar, down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it into the gloves of Carey.
Won't be very happy with their performances all around, will they? I mean, David Warner has made 1 run in the first innings, is under a little bit of pressure. Usman Khawaja, well, he's made a lot of runs, obviously, but he's yet to get going in India. Nathan Lyon hasn't really found anything much, has he? Scott Boland's dropped that catch on the fence. Steve Smith's dropped 2 catches. It's been a poor start for Australia. They really need to lift.
Lyons bowling with a slip and a short leg over the wicket to Akshar, who's forward defending just beyond the short leg. Handscomb sticking out a left hand but can't drag it in. 8 for 359. But Akshar 69.
Just look at the positives that can come out. A lot of talk before the start of the test match. Too many left-handers. Patches being made outside the off stump. Highest partnership in the game, 2 left-handers.
Yeah.
So left proving it's right. So that's the positive that 2 left-handed openers from Australia should take when they go out there. Peter?
Come boys. Yeah, that's when the game really started to drift, wasn't it? The left-handers, when, of course, all the build-up to the test match was what would happen to Australia's left-handers, and the side of the pitch that was left bare, but that feels a million years ago now, as it often could be in India. I remember at Ranchi in 17, we rocked up there 2 days before the test, and the Australian players were said to Pete and me, they were like, what is going on here? Looks like a mud heap. This is going to be over in 2 days. Well, in the end, 5-day draw ensued. Line over the wicket to Shani, goes back and carves. Out through cover, times it well, off the stumps, towards the rope it goes. Another boundary for India. There for Blunston, Rotaflex by Blunston. Shani into the 20s, he's 21, 8 for for 363. This is really becoming a problematic partnership for Australia now when it advances to 35.
Yes, he is no mug with the bat. And how good was the footwork there? Forward, then rocking back against the spin and hitting it through the vacant cover area. Cummins has to come into the attack, surely. Or Scott Boland.
Lions conceded 120 runs now. He's in his 45th over. Bowls here. Shami out of the block hole, driving out towards deep point where there is a sweeper position. He's 22, 8 for 363.
Not slogging, are they? They're good cricket shots. It's good cricket.
Yep. Because they know there's so much time left in this test match. So the message from the dressing room would have been, don't throw it away. Yeah. Just get what you can. Australia are on the defensive. There are defensive fields out there. Pick those 1s and 2s. Hit the occasional boundary. Keep the heat on.
So line is bowled unchanged this morning. Cummins bowled just 1 over before bringing Murphy on at the northern end. Line wider of the crease, bowls to Harsha around the wicket into the gloves of Carey. Line started really well when bowling to Jadeja, and Harsha beating the edge of the bat a couple of times, a few times, and getting quite a lot of spin, slowing his pace down, but they've just got on top of him in the last half an hour.
And what you got to see is today he's turned it a lot from the straight.
Which is exactly what Jadeja and Ashwin will do later today, of course.
Yep.
They'll be mindful of that. Line wider again. Full and pushed by Harsha. Back down the pitch to complete the 130th over. 8 for 364. A lead of 187. Harsha is 69. Mohammad Shami is 22. That's on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard.
Hello, it's Steve O'Keefe, Aussie cricketer and a fellow human who loves a good rate. As a spin bowler, it's important to keep the ball fixed on that one spot and let the spin do the rest. Well, it's the same with Lumo Energy. You can fix your rates and let Lumo do the rest.
Join the Lumo Value Plan for fixed rates until Feb 29, 2024.
Vic residential customers only. Fixed usage and supply rates with contract term ending Feb 29, 2024. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. Fact sheets available at lumoenergy.com.au/EFS.
Well bowled, Lumo Energy. Well bowled.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, henley.com.au. It looks like Murphy's going to continue, so they're backing their 2 spinners, and I suppose there's every reason to have that faith in Murphy.
Well, he's out there with both his captains. His current Test captain, Pat Cummins, and his Victorian captain, Peter Hanscom. What's that old saying? Winners have parties, losers have meetings. There's been a lot of meetings out there, the Australian team. I was saying earlier that I had a chat with the Murphy family last night in the hotel. Fascinating journey to this place.
Let's get into it. Murphy bowls here. Shami goes back and pushes to short leg. No run. Pete, continue.
Because Dad Jamie, of course, played cricket in St Kilda, played with Shane Warne, so he knew his way around the traps. But the household up there at Echuca Mohama was essentially a suburban cricket academy. They had a backyard net, but...
Delivers here, Murphy. Shami on the front foot, pushing back to the bowler.
They built a house in the room specifically to play footy and cricket with a concrete floor.
Wow.
And he said the kids could smash windows. We didn't care. We just wanted them to have some fun.
Oh, wow.
His brother Joel, older brother Joel, was a very, very talented cricketer and made his little brother earn it. And Joel could have gone on but didn't really have that drive so much, didn't really want to go to the city and pursue his cricket as much as the little brother was determined and was, as we know, was a batsman who bowled a bit. And Dad thought, you know, he'll be sort of like a Sean Graff. He'll bat at 7, bowl a bit of medium paces, and he'll be a captain, he said, which is interesting.
Murphy to Shami to the crease and bowls, and Shami drives expansively and nails it through cover all the way for 6. That is quite a shot. Our boundaries for Blunston, rotoflex by Blunston. Shami clearing the ropes for a second time. He's enjoying this. He's 28, 8 for 370, and it's really getting away from Australia now. The lead's 193.
And this is against the spin. This is as good a shot as we've seen in this entire game. That's a glorious shot.
This is party time for India. They're turning the screws. They know how to do it in home conditions, that's for sure. Murphy to Shami across the line, out towards deep mid-wicket, and it goes all the way as well. Back-to-back 6s for Mohammad Shami. Another Blunston boundary, rotoflex by Blunston. 8 for 376. Against the spin, with the spin, Ravi. It doesn't matter for Shami. Moves up to 34.
Yeah, and that's a costly miss now from Scott Boland. Really, he's making Australia pay for it. This is frustrating when you have a tail-ender coming and smacking it on a difficult pitch. And he's taking the spinners on. One against the spin, and like you mentioned, one with the spin. And clearing the fence quite easily.
I was keen to talk about Todd Murphy, but Mohamed Shami is going to deny us, I think, a bit here, Pete, because he's clouding him all around the stadium.
Well, this is what Jamie used to do to Todd in the backyard.
I want to learn more about this room, by the way. The lead's 199 suddenly. This concrete room for the kids sounds brilliant. I should do it for my own kids. Round the wicket, change of angle. Shami goes back towards short leg on the bounce. Peter Hanscom collects it. Feels like that nature-nurture thing, doesn't it? Where, and also the younger brother theory about how many men go on to play Test cricket who have an older brother. Kind of what you were discussing there.
Yeah. I was the oldest in my family.
So was I. Murphy bowls. Shami 34. Swings again. An edge over the top of the slips. Who was trying to hoik it to mid-wicket again. They'll get 2 for their trouble. The lead will swell beyond 200. 201 to be precise. 8 for 378. At the end of Murphy's expensive over. A couple of sixes coming in at Shami up to 36. Our coverage is for Henley Homes, henley.com.au.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies. With a wide range to choose from and available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. Visit k-rain.com.au.
Want endless savings on fishing gear? Check out Anaconda's endless summer sale with 30% off Sedona XT Spin combos by Shimano. Plus all fishing shirts by Daiwa, Penn, Berkeley and Abu Garcia only $49.99. Play more and pay less. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
The lead's 201. The partnership, an even 50 from 76 balls. Just when India wanted to punch the Australian bruise, they were able to do so, Ravi Shastri.
Yes, and I think I'm surprised with Australia's tactics. Really surprised. You know, moment Shami came in, he's batted that long. I'm surprised a fast bowler hasn't come in from one end.
It has been plan A or plan A, hasn't it, Pete?
Yeah.
And they don't have a third spinner, and they don't have that. Let's call Travis Head the third option. You know, I know he hasn't been known as an out-and-out, but he has taken a lot of important wickets for Australia in recent times.
And if Pat Cummins can't get to that place himself, there's a lot of experienced players out there who should be telling them, suggesting that tactic. It's what Australia would do at home or in England or in South Africa. You bring the quicks on for the tail and you blast them out.
Absolutely.
Perhaps it's India. They just want to turn everything on its head. And as we've seen here, maybe you shouldn't turn everything on its head.
A lot of overs into the legs of line as well. This will be his 46th first innings of the series. Just a slip catching field spread for Harsha. He gets forward and pushes down the pitch. No run.
I've got to say that treatment that
Come on, lads. Come on, guys.
Murphy was given in the last over by Shami, I was kind of expecting him to get that early. I thought the Indian batsman would go after the young Australian spinner the moment they saw him try and eat him and put him off his line, but it's taken a bit longer.
Line, familiar approach. Bowls here. Harsha forward defending out to Silly Point where Peter Hanscom is. Yeah, that's right. It's taken them a while to land the blow on Murphy. He bowls so well, but the psychological effect that'll have perhaps, Ravi, as we get into the series.
In the case of Shami, he's taken his time. He has nothing to lose, so he can take his chances. Different for a top order batsman.
Harsha on 69, his high score in Test cricket comfortably. Forward again, pushing into the onside, into the 70s for the first time in Tests. 8 for 379. He could be eyeing off a ton here. Why wouldn't he?
This is where I think India, will be a hard team to beat here. With three all-rounders, all three specialist spinners, all three who can win you a match. I mean, we're talking of Jadeja, Ashwin in the second innings. Don't forget Akshar Patel, who's batting out here. If he gets, into a groove, he can take 5 or 6 very quickly, as England found out last summer.
You say India are hard to beat in India. That's the India that's lost one Test match in the last decade.
And especially with this side now, where they bat till 10.
Yeah.
All these three spinners can bat.
Good point. Yeah.
They've won their last 15 series at home and across the last decade. They've won 42 and lost 2. A few draws in there, of course, but gives a sense of just how dominant they've been. And when opposition sides come to town.
And we all know about the depth of Australian cricket, Indian cricket, don't we? After that last tour of Australia, your bench strength was extraordinary.
Slipping a short leg, bowls to Shami. Lines taken down towards long on for a single. 37, 8 for 380 to score the lead up to 203. Yeah, the turnover as well, Ravi. I mean, they've used 21 players in the last 12 months before this match, so 2 debutants here. 23 players in 9 tests. That, as Pete says, that is remarkable depth.
And there are 7 or 8 waiting.
Yeah, I'm sure. Line round the wicket. Bowls to Akshar on 70. He'll stay there with a push out to cover. Hanscom gets another touch in the over.
Ravi, how many players did you use in Australia in the last tour?
I think I lost count. We went there with 30 plus, and there was just 1 left to play.
It's pretty close to that, wasn't it? Yeah.
And if there was a concussion injury, he would have been there too.
The last ball of Lyons over. Back to the bowler it goes on a drive that Lyons able to cut off. So end of it. 8 for 380. Our coverage is for Henley Homes, henley.com.au. Akshar Patel is on 70, and Muhammad Shami 37.
Bendix EV hybrid brake pads are designed to meet the changing needs of EV braking systems, ensuring a low environmental impact whilst delivering low dust and quieter operation. Cleaner wheels, longer brake disc life, and Bendix green titanium stripe technology for instant friction without the need for bedding in. Ask for Bendix EV hybrid brake pads at your next service. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
SEN Test Cricket. Adam Collins, Ravi, Shastri and Pete Lalor at the southern end of the VCA ground here in Nagpur. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. You can follow all of our social media clips on SEN_cricket, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and the podcast at the end of play. The best of the day. Conversation with an Australian player down at the boundary edge as they leave the field. Can be Todd Murphy again. We've just started drifting in our conversation as the game drifts for Australia. back to the staggering summer of 2020-21. Ravi Shastri oversaw one of the great escapes in Test cricket, really. Murphy round the wicket to Shami. 3 out on the leg side boundary. He goes back and defends off his stumps to point no run, where so many players will use that final test at the Gabba, where with Natarajan, was it Navdeep Saini?
And they'd all come at as net bowlers, you know, a lot of them. Natarajan hadn't even got a pair of pads or a bat with him.
Staggering stuff. Murphy bowls going back is Shami defending.
He didn't have a bat or a pair of pads.
Washington Sundar didn't have a pair of pads. He wanted to borrow Mitchell Stark's, but then the protocol didn't allow because of COVID restrictions. So we had to send a bloke out of the Gabba into a sports shop and get left-handed pads.
Murphy bowls, Shami defends. This is Washington Sundar who made a half-century to win the game for you at the end.
Yes. Shardul Thakur, net bowler. Just come with his shoes, you know. And then by the end of it, every net bowler had to play. There was one Kuldeep Tyagi.
Murphy bowls, swinging again is Shami. Doesn't get much of it. Alex Carey running around underneath it. Todd Murphy has a 7th wicket. Shami's gone for 37. It's been a fantastic partnership. A stand of 52 coming to an end, which has taken the lead out to 203. But 9 for 380. It does still give Murphy a chance to make the innings on debut, Ravi.
Yes, he's on cue for it. Jason Kreza, but he deserves it now. You know, it was quicker through the air. Shami looking to go a little squarer. And trying that, he's got the top edge. Alex Carey making no mistake. Much needed wicket for Australia because they were getting frustrated. Shami has played a good hand here. He's taken India past 200 with the lead. And India 380 for 9.
Well, we'll concentrate on the positives, and it just gets better and better for this kid from Echuca Moama, Todd Murphy, who took up off spin a few years ago.
You know, and seeing him yesterday, Adam, I'd like to get to this. You know, when after stumps he came down for an interview, and he looked extremely poised, you know, and very composed. You know, not over the top. He had taken 5 wickets. You know, outstanding performance. But with him, it just gave you the impression that he was quietly confident of doing well, which is great from Australia's point of view.
I spoke with Stephen O'Keefe about him. Sorry, talk over the top of you, Ravi. I spoke to Stephen O'Keefe about him before I came over here, and Stephen O'Keefe said, when I talked to him, don't believe I'm talking to a 22-year-old. And I understood that when I spoke to when he came out and spoke to us last night, didn't you?
Exactly what I told him. I said, it looks as if you're 9 or 10 test matches old already.
Yeah, he's got a maturity. And his father says that about him. He's up for the fight. Even when he gets beaten, it doesn't bother him. He's always had that. He's just wanted to have a go, and he's not arrogant. And he has this nature that he's always the captain in his side, in his junior sides and his rep sides and things. He gets players around him. He's really good with his teammates, he said, and he's got a bit of mongrel too. He'll have a crack at the other side. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm making him the next Australian captain already on the strength of one inning. But hey, we got one positive. We don't have bench strength like you guys do. But back to the bench strength for a second. When you played, Ravi, was the bench strength similar? And I think the answer's no. And why has it changed?
I think the IPL, I think television,
bloody IPL,
live cricket going all over the world.
Murphy gets a look here at India's number 11. He's got 7 for. Siraj is forward defending out towards mid-wicket, no single.
Is it that the IPL has given cricket so much money and cricketers so much opportunity? The money's developed into finding cricketers, training cricketers, putting them into the academies. So you've gone out and beaten the bushes and gone into the gullies, gully cricket.
Murphy delivers. Going back is Siraj. To end Murphy's over, he'll have to wait if he's going to push for 8. 9 for 380 the score. The lead is 203. And our coverage is for Henley Holmes, henley.com.au. Akshar 70, Siraj yet to score.
Okay, so here's a copy of my quote, here's a copy of my builder's registration, here are my insurance details, and here's my Master Builders Victoria membership card.
Ah, so you're a master builder?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Give your business a boost. Whether you're a builder or contractor in the residential, commercial or civil construction sector, call Master Builders Victoria today to discuss membership. Call 9411 4555 or visit mbav.com.au. RTO 3935.
SEN Test Cricket, we've said goodbye to Ravi Shastri. We'll hear from him again in the middle session. Great to have his contributions throughout the series on SEN Test Cricket here. For tyre power, know your tyres. We've had great numbers on the app. I'm sure in no small part due to Ravi's presence on our broadcast. Download the app from the store wherever you are in the world to hear our coverage throughout the series. Line around the wicket, bowling here. Akshar Patel driving, cutting it off in his follow-through. The lead is 203.
It's funny watching Ravi Shastri, even walking through the press box, he's being stopped for selfies and trying to get back to the broadcast position.
I noticed that we were having selfies taken of us when we're commentating with him from other members of our press pack. Line delivers round the wicket. Forward is Akshar, no run. He stays on 70.
God, he was a hell of a cricketer. That innings at the SCG.
And only the
200, Shane Warne on debut.
He was the second cricketer. I mean, it's a bit of the trivia question, right? Who was the second cricketer to hit 6 sixes in an over? The first, of course, was Sobers, but the second was Ravi. Forward here, defending is Akshar, out to cover, no run.
And you know what? A cricketer like that, you'd expect them to be a little bit up themselves, wouldn't you? But geez, he's just such a great bloke.
Yeah, that's right.
He really is such a genuinely nice man. And engages with everybody.
And he can do the false bravado thing when he needs to.
Yeah, that's right.
So line bowls, Akshar wide of the crease, tries to cut, gets big on him. Cuts out the deep point where there is going to be a single to David Warner. Akshar 71, 9 for 381 to score. I remember after the Sydney win they had. Well, actually, it was a draw at Sydney in 2019, but it was enough to win them the series, confirm the winning of the series. And he came in and he gave us absolute gold in the presser. He was getting stuck into me and you and others. It was just an absolute bloodbath.
A ripper.
He was piling into us.
Tracer bullets with lead in them.
I mean, I got stuck back into him on my program. Like, go on, we'll go punch for punch, Ravi. But you know, it's all with him. It's all theatre.
It was the full Shastri, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A full Shastri.
He's there's going to be a book written about their exploits in 2020. Line bowls here. Going back is Siraj. Goes for 4. Was it pad? It wasn't. So it's 4 byes going to Carey's name. Adding to the frustration for Australia. They've had a bad morning. 9 for 385. This is really slipping away now. The most likely outcome may well be an innings defeat. Lead up to 208.
Mate, I had an Indian television crew in my marital house a couple of months ago filming the Shastri documentary.
Well, the book's been written by Bharat, hasn't it? That's going to be launched after the Delhi Test match. I don't know what it's called, but there's a book about their win in 2020-21. I think Ravi might have written the forward or something like that. Line to finish is over. That's to finish our commentary stint. Defended back down the pitch. We're going to send it back to our commentary position at the northern end of the ground with India. 9 for 385. Akshar 71. Siraj yet to score. Nikesh Rughani and Mike Kasprowicz taking up commentary.
Your prized BMW has been built on a reputation for excellence. It's that dedication to excellence over 35 years that has confirmed Charlie Battisti & Co. as an accredited BMW body shop. Our workshop is designed to BMW specifications, and our technicians are highly trained in the latest BMW repair techniques. Your ultimate driving machine is safe in our hands. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
Thank you, guys. Back with us on SEN Test Cricket live from Nagpur. Nikesh Rughani and Mike Kasprowicz as India look to build on this lead with just 1 wicket remaining now. Akshar Patel unbeaten on 71. India's lead 208 and 9 for 385. And Todd Murphy with a chance to get an 8 for. And he comes, floats one up outside. The off start. This is in the air from Akshar Patel, but isn't going to carry to any fielder. Usman Khwaja fields it after a couple of bounces out there on the cover boundary. Casper, we were just talking about best figures on debut with Phil as well earlier. I mean, it couldn't have gone any better, but there's obviously a little bit of luck about any wickets that anyone takes, but there's been a lot of high skill out there from Todd Murphy.
It sure has. It's been great to watch him. It's been a little bit hard, the rest of it, though.
This one fired in a bit to Akshar, who, in fact, refused the single off that previous delivery.
When I say hard, of course, from an Australian fan's point of view, yeah, it's been hard work. We've seen Australia be on top, but India come back every time.
Murphy into Patel again, who cuts away this time out towards Khwaja. Will take the single this time into deep cover.
It's going to point out that it's been hard for the Australian team because they had India 5 for 168. 5 for 168. So right now, that was a long time ago. 385 the total. It sort of they would have felt like they really had them there on the toast, and like I said earlier, it's about finding a way for Australia to keep winning here. Keep believing we can do it. It's going to take a great innings when they finally get this last wicket. That batting effort in the second innings, history would say that's going to be pretty hard.
Indeed, that sort of being 5 down quite early on and then that rescue job, it reminds me of that 2001 series, first test in Mumbai. India had Australia 98 for 5 in that first innings, but then centuries from Gilchrist and Hayden took the game away from them. This one floated up to Siraj, who digs this one out, defends.
Yeah, well, Australia's got the players. They actually have the experience there, but also the players that can do that. We've seen them come back. Obviously, Steve Smith stands out from the crowd, but then you've got a Manas Labuschagne, #1 Test-ranked batsman in the world.
Murphy floats one up to Siraj, who's tempted, gets an inside edge, and this is racing away down towards fine leg. Will be cut off by the man running around, Boland, from deep backwards square. Just the single.
And then you've got, of course, David Warner with his 200. Obviously, it was different conditions, SCG. But Usman Khwaja, the way he played in Pakistan and dominated as well. Nearly 500 runs in the Test series last year. A little bit more turn here, but similar in many ways.
Final ball of this Murphy over coming up, and they're just looking at ways to try and keep Akshar down that end and have a go at Siraj. In comes Murphy, and Akshar drives powerfully through the covers, and that's going to be 4 as well. So he won't mind that. He'll say, if you want to keep me on strike, bring everyone up, I'll just smash another boundary and increase India's lead. India now 9 for 391.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State. So whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find all the latest news, including horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
With us on SEN Test Cricket here live from Nagpur, and Nikesh, Rughani, Mike Kasprowicz and Phil Long, our stats man, who's got something for us.
Well, we've mentioned Ravi Ashwin with the bat, and we've mentioned Jadeja with the bat and the spinners and what they add to the Indian batting lineup. Akshay Patel's batting average now 29.55 in his 9 tests. Another string to that the bow of that Indian tail.
Yep, second half century for him in his short career so far. But it's going to be Mohammad Siraj on strike here. The line just bringing that man off the backward point boundary and to try and save a single, and look to keep Siraj on strike and try and get the wicket from this end. Lyon into him, and Siraj defends. No problem there. 391 India making in this first innings so far. And, as you say, they were 5 down. And at that point, they would have had a sniff. Australia, they would have felt they had a sniff as Siraj defends another one. To the likes of Rohit Sharma, Ravindra Jadeja, Akshay Patel, all showing that if you get stuck in, you can score runs on this pitch.
Yeah, and it was the way that they scored. I think not coming out trying to blaze their way through it, but being patient. Certainly worked for India.
And flights one up. Siraj not interested in having a drive, just defends that one out.
Because the wicket hasn't played up at all. We're seeing a few spin a little bit more now, but it's certainly not endangering the batsman. Hasn't played too many tricks.
Lyon has another go, and this is quite close to the front pad, but a bit of bat involved as well as Siraj is forward defending. There's not a lot of chat there. He's number 11. They want him to have a go. They want him to attack and get himself out. There's not a lot of chat there between say the wicket keeper, the slip, the 2 short fielders on the leg side, and the batter. Lets one go this time down the leg side, and Akshay Patel saying no, doesn't want to take the single there. Just one delivery now remaining in this over. It's very friendly between India and Australia, isn't it? There are a lot of similarities between India and Australia as well, and more as the years have gone on. They obviously know each other, the players, but we were discussing this earlier, weren't we?
I think, yeah, I'll share it after, or next over. I've got something to share with you.
Lyon round the wicket now to Siraj, who again just defends. So Akshay Patel will have the strike at the start of the next over, with India still 9 for 391.
Wake up to sleep at 40 Winks. Our exclusive bed match system takes the confusion out of buying a bed. And right now, you can get any size mattress for the price of a single. That's a queen, king, or even a super king mattress for the price of a single. Plus, earn double Qantas points on your purchase. But be quick, the any size plus double Qantas points offer ends this Sunday. Exclusions and T's and C's apply. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket live in Nagpur. Nikesh, Rughani, Mike Kasprowicz taking you through the next 20 minutes or so. This first session, Todd Murphy still on for this 8-fer. We'll continue here as Akshay Patel takes strike, and Kasper, we were talking about the similarities, weren't we, between
similarities,
the two
of course. Look, traditionally there was always, people spoke about the 3 C's. Cricket, Commonwealth and Curry was sort of, that's the reason why we're pretty close, but there's much more to it, of course. Australia Day, 26th of January.
India's Republic Day on the same day as well.
Same day over here. Westminster legal system as well.
Yeah.
Variations of it, perhaps.
Murphy into Akshay, who just defends into the offside for no run. And actually, yeah, Republic Day is all about when India's constitution was written, which was a few years after independence, and Dr. Ambedkar, who wrote the constitution, the airport in Nagpur is named after him. So Lots of connections there as well. Another one full to Aksha, misses it. As a go at defending outside the off stump. Shout for a caught behind.
Real quickly, I did IPL a couple of years ago, about 10 years ago, and with Harsha Bhogle, and I said, Harsh, can you give me a translation for no worries? What's the most accurate word, no worries, in Hindi?
Murphy into Aksha again, this time flicked around the corner, but there is a fielder there at short fine, no run.
Horjega. Yeah, it will be done.
It will be done.
Yes,
it will
correct.
happen.
So anyway, I've been telling the story there, and you know how similar it is like that, and came across a guy who he said, I've got a Dutch business partner who hates dealing with Australians. He's very structured, of course. I said, why is that? He said, Australians say no worries. What does that mean?
Murphy in, and Aksha's down the track and hammers this over long on, all the way into the crowd for 6. I suppose if you're Aksha Patel, you're thinking you've got a chance here, just an outside sniff of a first Test century. He moves into the 80s, on to 82. Our boundary is brought to you by Blunston. Rotoflex by Blunston.
I'll tell you what that means. Coming down the wicket, use of feet. Thrown up a little bit more there from Murphy, but Aksha, what a great shot. And you're right, I think this right now, 3 figures, just in the back of the head.
Murphy into Patel again, this time driven straight back to the bowler in his follow-through. Phil Long.
Kasper mentioned earlier how patient Aksha Patel had batted. Yeah, that's only his 3rd boundary of the morning.
There you go, 165 deliveries he's been out there for in total.
He struck that so well too. That was his best boundary out of the 3. But just then, so he's looking comfortable. And once again, I'm sure the Australian batsmen will be watching close.
Murphy into him this time, and it's cut away, can't get it past backward point, so it is going to be Siraj on strike for the start of the next over, with India closing in on that 400. They are 9 for 397.
The Honda CR-V is now in stock with a special offer of extended 7-year warranty on non-commercial use vehicles, 7-year premium roadside assist, and 5 low-price services on new CR-Vs delivered before March 31st, 2023, unless extended. All to give you that extra peace of mind whenever you hit the road. Visit honda.com.au or your local Honda centre to find out more. T's and C's apply. Honda Australia Pty Ltd, LMCT 4136.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, henley.com.au, and Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Change in bowling here. It's Pat Cummins will replace Nathan Lyon at the far end. Phil.
So Pat Cummins coming on the end of the spin twins as we've seen them all morning. Spin twins in more than one way. They've both conceded. This is Nathan Lyon and Todd Murphy. They've both conceded 124 runs. They've both conceded 13 fours, but Todd Murphy now conceded 4 sixes to Nathan Lyon's 2.
Murphy bowling 47 overs, Lyon 48. Murphy may well catch him up if he continues from this near end where we are, the north stand of this ground where our commentary box is situated. Cummins 1 for 77 so far. It's going to be Siraj on strike. Couple of slips in place for the Australian captain. And Aksha Patel be desperate to get down the other end. He's a fine batter, is Aksha Patel, as a sort of middle order player. He can certainly give you some runs. He's got a first-class average in the mid-20s only as Cummins is in, and Siraj works us off his hip, can't get it past the infield, and there is no run. In fact, his first-class batting average into the 30s, 32.44. Just the one first-class 100 tends to bat down the order, but has been used quite a bit at the top of the order in the IPL. Sometimes comes in at number 3, number 4 is maybe a pinch hitter, but also just a guy who could play a bit more freely, not necessarily a big 6 hitter or anything like that, but just somebody who can play a bit freely. And certainly in the power play, if you lose an early wicket, he can play proper shots and find the gaps in that infield.
So you're saying that the Indian lower order has more bats?
Basically.
Yeah.
Well, somebody like Aksha Patel's coming in at number 9, you know you're pretty strong.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We've shown that, hasn't he? He's batted so well here. But I like this, Pat Cummins as captain, getting the ball in his hand. Coming back to what I was saying before, generally with his skills, the way he does, he comes and he does it all the time. Cleaning up the tail, no worries, or even Hojega.
There you go.
It will be done.
Probably will be at some stage soon if he gets one right here to Siraj. This one is full and Siraj just defends fairly comfortably actually in the end. With a confident glove up to say I'm okay, or no run to his partner down the other end. Harsha comes and has a chat to him, maybe just discussing where there is a potential single on offer. Sometimes these tail enders, these number 11s, are quite happy just to block out, but if they just use a bit of wrist work or something, just guide the ball into a gap slightly away from a fielder, they can just get the single.
Yeah, rotate the strike.
Cummins into him again, and this time it's a play and a miss straight through to Carey. Just the one slip in now. Steve Smith in that position.
I just wonder if Harsha's come down and said, mate, help me out here, I only got 18 runs to go.
I know I would be. 82 from 166. Siraj yet to get off the mark. That won't matter. Just needs to hang around with his partner there. He's playing some shots now. Shot of Josh Hazlewood on the Australia bench there. We saw Cameron Green having a bowl earlier on as well before play started. Another one dug out by Siraj into the offside. So 4 balls safely negotiated here by Siraj against Pat Cummins.
You mentioned Josh Hazlewood on the sideline. Of course, he took a 5 in his test debut also. But one of the things, even watching him this morning, he was having a bit of a role as well. So I think you take heart from the Australian point of view. As he's mentioned, Cameron Green was bowling. Josh Hazlewood was bowling as well. Just keeping those options, because before they came here, the Australian bowling lineup looked really settled. Obviously, those couple of little injuries just changed I feel like the makeup of the Australian side, and perhaps the makeup of the way that they were going to attack India.
Cummins into Siraj once more. This is a genuine edge, flies down towards third man. And no point in taking a single there with just 1 ball to go in the over, so they decide against it. And Siraj has got one job here and one job only, just don't get out.
Simplify it, you reckon?
Yeah, you must have been in that position before, where you're playing with a top order player who's on for something and they need that lower order just to hang around with them for a little bit.
They do have 397 runs on the board, so just give us one, eh?
Cummins in again, and Siraj negotiates the final ball of the over, defended into the leg side. India still 9 for 397.
For our great game, Aussie Rules, since 1912, the AFL Record has been its most iconic publication. The cries of "Record, get your record!" are etched into our game day ritual. We buy one on the way into the match, mark down the goal kickers, then some of us tuck it away as a keepsake. You can be part of this AFL match day experience. Job opportunities are available as an AFL Record seller as well as sales supervisors. Go to aflrecord.com.au and click on careers to express your interest right now.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, henley.com.au. In association with Tyre Power, Know Your Tyres, and K-Rain Irrigation, who bring you the scorecard, which shows India 397 runs strong, 1 wicket remaining in this second innings. Nathan Lyon has had a change of ends, so a bit of a blow for Todd Murphy, who may not get a chance for that 8-fer. Australia have got bigger things to worry about than that. They need to wrap up this innings and try and whittle down their first innings deficit, which now stands currently at 220 runs. Could be a few more with Akshar Patel on 82, and we think all the signs of him looking to bring up 100. The field is spread, long on going back, and then on the rope on the offside, the leg side, deep fine leg as well. This one is defended, first up by Akshar.
We've got lunch in 10 minutes, and there's no chance there's a declaration either. You just wonder, obviously, with the field right back, whether he's going to take it on, get that 100 before lunch.
Lyon into him again, and this is flicked away, wide of long on. Are they going to get back through for two? Siraj scampering at the non-strikers and puts in the dive and gets home safely in the end. Standing ovation from the crowd for that too. Great scenes.
Yeah, great scenes there. Good running then. Straight off the bat, they knew it was two. It was a matter of Siraj being the non-striker, getting in and out of the crease. The slide also he took to get in.
Direct hit would have been interesting there.
Oh, it could have been. So it's also interesting here, the slide down on the rough surface, the belly slide. That can't have been too comfortable.
Boxer shorts on display, one of those.
To rearrange some furniture downstairs.
He's back up on his feet as Lyon floats one up to Harsha. He drives down towards Pat Cummins at long on, refuses the single. He's on 84. India 9 for 399.
He's got the short sleeve shirt too, so I just wonder if he's lost a bit of bark off the arms in that slide, because it doesn't look like a lot of grass in the area that he just went across the dirt.
Lyon again full, but Harsha forward on one knee defending that one. You can understand why modern players wear those sort of tube grips across their arms with the short sleeves.
A lot of the fielders do, don't they, when they're fielding that on the square around there, the infield, when you're diving around with a rough surface. I remember as a kid, Mercurochrome. Can you still get that? I think. Sure. That always seemed to fix it.
Lyon in again, and Harsha finds the gap, does he? No. Two men in the covers there, one at short extra cover, one just a little bit squarer. Can't quite find the gap between the two, so final ball of the over coming up. And the field is now in. Perhaps an option at long off if you can get it towards there. No, drives into that cover region once more, so he'll be stuck at the non-strikers end once more with India 9 for 399.
It's that time of year again, the Super Bowl. And the Sporting Globe Bar and Grill is the place to watch it. Make a day of it Monday, February 13 from 8 a.m. at your local Sporting Globe. Enjoy brekkie burgers, signature wings, ribs, Super Bowl nachos and ice-cold Coors. It's the ultimate football feed. Get ready, because it's going to be huge. The Super Bowl at the Sporting Globe. Check sportingglobe.com.au for more.
Back with us for this first session here in Nagpur, day 3 of this first test between India and Australia. If you are just joining us, this is Nikesh Rughani alongside Mike Kasprowicz and Phil Long. India 9 for 399, a lead of 222 runs. This first session for MEGT. MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Kasper, Harsha Patel, 84 not out, stranded at the non-strikers end, and as you say, a declaration isn't going to happen. So he just, I suppose, maybe doesn't want to go for it before lunch. Even if he does get some strike now, just make sure you get there if you can, right?
Yeah. I think the declaration is more chance than rain is the other thing here at the moment. So for the Australians, eyeing off a pretty solid run chase here. But I think just watching them too, they're pretty relaxed characters and experienced. Whilst the total might bother them, the task won't. I think you'll find that they'll be quite comfortable and they'll try and find a way.
Cummins continues here into Siraj, who edges down towards deep third, and it will be a single. So Harsha Patel on strike. The crowd roars once again.
Siraj getting
400 up as well.
He's off the mark and 400 up. As you mentioned, what a moment. What a moment for this side. 5 for 168 they were, so that's what, 232 runs on from that moment. And really, at the time, it was looking, could be anyone's game. It was like, obviously, Australia were right on top there, coming back from their 177 in the first innings. But haven't we seen some wonderful batting? The tail. When I say no tail, I hate describing the tail. Obviously, it's a lower order batsman wagging.
You're so polite.
Very politically correct of you, Kasper. Bowlers around the world
representing all
loving
of us.
it.
Don't worry, guys. I got us. I got our back.
Pat Cummins then will come around the wicket here. Field being changed as Akshar Patel is on strike. 84 not out. 4 minutes until the lunch interval. Pat Cummins runs in, and the spider cam goes right across his eye line. There's been quite a few problems with that. Short delay in play earlier on, with Alex Carey pleading on the stump mic, can somebody please just move the spider cam? How difficult can it be? Put some batteries in the remote. Akshar leaning back and cutting this one away out towards deep backward point, but refuses the single once more.
Do they still drive the spider cam with a joystick? I think that's how they move it around, don't they? Like an Atari.
Must have run out of charge.
The Atari
or something.
2600.
Ah, yes.
As a kid, I'm exposed my age, of course.
So, a little bit before my time, but I do remember seeing them.
Well, Xbox, of course, and PlayStation, different controllers.
Yes,
there was like the old Atari 2600.
Yeah, the joystick,
yeah, joystick that actually was a stick. Had one red button.
Cummins in again, he's bowled him. Yes. Knocked him over, stumps are rattled. He thought it was a play and a miss, Pat Cummins. He didn't even realise that the bails lit up. And Akshar Patel's brilliant innings comes to an end. India all out for 400. But he'll go off to a standing ovation. He looks disappointed, the man from Gujarat. But he gets a pat on the head from Mohammad Siraj, shaking hands with a few of the Australian players on his way back to the pavilion as well. He'll have a job to do with the ball. And that's a clever bit of bowling from Pat Cummins, just shaving the outside of that off stump. We've seen those before where the bails don't come off. This time Cummins gets his man.
Well, that was well bowled there. The slower ball rolled his fingers down the outside of Pat Cummins, and even when he beat the bat, it sort of surprised him. His hands went up in frustration. Oh, he's only just missed it. But I think it could have been the MasterCard sticker on the stumps as sponsor. Just enough width there for the ball to collect it and just stop the bail off. But wonderful performance there. You mentioned Akshar 84, and just the lower order performance here has really put them in such a great position, India. But how about Todd Murphy? What a debut for him. Outstanding work. We talk about Nagpur, of course, being the geographical centre of India. Well, I think for Todd Murphy and his family, this is the geographical centre of his world right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Brilliant performance from Todd Murphy. Almost a lone figure at times out there. 47 overs, 12 maidens, 7 for 124 on debut. The other 3 wickets being taken by Nathan Lyon, who took 1 for 126 from his 49. Then Pat Cummins cleaning things up there, 2 for 78. 20.3 overs. Scott Boland, it has to be said, bowled particularly well yesterday when those wickets were being taken. India slumped to 168 for 5. He was really applying pressure from one end, not allowing the batters to score, allowing the likes of Todd Murphy and Nathan Lyon to bowl in tandem from the other end, and that created that extra bit of pressure, and that's the reason why those wickets fell in a clump before India had that partnership between Jadeja and Akshar Patel overnight. They carried on this morning. Jadeja eventually out for 70. Akshar finishing on 84. And what a little cameo by Mohammad Shami as well. 37 from 47. 2 4s and 3 6s. And, of course, top scorer Rohit Sharma yesterday with that brilliant 120. India 400 all out. Phil?
2 quick snippets from that morning session. Yeah, Todd Murphy, 7 for 124. Becomes the first Australian to take exactly 7 wickets in his first bowl in Test cricket. And Akshar Patel, 84. His previous Test best before today was 52.
There you go. So stats being broken. Thank you very much, Phil. We'll hear more from you throughout the afternoon, as we will with Kasper. This is going to be lunchtime. Just that final wicket taken 2 minutes before the scheduled lunch interval. So the players will take lunch now, with India all out for 400 in reply to Australia's 177. That gives India a lead of 223 runs. That is exactly what Australia will need to make India bat again. Can they do it? We'll see after this lunch break. Do join us in around 35 minutes time.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
This week on sen.com.au, check out the podcast from...
Good to have your company on the sounding.
Don't Shoot the Messenger with Caroline Wilson and Corey Perkins.
Stuart Waitley. On the Waitley podcast today...
Yawning on the road, the only way to address fatigue is by sleeping. Make sure you're well rested, take a 15-minute power nap if you're feeling drowsy, and plan to pause from the road at least every 2 hours. A pause from the road might just save your life. A message from the TAC, drive safely for everyone.
Be ready for all the offers banter with SEN. Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results and cover the big talking points from all the latest cricket, tennis, basketball, soccer and more. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
Batting, bowling or keeping behind the stumps like I did, you'll always need a good plan to perform. It's the same at Tyre Power. Have no plan to look after your tyres and you'll impact your vehicle's ability to brake efficiently, steer straight and maintain fuel economy. That's why Tyre Power offers a free 5-minute tyre safety check. It's part of their family first world-class service. So too, fair pricing and great value. How's that? Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
If you've been, you know Berwick BMW's customer service is world class. But new customers, don't take my word. Here's Abdul's real review. I'd like to thank Berwick BMW for the great personalised service. I appreciate not only your commitment to providing a good service for me as your new customer, but to the friendliness and efficiency. I will be recommending Berwick BMW. Need a summer detail, wash or next day service? Visit Neil and his magnificent team at Berwick BMW, LMCT 8953.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Australia is a sports haven, and in any sports mad nation, there's a whole swoop of iconic sports fields, stadiums, ovals and grounds. And our most iconic grounds are watered by Rainbird, like the MCG, Australia's hallowed turf, home of Aussie rules, the grand final, Boxing Day. Heroes are born on that emerald field with the bat, with the ball, or 50 out from the posts. And its field is watered by Rainbird. Smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Sinclair Dermatology is seeking men aged 18 to 60 to participate in their new hair loss clinical trial. Eligible participants will gain access to cutting-edge hair loss treatment, medical care at no cost, and be reimbursed for their time. Places are limited. Apply today by visiting sinclairdermatology.com.au/clinical trials or calling 1-800-SINCLAIR.
We care for hair, Sinclair.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo. Henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Jadeja, 70. Murphy, two balls in! Straight on with the arm. He's been threatening to do that. As if it were foretold, Jadeja leaves the wrong one. And Murphy gets a sixth. That is absolute top-class bowling. Set him up perfectly. Murphy bowls. Swinging again, he's shabby. Doesn't get much of it. Alex Carey running around underneath it. Todd Murphy has a 7th wicket. Shammy's gone for 37. It's been a fantastic partnership.
Murphy in and Harsha down the track and hammers this over long on. All the way into the crowd for 6. Cummins in again, he's bowled him. Knocked him over, stumps are rattled. He thought it was a play in the mist, Pat Cummins. He didn't even realise that the bails lit up. And Akshar Patel's brilliant innings comes to an end. India all out for 400.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnie Brook, even, Casper. Henley.com.au, and for Tyre Power, your trusted local. So India added 79 runs this morning, all out for 400 on the stroke of lunch. Jadeja out for 70, the first wicket to fall in the morning session to Todd Murphy. Australia had a sniff at that point, but they had, at that stage, a significant deficit, which was added to the tune of 52 runs. Shami and Akshar Patel, a partnership for the 9th wicket, and Akshar combining with Siraj for another 20 to make it even harder for Australia. So the deficit going into the second half of this Test match is 223. Adam Collins on the call. We have Mike Kasprowicz and Bharat Sundaresan in our expert chairs. And on the Kia scoreboard, that number will be daunting, Casper. 223. Kia, a movement that inspires. Phil Long has already told us that it's the third highest lead India have enjoyed against Australia in a home test in these contests. It puts it in some perspective.
Yeah, it does, but they've got to come up with a game plan, and with the experience in that Australian batting lineup, the top 4 batsmen, one of them, with all that experience, has to bat and with a big 100. That's the key. Of course, with that lead, you want to be 150 plus, really, to sort of get India to sort of bowl them out again. We're talking 375.
First ball of the second innings. Shami on the way, bowls to Khawaja, who made one in the first innings, pushing into the onside, no run, down towards mid-wicket. So Khawaja in the first innings was leg before wicket to Siraj's first ball. Bharat Sundaresan, good afternoon to you as well.
Good afternoon, Adam. Casper?
Yes, mate.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm really good. I'm excited about this.
I'll tell you why you'll be even more excited as we see Mohammad Shami. It was a no ball from him first up. I saw the Indians walk out with 2 helmets, so we'll be seeing spin with the new ball.
Straight away, you think?
Straight away, I think.
Bring it on.
So Shami from the southern end. Khawaja's second delivery, bowls here, defends compactly out towards mid on no single. Who do you Akshar to start?
Yeah, I think so. He was the one who was really warming up as we were walking out.
Yep.
And he generally takes the new ball in all formats. I mean, Ashwin has more wickets with his second new ball in India than anyone else, if I'm not mistaken. It's a sensational stat, sensational record he has with it. But yeah, spin very early. You can see right behind KS Bharat, helmet for himself and a helmet for a closing fielder.
So conventional 6-3 field, 2 slips and a gully. Shami round the wicket, delivers to Khawaja, who gets on the front foot and pushes to cover, no single.
Well, still, I think as much as the challenges as will be, and certainly with the wicket, we talked about the spin, we talked about how that was going to go. No ball.
Yeah, second no ball. We're getting a chance to watch it back on our replay screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, and Shami hitting the same part of the crease, and by that I mean about 3 or 4 inches over the line, just the back of the shoe touching the paint. So Australia none for 2, that helps. Just 1 legal delivery so far. Shami turns. Bowls to Khawaja, who plays off the inside part of the bat down to long leg. He's off the mark. None for 3.
I mean, I saw Casper digging into the methi matar masala and the little spicy chicken down there.
Yes.
Maybe Mohammad Shami did as well.
Maybe he's a bit lighter, excited. That's he's charging in, and great to see. He knows that he's not going to have a long spell.
Yeah.
But that's probably why.
Again, to watch that back, fellas, there's a reason why Shami's got his hands on his head. Replace for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. That wasn't far at all away from beating the inside edge. Had he done so, Khawaja would have been out leg before wicket for the second time in the Test match.
It's a big moment coming up now. David Warner, I have a feeling he's going to play a very attacking innings here.
Third slip goes in. Pujara, Kohli, KL Rahul, the 3 catching men. Shami bowls. Warner's first ball leaves alone. Plays inside the line of it. The crowd thinks he's played and missed, not quite. So Warner, who was knocked over by Shami in the first innings via the back pad, the stump was cartwheeling for the first time in the Test match. So these two have plenty of form.
Yeah, the ball coming round the wicket, the angle. The first innings, even hit the seam and came further back in, surprising David Warner. And even sort of skidding through a little bit lower, still hit the top of off stump. That first delivery just bowled then, Shami, just decked away.
Yeah. Crowd involved here at the VCA Stadium as Shami makes it to the crease and bowls here to Warner, who's in behind it, bat on ball for the first time, down to mid-on. Siraj does the fielding, no run.
It's a big crowd as well, Casper and Adam. You can see it's a Saturday crowd. They know they could well see a result today. It's not out of...
Well, I mean, there is a decent chance of it. Phil Long, the other stat he gave to us just in the lunch break there. Australia have only made it to 300 3 times in the third innings of a test match, and 2 of them were in the successful series you enjoyed here in Casper back in 2004 when the Aussie team were never better in India. It's a big mountain to climb. Shami bowls, Warner again plays inside the line and lets it go. And if they can't make it to 300, well, it's game over, clearly.
Yeah, I think it's 375 gets them that almost 150 lead. And that's sort of just enough. You're still going to take wickets, obviously, but we just think, I mentioned the pitch earlier, all the talk before the game around it's going to, it's going to turn, it's going to do that. We haven't seen that. We've seen, obviously, odd balls turn a bit. You're going to see that. Pretty typical.
Yeah.
Wicket. And the other thing, too, is the middle of the wicket. There's a good grass coverage there, keeping it all together. So, as we saw the way that India played, spending time there, longer there, easier got, but partnerships were the absolute key.
Shami, to finish his elongated over, finds the outside part of Warner's bat on the bounce down to Surya Kumar Yadav in the gully. Nice piece of bowling, but well played with Warner, with the soft hands. Number 3 after 1. Khawaja, the 1 run off the bat and a couple of no balls, and it will be spin by Ashwin to start from our northern end. So our spinners are for Lumo Energy. Switch to Lumo Energy. They're vying to be the spinner of the series. Ashwin, who picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, 3 for 42. Cummins, as I look through my book, missing a couple here. Carey and Boland, his 3 scalps the first time around. They're all on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires. And as we start the session, I welcome our listeners in the UK. Start of the morning there on a Saturday, listening on TalkSport 2. Great to have them taking our coverage throughout the series in the UK on TalkSport 2. Good morning, one and all, and you can get in touch with us at any stage on our social media channels. Let us know where you're listening, SEN_cricket on Twitter, Instagram or TikTok. Follow those accounts and you'll get the podcast we make at the end of play as well. Ashwin round the wicket to start to Khawaja. Slip and a short leg bowls here, gets in behind it. Bharat.
Such a big moment in Usman Khawaja's career. This for years he's had to carry the burden of the reputation of not being great against spin. Came to India twice on 2 tours, never got to play a test match. His first ball against spin he just faced against Ashwin.
Ashwin delivers full to Khawaja, who drives out through the offside, finds the gap just, gets him a boundary. There for Blunston, Rotaflex by Blunston. Khawaja up to 5. That was a very nice shot, Bharat.
Very nice shot, and like he's developed his own ways. He's a big believer in doing things his way, Usman Khawaja. And this is one thing, he does want to put any opportunity for run scoring away.
Ashwin to Khawaja, who defends going back as he did so many times in Pakistan last year. I crunched the numbers on this. It was 3,619 days between homework gate, where he missed out on playing in the 3rd test in 2013 and the first day here. So yes, 3,619 days to wait after being a lock to play in that 3rd test until he was suspended. Ashwin bowls here, Khawaja, flat delivery, punches out towards cover. Siraj does the fielding, no run. So it's taken him that long, 3-2, as to finally get on the park in India. Had a reputation of being a poor player of spin bowling. How that's changed, Casper, in the last couple of years.
Well, it did. We saw that last year in Pakistan, and you talked about the way, finding a way.
Ashwin closer to the stumps. Oh, Edge taking a slip. Straight forward. Ashwin's done that so many times to left-handers over the years, combining with Kohli, waiting at first slip, fingers up, and Khawaja, after striking a fine boundary to get going, is now trudging off. A double failure for the left-hander. Australia lose an early wicket in their 2nd innings. They're 1 for 7. Ashwin's in the book and in the game as well.
Straight away, Ashwin, we threw that. He threw that up. It's hit the rough outside off stump. Drew Khawaja into the drive and finding that outside edge. No problem at all there. And what a shame for Usman Khawaja. not being able to convert all that good form we saw in Pakistan, the way that he played, developed a different strategy around spin. Unfortunately, he's got to go.
Yeah, we spoke about Usman Khawaja having found his own way to play against spin, but Ashwin has many ways of getting you out, and that's one. That's why he takes so many wickets with the second new ball. He's always at you. A big puff of dust as well from where that ball landed, and the new ball sliding through. Usman Khawaja got the drive away earlier on in the over. It was much fuller. This time it dipped on him, Casper. He drew him out, and that's what caught the edge. He tempted him into playing that shot. Not good enough for Usman Khawaja, and a nice catch for Virat Kohli.
That was noticeable on the replay. You see him getting not quite to the pitch of the ball, but that huge puff of dust. So it dips on him, and that puts Khawaja back in the pavilion, replaced by his Queensland teammate Marnus Labuschagne, the #1 batter in the world, according to the ICC. Had a great home summer, averaging in excess of 100. Made 49 in the first innings and looked most at ease of the Australians before he was undone by a fine piece of bowling from Jadeja stumps then, playing his first test match in India.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. Obviously, the first innings, having to get out there a little bit sooner than he was expected. And exactly the same scenario here in the second innings for Australia, coming out in just the second over. I guess that's life. Is batting at #3. Got to be ready for that, and that's what Marnus does so well.
Yeah.
And I think really too, being the right-hander here, because the pitch hasn't had the foot marks in it, the traffic just to stir up the surface, it's going to be a little bit easier for him.
Labuschagne's first ball, the last at Ashwin's first over. 3 catches in close. He clips out to mid-wicket, gets runs. Well, gets one at least. Warner had to scamper, but they were through. He was past the stumps by the time the ball arrived in Bharat's gloves. So a successful over for India. Australia still 215 runs in arrears. They're 1 for 8. Warner yet to score. Labuschagne on 1.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day, mate. Look, I reckon I need some new tyres." And they'll say, "Too easy. The Best Buys on Big Brand sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Falcon tyres." That's like the best. Tyrepower.com.au.
Renovating your bathroom? Race into Beaumont Tiles for 20% off every single complete bathroom package in every style and budget, or 20% off including tiles, taps, vanity, the lot. Choose Beaumonts and save on packages now. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Australia in early trouble, losing Khawaja in the second over of their second innings. They're a long way from being back in this game. India have enjoyed the best of it throughout. Shami to get a second over, initially at Marnus Labuschagne, who got a single from his first ball. They'll set up with Kohli and Rahul, first and second slip, and Surya Kumar Yadav in the gully. And a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. 6-3 field, Shami towards us, towards Labuschagne. Bowls here close to the stumps, who defends out to mid-wicket. No run.
I think David Warner has a better no-run these days. He does the no-run all the time, especially in training. Started off with just him wanting to mock Marnus. I think now it's just he's caught on. He can't get out of it. It's got the no-run disease.
Well, there's plenty of noise off the field, of course. You were talking about the great crowd here. I'm sure it's coming through, and stump mic and all the surrounding here. It's one of those great things about India. There's constant energy off the field.
Yeah.
Got to create it on it.
So Shami up to the crease, over the wicket, close to the stumps again. Prodigious swing. Labuschagne leaves it nice and early, but Bharat has to dive across in front of Kohli at first slip to drag it in.
It's that seam position from Mohammad Shami. Casper, as a former fast bowler, he would love it, right? He's got like everything that a fast bowler wants from the seam position.
Absolutely. Yeah, other than another 1.5 foot of height, that'd be pretty handy.
Yeah.
But I think, having said that, he skids it through, it comes through, but the seam position is perfect. And we know that. We've seen him swing the ball away from the right-hander, but also he takes it the other way. Just changes the seam so it comes back in. A little bonus if it hits the seam too.
Shami passes umpire Menon, bowls here. Khawaja, has he hit that? Big shot for caught behind. It's been turned down. Now, did it sound woody enough to convince them to go and review this? There was a noise. Rohit Sharma makes the T sign now.
I mean, I'm not sure whether they're reviewing for...
Seeing Labuschagne says to Jadeja, nah, not out. As Jadeja walked past and inquiring as to whether he was in trouble or not. It didn't feel woody to me.
Rohit was pointing as if to see, did it as his pad? Was he in line?
There was a noise. Our first replay front on, talk us through it, Michael Kasprowicz.
Well, going through there, it might have just flicked the back pad here.
That's exactly what Rohit was appealing for.
So even though it looked like the cordon were going up for the bottom edge, the real question might well be whether he's out leg before wicket on the back pad. However, in saying that, the crowd have gone up for the ultra edge spike, but that's irrelevant. It's past the bat. The question is, has he been hit in line with the off stump, Casper?
Well, this will tell here.
Umpire's call.
This is not out.
So they've retained the review on the basis that it's umpire's call on both impact and wicket. So it was hitting the off stump. So not a bad review. Umpire Menon has his decision confirmed by Michael Goff. Shami asking good questions of Labuschagne early on, that's for sure.
Yes, but speaking of good questions, Marnus tried telling everyone after the replay came up and he knew he was not out that, see, I knew it. None of the Indians responded to him. They all turned their back and walked away. Getting no love from the Indians, Marnus Labuschagne.
Not a reliable narrator. Shami bowls, Labuschagne drives to cover. Rohit Sharma does the fielding.
This is going to be a big moment.
Yes.
Right there in this rest of this test match. And we're talking about a game of millimetres, aren't we, really?
Yeah.
So he missed but the ball was just hitting just outside the line. Benefit of the doubt went to the batsman, obviously, because of the umpire's call. And just those little moments is what Australia needs. Really needs it to just go their way.
Yeah, going back to what you said in the previous over, Casper, Shami knows he's just a 2-3 over spell. I can see Akshar Patel's warming up already. He has a right-hander to bowl too. He can give it his all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shami up to the stumps, bowls here, leaving alone outside the off stump. I want to correct the record here. We're behind the wicketkeeper, Bharat. And on the way they appealed, I thought they were appealing for that call behind. Watching the replay, spin vision there, they showed the whole thing back again. He didn't even take it cleanly, so it was a moot point. It was always for leg before. Our replays for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite.
Absolutely, and Rohit Sharma kept charging in. It was a very good review. I mean, you have to review that one.
But I'll make the point there, but those moments, like just then, I think for Marnus, 49 the first innings.
Yep.
He's so he knows how it plays, but he's been watching. Spent a bit of time out there watching how the Indian batsmen did it.
Averages 34 in Asia. Labuschagne facing Shami here and leaving alone again to complete the third over of Australia's second innings, a maiden. Australia 1 for 8 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. They trail by 215.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I've been hearing about
Let me guess, you've been hearing about Athena Home Loans and their accelerates.
No, I was actually...
I know. The more you pay it down, the more they lower their rate.
Oh, is that...
And how they put lowering the rate in the customer's hands.
Okay, well, do you do that?
No, the only thing we put in our customers' hands are miniature pens.
Do you get to keep them?
No, they got a little string attached.
Athena Accelerates means the more you pay down your loan, the more we lower your rate. See how at athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Adam Collins now with Mike Kasprowicz. Bharat's making his way to the other end of the ground to find Ravi Shastri. He'll do the next passage of commentary with Nikesh. We're still 15 minutes away from that, and there will be 15 challenging minutes for these Australians. David Warner yet to get off the mark. Facing Ashwin round the wicket, slipping a silly point. Warner beaten by a ball that turns big and bounces.
It sure did.
Whoa, look at that.
You don't get out to the Jaffa, though. That's...
Warner's able to laugh about it. He wouldn't be laughing if he had have edged it. That's just a classic off-break.
Well, he's played the line and did everything right about it. Nothing, no... But the ball just bounced. It actually turned, gripped. Surprised everyone.
Ashwin again. Extra slip goes in. Wider. Flat one. Warner picks it. Placing it to backward point. That might have been the Karen ball. Off the index finger. Warner still smiling. India have already enjoyed one big moment. Bendix big moment. Confident stopping Bendix breaks. Another wicket here. And they're every chance of winning this inside 3 days. Warner facing up. Ashwin bowls. Off break again. Defended. Down the pitch.
Yeah, the way for Australia to win this is just win those little moments. Partnerships. Obviously with Khawaja going, they need straight away get these two batsmen just developing something here.
Ashwin, the three catching it on the offside. Warner spears it in again. So we've had two that have been conventional off breaks and 2 that have been off the index finger. Warner equal to it once more, defending from the crease.
Yeah, so and with just combination of those partnerships, you saw the way India were batting, and that's pretty much what they did, and did so well.
Ashwin bowls, Warner drives, Wade on's the call, gets off the mark, out to extra cover. Well played. Ball through that, Warner. He's won. Australia 1 for 9.
Because what will happen too, if the longer these batsmen are there, then all of a sudden the close fielders will start moving away, giving a bit of space, and then certainly as a batsman you start to feel a lot more comfortable with it out there. But right at the moment, brand new ball, we in the shed.
And they've got the leg slip for Labuschagne as well. Ashwin gets a lot of wickets round the corner. Bowls over the wicket to the right hand on Labuschagne. Turns it just a square leg, easing it past Shami. In the end, it's Siraj doing the fielding. A couple of singles in the over. 1 for 10 the score, 4 gone. Australia still trailing by 213 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Warner 1, Labuschagne 2.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Live here in Nagpur. Between overs, we saw a shot of Nathan Lyon having a conversation with Todd Murphy. Australia's 2 off-spinners. Spin twins this week. Shami bowls and Labuschagne defends out to the offside, no run. 7 wickets on Test debut for Todd Murphy. He and Lyon finished with the same economy rate across the innings of 2.6, but yeah, Murphy enjoyed the better of it and was the better of the 2 of them. So they'll, I'm sure, spend a lot of time together in the next couple of years, Casper.
Yeah, they should. It's exciting, isn't it? So exciting to see him come out and do this in his very first Test match. But the other thing too, you'll learn so much about their playing, but you'll learn too that the joy, the excitement, the thrill of getting those wickets, when your team's actually under the pump, you can't quite celebrate yet.
Shami bowls to Labuschagne, defending off leg stump, no run. Warner wanted it momentarily, but you do not take on Jadeja. And because Jadeja gets the touch, the crowd go up and cheer. Stays at 1 for 10. Who were the bowlers that you learnt from in the Queensland dressing room when you were in your early 20s before playing for Australia?
I was quite fortunate, really. Jeff Thompson is the coach. Tomo was there, the fastest bowler of all time. Carl Rackerman as well. But even Dirk Taslar was his left arm sort of through there. Craig McDermott was in and out from his time on the Australian side. So as a young fast bowler to be in a dressing room when you had those guys there, it was just it was immense.
Shami to Labuschagne, a fraction wider on the crease. Labuschagne invited to drive and does it well, beating 2 diving men at cover, then at mid-off, spooling around. Labuschagne too good. He moves to 6. 1 for 14, our boundaries for Blunston. Rotoflex by Blunston.
Well, it's just natural that you learn from those guys. I know Tomo did it his way, and so did Carl Rackerman. But one of the things you do is you actually learn that that's the secret, is to just take that little bit of information, process it and adapt it to your game. One of those guys that's done such a great job of that is Marnus Labuschagne. We've seen him convert, played for Queensland for quite a few years and didn't really do it, but then all of a sudden went to England, played county cricket, and bang, that was the trigger. He found a way, adapted his game. Let's see if we can adapt it to suit these conditions here in Nagpur.
Shami to Labuschagne defending, and Steve Smith's going out to England to play some championship cricket for Sussex before the Ashes series, and needless to say that has been a point of controversy, even though the championship have enjoyed a lot of overseas players like yourself across the journey. But the sense over there from some watchers is that, well, why should we let Steve Smith come over and do exactly what Marnus Labuschagne did in 2019 and get a rails run into the series? I think it's a bit short-sighted myself, but considering the competition will benefit from having Steve Smith there for a month. But yes, you're dead right about Labuschagne. Those 4 centuries for Glamorgan were the reason he made the Ashes squad 4 years ago, and the rest is history. Shami bowls and Labuschagne defends here, out to extra cover, no run.
So the benefit for the bowlers in county cricket playing against Steve Smith, that's the benefit, because they will then learn. And so by him playing in the competition, as every player, so West Indian players for years, gone out there, Pakistan players, wasn't that going to play for Lancashire for years, and just the benefit, not only to his teammates, but when you're actually playing against the best players, you learn so much.
Speaking of overseas listeners in England, we've got them in New Zealand as well. They've just joined us on SENZ for the first time today. A warm welcome. You can text in on 8833 where you're listening in New Zealand to our coverage here in Nagpur. Shami to complete the over. Australia 1 for 14. Make that 1 for 18. The outside edge, albeit along the ground, through the gully. A second boundary in the over for Labuschagne, who advances to 10. Our boundaries for Blunston. Rotoflex by Blunston. Australia 1 for 18 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Have you got a dream renovation, a dream man cave?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Just after 8 p.m. in New Zealand, a lovely time to be listening to the cricket. Into the night, Ashwin bowls, Warner goes back with some risk, placing it to backward point, remembering there's a slip and a second slip there. Kohli and Rahul respectively. It was in the air, but didn't go to hand. Stays at 1 for 14. Australia still a long way behind in this test match. 1 for 18 rather, 205 behind to be precise.
And understandably attacking field, short cover and a short leg as well.
Ashwin here, Warner forward defending.
Short point, I should say.
Yeah.
On that offside. It's a big task for Australia. Batsman here. Just getting these two, getting a partnership. That's the key.
Ashwin round the wicket, Warner forward. Soft hands out to Siraj at point, no run. So, yeah, so the build-up for Australia is they'll play the 4 test matches here. They might play the World Test Championship final. That hinges on them getting something from this series. They should do. They're top of the table. A lot would need to go wrong. Ashwin bowls. Off break. Taken it slip. Dropped it slip. In and out for Kohli. Had to move to his right behind the wicketkeeper, Bharat. And he put it down when the ball was already in his mitts. A most straightforward chance. Warner has a life. He's on 1. We'll watch it back for Beaumont Towers. Mike Kasprowicz.
Yeah, both batsmen now. LBW decision given not out, and then the drop catch. It looked pretty regulation that, but straight in, straight out.
2 bites of the cherry as well. Ashwin bowls. Warner covers up the spin, gets 1 behind square. He's now 2, 1 for 19. The luck that Warner's been hoping for of late. We'll get another angle here on television. Hard spun off break. Kohli got a good look at it. He wasn't denied the chance to see the ball behind the keeper. It wasn't that fine. Still had to move behind him by the time the ball arrived. But yeah, that was a blameless chance, really. So Warner and Kohli, who have a lot of history, played a lot of cricket together in the IPL, or against each other in the IPL rather. Labuschagne facing Ashwin, hard spun off break, deflected into the onside. The man at short leg does the rest. 6 overs gone on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires Australia. 1 for 19, Labuschagne 10, Warner on 2.
Voted one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores, here's Miles from Prince Wine Store with a wine update.
The wines of the USA are better than ever. Join us Saturday 18th, 12 till 2 p.m. as we explore the new USA with wines of finesse, complexity and depth. This will be a tour de force of the California and Oregon wine scene. Tickets are $25 a head, refundable on purchase.
Prince Wine Store, Bank Street, South Melbourne. Delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
Well, that would have been a Bendix big moment for India. They've already had 1 in the session. Confident stopping Bendix breaks, but not to be. Warner still there. Can he make the most of this chance? India has not been a happy hunting ground for him historically. And Mohammad Siraj brought into the attack for the first time in this second innings. First time around, Siraj took 1 for 20 from his 7 overs. Picked up a wicket with his first ball. Usman Khawaja, leg before wicket. And it'll be Warner facing his first ball here from the southern end. He's got 2 slips and a gully. Starting over the wicket. Delivers to Warner on leg stump. Across the left-hander, pushing to mid-wicket, no single.
Yeah, great start, obviously. Wicket with your very first ball, the first innings. But here's the opportunity to get the ball here. Shami was bowling really well. But obviously, that new ball doesn't stay too new in these conditions. So I dare say that was the opportunity for Siraj to get the ball, just to see what he can do. If it's got a little bit of shape, something a little bit different. Can't see the fast bowlers having long spells whatsoever.
Such a competitor, Siraj. We saw that in Australia a couple of years ago. Bowls here over the wicket. Warner safely in defence. Siraj, who was given the job of leading the attack for India at the Gabba when, well, everybody fell over. Their attack had 3 debutants in it, and Siraj was playing his 3rd Test match and picked up a bag of 5 in the second dig to give them a chance on that final day, and they took that chance with both hands. 3 Test matches in that series. His 4th Test match at home, averaging 16 in India with the ball. Siraj up to Warner, bowls here. The result's the same. Across him, defending into the offside.
His pace is pretty good. He's about 134 k an hour. Sort of bustling action as well. Once again, he's actually presents the scene beautifully. And obviously through the identification process, maybe time at the MRF Pace Foundation. Of course, Dennis Lilly doesn't do that anymore, but Glenn McGrath does. He gets out here a couple of times a year to impart his knowledge.
He's a good story, Siraj. He's kind of in the slipstream of those cricketers that have been unearthed since the IPL really came to prominence. Bowling here, Warner back again, no run. Dad, of course, was a rickshaw driver and passed away just before his debut at the MCG in 2020. So it took him a while to feed his way into the sort of formal system, if you like. 28 years of age now. He's thinking of him as a really young bowler, but got his chance a little bit later through the IPL.
Don't you love that? I love that about India, right? Things have changed over the years where all of a sudden you've got these stories, or even players like MS Dhoni, who was selling, I think he was selling rail tickets at Ranchi. And then through his hockey, being identified and coming through. So really for the whole of the society, there's a chance one day, possibly he play for England.
Siraj bowls outside the leg stump, not quite getting it right here to Warner. Back of a length, not really drawing him forward, but 5 dots to start his spell, make that 4 dots.
Well, the dream to actually play for your country in India, of course. And we said earlier today, with all the school kids, tons of kids here, great crowd in. Chance to wear your school uniform on Saturday, mind you. But also, it was them coming along to see the stars, their heroes, and just sort of one day dreaming, perhaps, that could be them.
Yeah, what do they say? If you can't be if you can't see. And yes, they're very much front and centre, these Indian players. Lovely day, not a cloud in the sky at Nagpur. Towards Warner, bowling here, goes back again. The maiden complete the start for Siraj. Australia remain at 1 for 19 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Ladies love Valentine's Day roses, but it's not so romantic when they soon start wilting. This Valentine's Day, spoil her with a stunning Eternity Rose. An Eternity Rose is a real rose dipped in 24-karat gold or beautifully glazed to preserve their natural colour, including gorgeous red roses, and they last a lifetime. Presented in a leather display case, an Eternity Rose is a unique, lasting way to say I love you. Starting at $169. Order now with free express delivery at eternityrose.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, complete at home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. And for Tyre Power, Vulcan tyres, clean bowled at 25% off. We thank them for being with us across our tour on SEN, from Nagpur to Delhi to Dharamshala, hopefully. That might get moved, that Test match, and finishing at a better bat. Ashwin, new over. Labuschagne defending, out to mid-wicket, no run. Still yet to get any further news on that, but if you weren't listening to our broadcast earlier today, there is a possibility that the Dharamshala Test match, the 3rd in the series, will get moved due to the relayed surface not growing in time. Cool conditions up there in the north of the country this time of year. Labuschagne facing Ashwin close to the stumps, full and clipped out to deep mid-wicket where there's a sweeper. Labuschagne started well. He's 11. Australia 1 for 20. They trail by 204.
I was actually kidnapped in Dharamshala.
Okay. We're going to have to get into this.
Oh, about 10 years ago, IPL commentating, myself, Danny Morrison and Pommy Mbangwa.
Ashwin round the wicket, 2 slips and a short leg. Bowls here to Warner, who drives straight, but the bowler cuts it off in his follow through.
Yeah, so we checked out the hotel. We couldn't fly out that day because of the wind and it's short. It's a little bit, it's base of the Himalayas, a bit of wind, all that sort of stuff like that. So we needed cars.
Ashwin wider of the crease to Warner, who defends again.
So what happened? We went down, we checked out the hotel, bang, sat in the cars, ready to go. Then all of a sudden the driver said, "No, we can't take you." Reason being that they were IMG, who were the production company, to pay all the bills, no 30 days credit or anything like that, paid in, otherwise we can't leave.
Ashwin bowls, Warner looking to drive again, but for the second time in the over, Ashwin sticks out a hand and denies a run.
And I'm not sure technology today's, bank transfers and all that sort of happened, but Sunday morning it was too, of all times, that they just would not drive. And so we were taken hostage, if you like.
Ashwin bowls, wide of the crease to Warner, pushing towards short leg, no run. 1 ball until we go across to the press box. Now that's the end of the over. Nikesh Rughani picking up commentary with Ravi Shastri after the break. Australia 1 for 20. Our coverage is for Tyre Power. Fulton Tyres, clean bowled at 25% off.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket here live from the other side of the ground to our radio commentary box. Nikesh Rughani alongside Ravi Shastri. Afternoon, Ravi.
Good afternoon.
And Bharat Sundaresan with us as well.
Uphill task here for Australia.
Absolutely, yes. And Ravindra Jadeja is being introduced into the attack. Man of the moment, 5 for in the first innings. Half a century with the bat as well. And what are they talking about out there now?
Basically, they've decided not to speak to Manas. Said, "Isse baat nahi karne ka hai, khud se aake baat karega." Basically means no need to speak to him. He'll come and speak to us himself. And that's exactly what Manas Labuschagne is doing.
Absolutely. Right, Jadeja will start around the wicket here. Australia 1 for 20. Still trailing by 203. Jadeja into Labuschagne, who pushes forward in defence. There is a fielder there close in on the offside under the lid. A short extra cover as well. Jadeja gets through his overs very quickly, and he comes once again and beats Manas this time. Past the outside edge and through to Bharat.
This is fascinating stuff from both ends. And this one, difference is natural variation. Ashwin is a lot slower. Jadeja quicker, fires it in. That would have shaved the off stump. Pitched, gone across the face of the blade. It doesn't give you time, Jadeja. He's at you.
Jadeja with his top knot, and it comes once more, and this time Labuschagne works it away towards point. Another turning delivery.
Manas and Steve Smith, Ravi, have this theory that they don't mind being beaten on the outside edge of the bat when they're facing left arm spin, but they don't want to ever be beaten on the inside edge of the bat. Is that something that makes sense to you as a former right-hander?
Absolutely. I mean, similarly with the left-hander, you don't want to be beaten on the straight ball. That's the one that worries you. So play for that.
Jadeja in once more. Labuschagne forward defending.
And if the ball spins, it'll beat the outside edge of the right-hander or the left-hander.
Jadeja then looking to add to his 5 wickets in the first innings. In he comes again and gets Manas on his back foot deep in his crease. That one kept a little bit low, but manages to defend it into the offside. And both of these two as well enjoy bowling with the harder ball, don't they? Especially Ashwin.
Yes.
I'll ask you the theory on that.
It's the seam that's pronounced. The seam on this ball very pronounced. Okay, so you can grip it, you can give it a rip, and you'll get more bounce, especially on this track now.
Jadeja fires one in again, and this time it's driven through the gap there at cover point. Should be 2, and it is pretty comfortably in the end. He won't mind that, Jadeja. Labuschagne just having a push out in front of his eyes there. End of another over. Australia 1 for 22.
With summer here, the forecast at Chadstone Mitsubishi is looking brighter than ever, because right now there's stock available for immediate delivery. Find great offers across the Mitsubishi range, including the bold new Mitsubishi Outlander and the tough Mitsubishi Triton. With expert service plus finance options, the Chadstone Mitsubishi team are just so easy to deal with. Stock is available for immediate delivery. To secure yours, go and see the champion team today. ChadstoneMitsubishi.com.au, LMCT 11716.
Back with us here as Ravi Ashwin prepares to bowl. Another over here, left-hander David Warner on strike. And Warner is forward, defending this one into the leg side. Ravi, I was going to ask you, there seems to be a theory that Ashwin doesn't enjoy bowling to right-handers. I mean, obviously his record against left-handers is far superior, but is there any truth in that? Are these just talkies that we hear on the grapevine?
It's just talking.
Ashwin in again, and Warner is forward defending.
You can't get 450 plus wickets if you think of bowling only to left-handers. But even now, you can see the way he set things up. The lengths he bowls. I think that's the difference between Australia and India, the spinners. They bowl good length. Every now and then, every over, there's one that's pitched really up, you know, which hits the rough and spins.
Ashwin aiming for that rough spot, beats Warner on the outside edge once again.
So it's the variation in length is very subtle, but it happens every over. You saw even with the one Khwaja was dismissed, it was pitched right up after a few good length deliveries. And similarly here, the edge that he took, which Virat dropped, was similar.
Ashwin again finds the edge of David Warner, thickish edge this time along the floor, down to short third. And there is no run taken. Yeah, that chance dropped. Warner looking like a man though, out of form and low on confidence. Just to dig in here against some very challenging conditions. Ashwin delivers again, and Warner again just pushing far forward onto that front foot, just trying to smother the ball almost. Defending once more. Was that the Khwaja dismissal, the one which he drove through the covers? Would that have been a setup?
It was a setup because the next one was similar, a little wider. So, you know, where the foot really didn't go to the pitch of the ball, the weight was hanging back.
Again, Warner pushes forward, ball whizzes past the outside edge. Another lovely bit of bowling there from Ravichandran Ashwin. Another over down, 10 gone in this second innings for Australia. They are 1 for 22.
If you've been wronged, think about this. What has been the impact on your life? What can you live with? Or live without? And how far will you let it go before you say, enough is enough? Let today be the day when you don't just think about it, but decide to make a stand. Draw your line between right and wrong with Shine. Search Shine Lawyers.
Ravi Jadeja to continue then with Australia 1 for 22. Labuschagne it is on strike, and he comes, and Labuschagne is forward defending once more.
He spoke about the drop catch from Virat. Ravi, Ajinkya Rahane had made that position his zone. It's such a specialist position, right? Standing at slip for a spinner in these conditions.
Yeah, and you can lose confidence quickly, you know, if you drop a couple of catches. We saw Smith dropping, you know, which is very unlike Smith.
Jadeja in once more, pushing Labuschagne onto the back foot, who defends this time once more.
Kohli, on the other hand, went with hard hands. You know, it's a specialist position, you know, where you've got to allow the ball to come. And in this side, there are a few good slip fielders. There's Surya Kumar Yadav, there's Shubman Gill, who's on the field now.
Jadeja gets Labuschagne driving this time. He finds the gap there just in front of point. There's a chase on here towards the boundary, and the ball is going to crash into the rope there. Good looking shot there from Labuschagne, but again, Jadeja won't mind that, just playing away from his body a touch there.
And you see, even Labuschagne, he's practiced such a lot. When he gets into position to drive this, he's looking to hit in the direction of the turn. He's not looking to hit straight down the ground. People normally say you've got to play straight, but actually when you're looking to play straight on a turning track, you're playing against the spin. So it's hitting the ball in the direction of the turn.
Jadeja once more, this time a little bit straighter, and Labuschagne forward defending.
Going back to the step catching, Ravi, can you train yourself? You said like Pujara stood there briefly when Rahane is not around.
Yes.
Kind of Virat?
Yes, you know, probably for starters, maybe.
Jadeja gets Labuschagne on the back foot. He whacks him on the pads, and umpire gives it. He looked deep in his crease there, Marnus Labuschagne. He's going to ask David Warner whether or not he should go upstairs. But from our angle here, it looked pretty plumb. And Jadeja, it was almost the Stuart Broad-esque celeb appeal. And Labuschagne isn't going to bother going upstairs. India have their second breakthrough. And it's the big one. Labuschagne gone. Australia 2 for 26.
Not wanting to be beaten on the inside edge of the bat, Ravi. We just spoke about this. This is what Marnus has dreaded against Jadeja. It's exactly what has happened. But that's the class of Jadeja as well.
And the pace at which he bowls. He pushes you back. He pushes you back. He's at you all the time. He bowls an over in a minute and a half. You know, so some learnings Australia will get out of this. But bang on the money, it's hard. When you have two world-class spinners on a track like this, bowling in tandem and bowling with such consistency, never easy.
Another world-class batter coming to the crease, but he faces very challenging conditions with Ashwin and Jadeja bowling in tandem. Steve Smith coming out to join David Warner, with Australia already in a hole. They still trail by 197 runs. And talking about the world-class spinners, Ravi, we talked briefly there about the slip catchers, and Rughani made that position his own. I mean, India have got another one in the dugout. Rahul Dravid was a specialist in his time as well. As a keeper as well, KS Bharat has got a lot to think about there, and big shoes to fill, really, in terms of being reliable and backing up his bowlers.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, keeper plays a big role in keeping them interested, letting them know what line they're bowling, you know, what is the line required on that surface if he's going away from the game plan. You know, a lot of things the keeper has to do to keep not only the bowler but the fielders around the bat interested.
Smith just taking his time before facing his first delivery, adjusting his thigh pads and all the little mannerisms that he has going on. The spider cam being moved once again. There's been a few issues with that throughout the day.
He hates that spider cam, Steve Smith.
Jadeja then into Smith, who's on the front foot, thickish outside edge, out towards backward point. End of another successful over there for Ravindra Jadeja. Australia 2 for 26.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
Ashwin continuing then into Warner, who's lunging forward once more and defending that. Nikesh Rughani with Ravi Shastri and Bharat Sundaresan live from Nagpur. Afternoon session here on day 3 of this first test of the Border Gavaskar series. Australia trailing by 197 runs. And field change being made. A short extra cover coming in. Ashwin again beating the outside edge of Warner. Warner doesn't seem, Ravi, to know which one's turning, which one isn't. Is there anybody in the camp who could probably explain to him how to pick Ashwin out of the hand? Is that easy?
It's very difficult because sometimes the bowler doesn't know. Because the bowler doesn't know, how do you expect the batsman to know? But you've got to be proactive here. You've got to make the bowler do something different. I've not seen any of the Australian batsmen looking to use their feet, jump out of the crease, make Ashwin alter his length.
Ashwin coming over the wicket now to Warner, getting him to play into the leg side. Defensive shot once more.
You'll see that from Steve Smith very early on, Ravi. That's being proactive is his mantra for playing spin here.
Yeah, and going over the top if the field is up. Just push one back, so open the single for you.
Ashwin fires one in this time. Off the hip is Warner into the leg side. No run.
And like David Warner, when he was really under pressure in the home summer before he made that 200, he said that, no, I need to go back to being the David Warner of old. But just to heck with everything else, play aggressively. Not seeing that so far.
Ashwin again fires one in, and again defended back down the track with a big lunge. Back to the wicket keeping, Bharat. You may have seen more of your namesake behind the stumps there, getting a bit chirpier as the match has gone on.
He has to live up to my name.
Ashwin back round the wicket to Warner, wrapped on the pads, but doesn't look close enough for a proper appeal. And Ashwin not really interested. End of another good over. Another maiden. 2 for 26 Australia. So Australia still trailing by 197 runs. We've got the two spinners bowling in tandem here. Ashwin and Jadeja picking up one apiece. Akshar Patel still to be introduced into the attack at some stage later on today. And it is Jadeja to continue to Smith. And how important is it, Ravi, now with the right-hand, left-hand combination? You've got the left-arm spinner, you've got the right-arm off-spinner, to keep these two at these ends?
It is important.
Jadeja into Smith on the back foot defending.
Having said that, not that important, because Jadeja is rough to play with. When a left-hander comes on strike, he can bowl over the wicket to Warner and still create problems for him.
Smith then, we've not seen him shimmy down the track yet, but he dances down a little bit after he plays that one into the offside. Slightly off balance as he defended that towards extra cover. They're looking to really stay back, aren't they? And we saw that with the dismissal of Marnus Labuschagne, just trapped back in the crease. This time lunging forward is Smith, and he's beaten past his outside edge.
He's beaten, but he gives the thumbs up not to anybody else but himself. That's his way of saying, yeah, look, I played for the straight line and the ball just turned past my back. You'll see him give a thumbs up immediately.
he would have seen what happened in the first innings.
Exactly.
So he doesn't want that to happen again.
Jadeja then with his tail up comes in, fires another one in, and Smith just guides this into the offside for no run once more. What about when he gets out? He does the thumbs up as well. Is that to the bowler?
Never.
I've never seen him do that in the first innings. Jadeja, final ball of this over, is full and whipped away, but straight to mid-wicket. No run. Smith slapping his thigh pad in disgust that he couldn't find the gap there. 13 overs gone, 2 for 26.
With summer here, the forecast at Chadstone Mitsubishi is looking brighter than ever, because right now there's stock available for immediate delivery. Find great offers across the Mitsubishi range, including the bold new Mitsubishi Outlander and the tough Mitsubishi Triton. With expert service plus finance options, the Chadstone Mitsubishi team are just so easy to deal with. Stock is available for immediate delivery. To secure yours, go and see the champion team today. ChadstoneMitsubishi.com.au, LMCT 11716.
Ashwin then to continue from the north stand end here at the VCA Stadium in Nagpur. Australia 2 for 26. Warner on strike. Ashwin comes in, Warner drives and only as far as mid-off. There is no run. First real shot of intent we've seen from Warner for a few overs. Steve Smith just hopping around at the non-strikers end, struggling with something to do with his thigh. That slap of the thigh may have been because he tweaked something after playing that previous shot. Warner driving again this time. Can't find the gap once more on the offside.
He's had a slew of interesting injuries. He hurt himself while using one of those massagers that he bought himself at the start of the summer. Used it on himself, and it took him a while to recover from that. He's had some back spasms of late. It's just so much cricket these guys play these days.
Ashwin in again. Warner's down the track this time, and that is a good shot. Driven straight past the bowler for 4 runs. Ashwin won't mind that, but from an Australian point of view, it's good to see the use of the feet.
Very good to see the use of the feet. It's got to at least make the bowler think. You've got conditions helping the bowler. You can't help him more by just allowing him to bowl to you. You've got to make him think. Even if you get out in that fashion, you'd rather get out in that fashion than being timid.
Ashwin in again to Warner, again driven, this time through the gap there at extra cover, and that's going to be 4 more. Just past Rohit Sharma in that very close-in position on the offside. Wasn't too far away from his right hand.
A couple of boundaries like this would make him feel better. It makes the bowler do something different. He tossed it up even further up. And this time, you know, when you're in that frame of mind, having just hit a boundary going down the track, you're looking for a loose delivery rather than just looking to defend everything.
2 for 34, and Warner's wrapped on the pads this time. Big shout and given. Back-to-back boundaries, followed by a slightly straighter one. And Warner, will he go upstairs?
Well, Bharat, Sundaresan, you said the straight one. This time we forgot the straight one.
He did.
David Warner has reviewed this decision. So will it be 3 for 34 or will Warner survive?
It wasn't a very confident signal for the review. He waited till the last 3 seconds.
I was just watching Richard Illingworth, how quickly he went up.
Trigger finger.
This looks, the odds are in favor of the bowler here.
If they are, very cleverly done by Ashwin. Let's take another look at this.
No, that's a bad review.
Looks pretty plumb, and you can tell by the reaction of the crowd here in Nagpur as well.
Looks plumb.
Looks plumb. David Warner already has his helmet tucked under his armpit. It's generally a sign that he's ready to walk off.
And his bat is way behind the pad. Very surprising.
Almost down on one knee. We've got 2 reds, and we've got 3 reds. Warner still out there in the middle. The DRS Hawkeye has come up on the screen, the ball tracking, and off he goes. Helmet off. Australia 3 for 34, and that is why Ravichandran Ashwin is a world-class bowler of the highest caliber. Hit for a couple of boundaries, wasn't bothered, knew exactly what he needed to do. Quicker straight to one, Warner gone.
He can afford to play with 8-10 runs. Nikesh he's probing away. He's got all the tools in the trade. He's got flight. He's got guile. He's got the ability to turn the ball both ways with the cannon ball as well, which will be used a lot against right-handers to bring the slip into play. But he's on a roll now. When he gets a wicket early, he could have had 2 very early.
Yeah.
But now that he's got 2 inside his 6-7 overs, he can be a different customer altogether.
It's funny, right, Ravi? Something about cricket, when you talk about fast bowlers and these great pairings, Lilly and Thompson and Ambrose and Walsh and Holding and everybody else, but Ashwin and Jadeja as a pair, they are so deadly. I mean, they're intimidating on these pitches.
Absolutely. Look at their wickets in India. I was just seeing a stat the other day. I don't know how many. I mean, loads of wickets, but it's at 23 and 24. You know, they dismantle sides very quickly.
And Jadeja's record and Ashwin's indeed against Australia at home is even more outstanding as well. So they rise to the extra challenge of playing against the higher ranked teams. Matt Renshaw then is in, and immediately outside edge along the ground though through the offside, just past that silly point fielder, and did it carry as it went past him. Suryakumar Yadav under the lid, but Renshaw survives, and end of the over, Australia 3 for 35. So Jadeja will continue then, and drinks break in around 5 minutes time. We've got Ravi Shastri with us until then, before you have to go off and do your television.
Just the speed with which Renshaw ran across. He was on a golden pair. He just scampered across. He had some issue with his knee yesterday. I think he forgot about all that.
It's not easy, and you still have Akshar Patel, you know, to bowl. He's a man who can be, you know, spiteful on this track. He's someone who could run through a side quicker than the other 2 as well, if he gets on a roll.
Absolutely. Will he get a chance to bowl? That's the question. At this rate.
Jadeja around the wicket here to Renshaw, who's a big tall man, just pushing forward to that and defending.
He's firing it in, Jadeja. I wonder what his speeds are. It must be between 93 to 96.
He's indeed, and Renshaw, like I say, the taller man, so he can get that big stride in. Jadeja continuing round the wicket here to him. He's again lunging forward in defence. Australia still trailing by 188 runs. Ravi, I just want to take you back to your Glamorgan days in a moment, if we don't mind. As Jadeja is again into Renshaw, flicked, but no run into the leg side. Talked to Michael Kasprowicz yesterday, another former Glamorgan player as well, telling me about a particular pub that some of the players used to go to, and you were forced to do karaoke. I mean, was it like that back in your day, a few years previous? I mean, have you got any karaoke favourites?
Why a particular pub?
Jadeja, and again, this is driven past the bowler, and They take the single to Siraj. They're deep at long
There
on.
was no a particular pub for us. There was
No,
a
the
few
particular
pubs.
karaoke pub.
No,
That's the one I'm on about.
We would find the best ones.
Just have a sing-song anywhere.
Yeah, there was some great ones, you know, and they love their singing and, you know, dancing, the Welsh. And even some great spots on the water as well. You know, there was one called the Captain's Wife, which used to be particularly crowded on the weekends. Very popular pub. Then one in the city where all the guys used to go to straight after a game.
Down the wicket comes Smith and over the top, and that's going to go all the way for 6. Lovely bit of footwork once again from Smith. And 6 more onto the total. Again, that footwork.
He's been watching a lot and he's saying, if I'm going to keep defending here, you know, my number could be up any time. So let me do some damage before I go. Because you're never in on the surface. That's the problem. You know, you've got to concentrate every ball.
If you need to get to a short notice.
Jadeja in again, and this one is driven into the offside. A defensive shot for no run. 42 for 3 at the end of the over.
There's a little bit coming in with it.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding, but not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. With a whopping $400 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Did we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends March 5, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
Back here in Nagpur, Ravi, Chandran, Ashwin to continue. Matt Renshaw on strike. Australia 3 for 42. Renshaw is forward defending at this one. Ravi Shastri still with us on commentary. Ravi, I'm going to push you for your karaoke song, your favourite. What's your go-to sing song?
It was a Tom Jones song.
Tom
Jones,
it was Tom
Delilah
Jones
or
territory.
something like that. Yeah, it was Tom Jones territory. Tom Jones from Merthyr Tydford.
Nick wraps him on the pads. Renshaw, he's back in his crease and he's been given. Finger went up pretty quickly, and Renshaw asking the question to Steve Smith. He's gone straight upstairs, thinking it may have been perhaps outside the line of the off stump.
That's what he seems to be inquiring to Steve Smith. Which bat did it strike? That's the question here.
But again, we'll have a look at the replay. But umpire Menon was pretty quick with the finger there. Illingworth, sorry.
Very quick, in fact, with the finger.
Umpire Sundaresan is giving him out. Finger's gone up. Umpire Shastri is convinced.
I think so. Only thing would be umpire's call on the height. That's it.
Bounce is the only thing, yeah.
Bounce is the only thing. He's a tall man, though.
Finger did go up, though, so it will stay with the umpire's decision if it is an umpire's call.
So far back in his crease as well. That might go against him. But you're right, bounce is the only thing that can save Matt Renshaw. He thought he was hit outside the line, but clearly that's not the case.
No bat involved.
No.
So don't need to worry about any inside edge.
Well, he's really cleaning up the left-handers, Ashwin.
Yeah, no, he is. 3 wickets for Ravi Shastri in this spell if this is out.
Brilliant. Well bowled, Ravi. Here we go. Ball tracking coming up. And it's 3 reds. Once again, hitting the top of the off stump. So Renshaw becomes Australia's 4th wicket down. And Ashwin has already got 3 out of these 4 to fall so far. Australia now 4 for 42. Still trailing by 181 runs and in more than a spot of bother.
More than a spot of bother. I think now it's a big problem. When you have Jadeja, Ashwin on a roll like this, Australia will do very well to survive today's play.
Absolutely. I mean, we're not even to the halfway mark of this test match, so Australia in a big hole already, and not sure whether they can get out of this. Steve Smith, the lone warrior out there in the middle.
Well, Ravi Shastri has just gone off after his stint to go and do some TV work. We are about done for this small passage of play, as well as the players take drinks out there in the middle with Australia 4 for 42. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, Adam Collins will pick up the call alongside Michael Kasprowicz.
You can simply just retire.
Or you can retire financially comfortable and continue living like you do now. Hi, it's Rob Walker from AR Property Investments. A client of ours invested in one of our locations 5 years ago for $415,000. Today, it's worth over $700,000. In 5 or more years, we'll be valued at over $1 million. So are you ready to secure your financial future? Book your free one-on-one education appointment today. Visit arpropertyinvestments.com.au.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State. So whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find all the latest news, including horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, bike bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
We're stronger together!
That's right, guys. It's time to get out and celebrate the resilience of our communities with a day at the country races. There's entertainment for the family, plus fashion, food, and all the up-close racing action that you only get in the country. Plus, at 35 race meetings, we'll be saying thanks with free tickets for people who have helped us get through the past few years. Find out more at country.racing.com/thanks.
Ashwin closer to the stumps. Oh, Ed's taken a slip. Straight forward. Ashwin's done that so many times to left-handers over the years. Combining with Coley, waiting at first slip, fingers up. And Kawaja, after striking a fine boundary to get going, is now trudging off.
Danger. Gets Sundaresan on the back body, whacks him on the pads, and umpire gives it. He looked deep in his crease there, minus Sundaresan. He's going to ask David Warner whether or not he should go upstairs. But from our angle here, it looked pretty plumb. And Jadeja, it was almost the Stuart Broad-esque celeb appeal. And Sundaresan isn't going to bother going upstairs. India have their second breakthrough.
34. That's 2 of the 4 wickets to fall so far. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley, completed home at the Dales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au. Adam Collins and Peter Lalor picking up commentary. We have Phil Long with us as well. And stop me if you think you've heard this one before. Australia in Asia getting rock and rolled in a hurry. They're 4 for 42. And this feels like it's going in a very familiar direction. Peter Hanscom, new man to the crease, facing up here, forward in defence. Peter Stephen Patrick Hanscom, linking to the lyrics I was throwing at you there, Pete, which I'm sure you know why. The Victorian captain. Slip leg, slip, short leg. Hanscom is facing Ashwin. Second ball, pushing into the offside. Gets a couple at least there, finds a gap. Akshar Patel does the fielding. Hanscom, he batted well in the first dig for 31, batting with the lower order. Good partnership with Alex Carey. Gets a couple. 4 for 44. Australia still a long way in arrears. 179. Behind.
Not everybody grew up with a poster of Morrissey by their bed. You better explain yourself to the listeners.
Some may have. Some may have. You probably did. I'll give away your age if I say you didn't. Ashwin bowls and Hanscom pushes. Nearly called him Morrissey. Hanscom pushes to mid-on, no run.
I'm happy to talk about anything but the cricket because this is bloody miserable. This is an appalling effort by Australia's top order. Same mistakes over and over again. Trapped on the crease.
It's grim. It really is. Hanscom dancing and clipping and making the most of his opportunity. That's a lovely clip for 4. Blunston, Rotoflex by Blunston, our boundaries. 4 for 48. Using his feet. That's the end of the successful over. 16 gone. Australia still trailed by 175 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires.
On your marks, get set, race. Into Work Locker for your chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2023 Finke Desert Race. The epic prize includes 5 nights accommodation, 4-wheel drive hire and $1,000 spending money. Winners will get a chance to go behind the scenes with Toby Price and his team. Race into your local Work Locker store before February 24 and grab yourself a pair of Blunston leather boots to enter. Work Locker, unlocked, stocked and full of value.
SEN Test Cricket live at Nagpur for tyre power. Falcon tyres clean bowled at 25% off. Adam Collins with you. Pete Lalor with me from the Australian newspaper. Jadeja bowling southern end. Stephen Smith on 6, pushes to cover, no run. Phil Long.
I'll be very quick. Jadeja's bowling. Since England won here, that's how quick it is. Look,
in 2012 when they won here, Jadeja bowls Smith, clips again, as Hanscom did in the last over, through mid-wicket. He'll get a boundary as well, taking Australia beyond 50. 4 for 52, our boundaries for Blunston. Rotaflex by Blunston. Smith into double figures. Phil.
Yeah, since England won here in 2021, won that test, India have won 6 tests at home. Those margins: 317 runs, 10 wickets, innings and 25, 372 runs, an innings and 222, and 238 runs.
Jadeja bowls leg stump. Smith places it to backward square, no run.
What I'm saying is they don't just win, they steamroll the teams.
Yeah. That all stands to reason, Pete Lalor. As I say, we've been to India before. We've seen test matches play out like this quite a lot. Jadeja delivers round the wicket. Smith defends.
2017, Australia left India. They would have resolved to come back next time. These senior batsmen, better prepared and to do better. Smith, of course, being excluded from that mob because he's got 3 centuries.
Smith facing up and defending Jadeja to the offside.
Justin Langer, when he took over the team, around that period, said our aim is to get back to India and to play better cricket and to win.
Jadeja to finish the 17th over. Smith forward in defence again. Well played. End of it. 4 for 52 the score. Smith 10, Hanscom 6 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Hi, Kevin Sheedy here. As an Essendon BMW ambassador, I am proud to introduce you to the first ever fully electric BMW iX3. Pushing beyond speed and power, it's where electric driving meets excellence. Thrilling through every turn with boundary-pushing efficiency, the BMW iX3 gives you a new kind of driving pleasure with 0 local emissions. Book a test drive today at Essendon BMW and discover the future of electric with BMW. Essendon BMW Centro Circuit, Essendon Field.
LMCT 11803.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, henley.com.au. It's going to be Ashwin to continue. He's already got 3 of the first 4 after 3 in the first innings. Hanscom facing up. Round the wicket he goes, bowling here, forward in defence. So let's use that benchmark of 2013 when they were steamrolled 4-0 and barely competitive. Not competitive. 17 where they win at Pune. They should win at Bangalore. They hold out for a brave draw in Ranchi, batting for a day and a bit. Ashwin bowls, Hanscom hit on the pad, round the wicket. The shout has been turned down by Illingworth, but that has turned back towards Hanscom. Has beat him on the inside edge. Height will be a factor. Rohit Sharma is talking to the brain box that is Ashwin, and he's going upstairs. Ashwin can be most persuasive in situations like that.
Well, they weren't absolutely confident about this, India. And I'm going to say, nor was I, but my judgment's been pretty poor in this test, almost as poor as the Australian batsmen.
I reckon gut feel going over the top. And remember, it'll have to be more than half the ball hitting. First replay here for Beaumont Tiles. It's hitting on the knee roll. He's in that crouching position, though. I don't think line's going to be an issue. It'll be 2 reds to start. It's what happens next that we are not yet clear about. Andrew McDonald and Pat Cummins up in the dressing room waiting to see Hanscom's fate. Started well too.
Unlike Warner and Renshaw, he's not already halfway there because he didn't get the finger up, so the umpire's call doesn't come into play, which it did for those 2, didn't it?
So we're just waiting for the projection. I'm sure we'll get Snicko first. So as we see here, Ultra Edge just confirming that there's a pretty decent gap between the ball and the bat, so that'll give Michael Goff the confidence to move forward with the next step. So he does here. So just to confirm, it's pitching in line, hitting in line. Around the wicket, there's the drift, and it is hitting. Enough of the ball is hitting the leg stump, quite a bit of it. And that sends Peter Hanscom packing as well. Late before wicket for 6. Ashwin already has 4. Australia are deep in the hole here at Nagpur at 5 for 52. They're still 171 runs away from making India bat again. And at this particular juncture, Peter Lalor, that seems far-fetched at best.
Seems far-fetched at best at the moment. Adam Collins, I think if your children are in the room, try and find something else for them to do. Don't let them listen to this. This is a very, very disappointing performance by the Australian batsmen. But you have to say, these Indian bowlers, they are so wily, so good with their lengths. They draw you out with a couple of short ones, push you back, trap you on the pads. That's now 1, 2, 3, 4 trapped in front in the first 18 overs.
17.2 overs gone. I wonder when the last time Australia were bowled out inside a session. We've still got 50 minutes until tea, and, well, that would be a pretty decent chance of happening from here. Ashwin's on a roll. He is so difficult to stop when he gets in this mood, as the Australians found out at Bangalore 6 years ago when he took a spell of, well, when he completed a spell of 6 for 12 to win a test match in about quarter of an hour. And he's in that kind of mood again today. Alex Carey, who did a good job in the first dig, sweeping from the get-go, making 36. I wonder whether he'll be so bold on afternoon 3 with this test. Not so much drifting, but sliding away in a landslide. Ashwin round the wicket, Carey's first ball. 3 catching it on the offside. He does sweep first ball conventionally. Out pass backwards, square, gets a boundary. Loves the shot, plays it well. 4 from the first ball, our boundaries for Blunston. Rotaflex by Blunston. 5 for 56 to score Pete Lalor.
It's not a matter of bravery or boldness with Alex Carey when it comes to playing spin in these conditions. He sweeps on muscle memory. He backs himself. Reverse sweep or conventional sweep on that occasion. He looked great in the first innings. It's a lovely batsman. Simple, attacking. I think he went it over a run of ball, didn't he? Well over a run of ball. It was a very crisp innings.
Yeah, Alex Carey had a good year, averaged right on 50 in Test cricket, finished it with a century at the MCG against South Africa, and a really accomplished series of performances in Pakistan last year as well.
Yeah, 36 from 33 balls in the first innings. He looked very good. So Steve Smith, so Carey's got something he can prove out there.
Yeah, put him out around the corner for the sweep, and someone back if he gets it right. And let's look for the reverse sweep. Yep, someone back for that as well. They've set the field. So a deep backward point, a deep backward square, and a leg gully. They want him sweeping. Ashwin bowls here around the wicket. He does sweep off the pad, down to short fine leg, beats him. Towards the rope it goes, and it'll be back-to-back boundaries for Australia. Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move, and it's come off the under edge. So Carey, 2 balls, 2 fours. Have that.
Clever cricketer. I thought he paddled that a bit finer. I'm giving that one to him. He's a smart cricketer. He can put it where he wants it. I think, Adam, they actually want him to drive. They're covering off the sweep. They want him to drive and expose his weakness. His sweep is his strength. So they're cutting runs off there, encouraging him to play in front of the wicket.
So the catches are first slip, second slip, silly point, catching cover, and a man on the 45, kind of a leg gully. Ashwin bowls, round the wicket, Carey, reverse sweep this time, out to the deep backward point. 3 balls, 2 swept boundaries and a reverse sweep for 1. Fun and games. Carey's 9, Australia 5 for 61. They still trail by 162, 1 ball left in the Ashwin set.
Well, they put in that leg gully and it was wide. He went fine with it, so they moved it finer, and so he reversed. Clever cricket.
Ashwin is putting on a clinic here at Nagpur.
No, they don't have to bother so much. Steve Smith's not a natural sweeper. Tends to play it standing up, doesn't he?
Smith on strike on 10. Ashwin finishes. Smith bounces, then clips in between the 2 catching men on the leg side, between leg slip and short leg for 1. He'll keep the strike on 11. 5 for 62 the score. Australia trail by 161 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Ladies love Valentine's Day roses, but it's not so romantic when they soon start wilting. This Valentine's Day, spoil her with a stunning Eternity Rose. An Eternity Rose is a real rose dipped in 24-karat gold or beautifully glazed to preserve their natural colour, including gorgeous red roses, and they last a lifetime. Presented in a leather display case, an Eternity Rose is a unique, lasting way to say I love you. Starting at $169. Order now with free express delivery at eternityrose.com.au.
So wickets in consecutive overs. Jadeja's turn again. Bowling here. 1 for 17. His analysis. Past the edge of Smith with the first ball of the over. The crowd go up and appeal. Indeed, the crowd go up beneath us here because there's a TV camera taking shots of them. Might have to bang the door to get a couple of guys with Rohit Sharma tops on. Bowling here to Smith Don't know where the ball pitched. I know he's placed it out to mid-off for a single. Moved out the way now. Smith up to 12, 5 for 63.
Just trying to enjoy this cricket with Smith scoring in front of the wicket, Carey basically scoring behind it. Although he's also a very good driver as well. Fantastic through the offside, gives himself a bit of room.
So Jadeja to Carey, the field is amended.
I'm going to
as you'd expect. So they're going to have the deep square, the deep backward square, the deepish short fine leg, if that makes sense, a deep backward point, and now we can't see because the TV cameras are back, so we'll do the best we can with this Jadeja delivery. Bowling here, reverse sweeping down the deep backward point, I think. They only take the single. Carey's into double figures from his fourth delivery. 5 for 64 it is.
I'm standing on my chair here. I've got a glimpse.
I'm going to have to as well here. They trail by 159. We've got a sheet that we have to get beyond as well, which is doubling up as the cameraman's edge down from Smith, the first slip. Might need to intervene here, Pete. This will get unsustainable if there's a wicket.
Squared him up.
I'm having to rely on the commentary.
Here we go. Thanks, guys. Out the way. Cheerio.
Hey, everyone wants to be on telly.
Smith facing up to Jadeja. Goes past the outside edge.
Yeah. Although, to be honest with you, the way this innings has progressed, I wouldn't have minded that crowd sitting in front of me the whole time.
I think the TV cameraman's helping us here. Yeah. Thanks, mate.
Thank you. He's a nice fellow, that cameraman. See him everywhere.
Did you see the guys I took a photo of yesterday by chance?
No.
The guy holding the sign saying, "I love Virat Kohli more than my wife," and he's staying in, she's my wife, sitting next to him. Took a little snap in the crowd, and all the Indian media organisations have picked it up and written stories off the tweet.
So hang on, that means he has more love in his heart than his wife has love for Kohli?
Well, I think he's simply saying he loves Virat Kohli more than he loves his wife.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
Jadeja again. Smith lunging forward, shoulder of the bat down the silly point, just wide of that man. In fact, Rohit Sharma does the fielding. End of the over, 5 for 64 on the Kia scoreboard with Smith on 12 and Carey on 10. They trail by 159.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XGT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now, with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
We're here for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Phil Long, jump in before the first ball here.
Well, very quickly, we were talking earlier about the way Australia have batted this second innings. Their four innings from the openers in this test just added 17 runs. That's the second least by Australia in their Indian touring history.
Yikes. Thank you, Phil. You're going to jump out. Kasper's going to jump in. I've still got Peter Lalor with me. Ashwin just tweaking the field meticulously as he does. As Ravi Shastri said to us in SEN Test cricket a couple of days ago, he can't be captain. You've got too many ideas. I don't know about that. I love the idea of Ashwin being captain one day.
Manipulating the field.
The other thing I wouldn't rule out here is Ashwin threatening to run out the non-striker at some point, just to get in the Australians' heads. Wait and see. Round the wicket, bowls to Carey, sweeping off the front pad to the man at the 45. No single on offer. Direct hit. Now, Carey lunged back. It looked like he was easily back. Umpire Menon is unmoved. It was the keeper, Bharat, who was interested. We're going to get a look upstairs for it, though.
Kohli liked it, but Kohli's up for anything.
I was going to say, Kohli's a bit like Marnus on these matters. Yeah. With all due respect to the great man. Michael Goff will just have a look here, and yet Carey's bat's back, and sharp work from the keeper, but not to be.
Come on, Virat, for God's sake. Very different tone of change from previous series here between Kohli and Warner and those guys. Yeah. Very warm, giggling. They're old men, aren't they? They're in their dotage. Their old battles are forgotten.
Ashwin delivers. Carey. Reverse sweep, misses it. In line, gone. Yep, absolutely gone. He'll feel the need to review at this stage, I'm sure, but unless something is going on that we can't identify, he's in a world of trouble as well. It'll complete Ashwin's fifer. He was going to miss the reverse sweep at some stage, I suppose, and Ashwin knew it. We'll go upstairs momentarily, but Pat Cummins on our screen, he already knows. He's got his helmet on. He's about to walk down onto the field. Carey, he's reviewed out of some sense of duty, being the last recognised batsman. We're going to watch the first replay here. Pete Lalor, talk us through it.
Hit straight. Hit straight. He's out. Oh, look, he knew it. He turned around and went to walk off.
Well, Brad's got the finger up. Casper, you're with us too. Out. Oh, sorry, mate.
Unfortunately, yes. It looks pretty good. We haven't seen the lines yet with the full review. So looking good.
He's on his way. He was on his way the moment his pad and finger went up. And now he's seen a replay. He's on his way again.
I don't think he wanted to.
Guy.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to review. I think he did it because he thought, well, I kind of have to, right?
Yeah.
Ashwin, what a cricketer. 2 reds, which is the most important bit. Surely it's a third. It absolutely is. Hitting middle stump, halfway up. Ravi Ashwin has his 31st fifer in Test cricket. And the way he's going at the moment, it'll be the 8th time he takes 10 wickets in a match in about half an hour from now. It's that kind of innings. As Test matches do so often in India, they are speeding up towards the finish line. A brief but enterprising innings comes to an end from Alex Carey. Leg before wicket for 10 from 6 deliveries. Australia 6 for 64. 159 runs in the hole. Mike Kasprowicz, we did say at the start of the innings that if Australia lost a couple quickly, this could become a huge problem straight away, and we're still in the 20th over, so it's been...
It would have been. The wickets were the key here. Look, I was trying to be real positive at the start and find a way for the Australian cricket team to win. And what they had needed to do, those small totals, little partnerships, just finding a way. But the wickets have really spoiled that. Then to turn into survival. How do we actually survive out there at the moment? And Alex Carey, with the sweep shot, maybe offered a glimmer of hope. Not so much there was something, but yeah, I think, like you said, Ashwin he's too much of a class bowler. He just knew, just keep playing your reverse sweep, mate. I'm going to get you.
So Pat Cummins, the new man in the first innings. He was out to Ashwin, caught by Bharat Kohli for 6. And Ashwin 31 times. He's taken 5 in an innings, Pete. What a cricketer. Not far away from overtaking Nathan Lyon in his career tally as well. 8 for the match. Bowls to Cummins, outside edge, bouncing just in front of the man at second slip. Surya Kumar Yadav, not to be.
Well, we can't knock Carey's intent. That's the way he goes about it. He's a wicketkeeper too. We have to remember that, not a batter.
Ashwin to Cummins, 3 catching men in close, finds the inside edge after pitching. Sharp turn, no run, down to mid-on.
He's one of the few players we've seen actually playing the sweep shot. And I know that Matthew Hayden, certainly in 2004, developed in 2001, changed his game, and it really worked.
Ashwin bowls to Cummins. That's the one that goes out the front of the hand, past the outside edge, sliding across the right-hander from round the wicket. Well bowled.
That's right. Hayden spent about a month practicing the sweep before that 2001 series. A mate of mine to bowl to him, actually.
Ashwin to finish. Delivers here, Cummins back, gets big on him, hits the inside edge. A wicket maiden, wickets in 3 consecutive overs for Ashwin. Australia 6 for 64 after 20 overs. They trail by 159 on the Kia scoreboard.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. What are you doing Sunday, baby? We're not going to be here, Pete. Jadeja gets his turn here. 1 wicket for him. That was Labuschagne. There's 6 down. Smith still there on 12. Jadeja to his old sparring partner who defends out to cover. No run. Crowd very much involved here, as I expect our listeners in England who are with us at TalkSport 2 Saturday morning there, tuning in to our simulcast throughout the UK, throughout the series, and probably enjoying hearing another Australian collapse in Asia. Jadeja delivers, Smith forward, defending, into the offside, no run. Worth remembering, Pete, that the last time Australia played in Asia, they collapsed in a session as well against Sri Lanka.
That's right.
That's not long ago. We saw that as an aberration. Jadeja delivers, beating Smith outside the off stump on the basis of what you described before. They came to Asia in 17 and played really well for the most part. They won in Bangladesh, which was no easy thing. Well, they won all, but it was a tough tour. Jadeja bowls. Smith hit on the pad well down the track. They win in Pakistan 1-0, and they bowl Sri Lanka out easily in goal in the first test. It felt like they were ready for this challenge. And look, maybe they will be after this chastening experience, and they'll bounce back, but this is not linear. What's happening here is kind of against the grain of what we've seen with the Aussie team away from home of late when they have improved.
Yeah, I take Pakistan out. Pakistan wickets are nothing like this. Sure, they don't take any spin. So Sri Lanka you include, don't you? Bangladesh you include.
Jadeja last ball of the over. Smith defending again. Maiden complete. End of the over. 6 for 64 with Smith on 12. Cummins yet to score. That's on the Kia scoreboard.
Bendix EV hybrid brake pads are designed to meet the changing needs of EV braking systems, ensuring a low environmental impact whilst delivering low dust and quieter operation. Cleaner wheels, longer brake disc life, and Bendix green titanium stripe technology for instant friction without the need for bedding in. Ask for Bendix EV hybrid brake pads at your next service. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
You can follow SEN Cricket on Twitter, Instagram and TikTok. All of the post-game analysis will be on there, assuming the test finishes today, as it almost certainly will. We'll be talking down at the side of the ground with one of the Australian players and podcasting that as well. Follow the feed in all the usual places. Ashwin trying to finish it in a hurry. He's got 5 for 34, bowled the whole innings, delivering here to Cummins, who's forward and defending down the pitch to start the new set. Kasper.
Yeah, the game plan. I think reassessing things post-match, sitting down. We've got an extra couple of days for the Australian team to do so.
Well, Ashwin bowls and Cummins defends. This is where Bharat's leadership will be required. Pete, you've led the Australian press pack on many tours. I've done it a couple of times. Bharat's relatively new to the job. When the test finishes early, all eyes turn to the captain. Bowling here is Ashwin. Striker Cummins off the inside edge. I fancy, then onto the pad. They get through for one. We'll look for the signal by umpire Illingworth. That was all pads. So leg by 6 for 65. Well, Cummins stays on 0.
Well, it becomes a blame game in a loss like this. And, you know, all of Adelaide will be saying we was right, won't we? Travis Town, how dare you drop our skipper? And look, you know, they have been bowled, and it hasn't. And when you're bowled and it doesn't pay off. It's brave, I guess they say, isn't it? Yep. That was brave, Minister.
Yes, there'll be scrutiny on selection, I'm certain. Ashwin bowls round the wicket. Smith lunges forward. Quick single. Cummins through comfortably in the end, though. But I don't think it would be disingenuous to say that one selection decision, 6 for 66, by the way, is the score, it would have turned the match, because even if Head was playing, he would have been coming in at 3 for not much in the second dig, and you know, you're asking a lot of him in the first.
And Pat Cummins can't bat for the top order, can he?
True.
Yeah. If his top order can't make runs, what can he do? He does have some questions to ask himself about
He's over the wicket to Cummins. Change of angle, defending down the onside of the pitch.
About his bowling tactics. 1 ball left to continue the pattern of a wicket every over for the last 4. Well, he's done it 3 last
3 in a row, Ash. Yeah. Finishing up here, a couple of runs from it, bowling to Cummins, and he defends and gets 1 to cover for the second time in the over. So 22 overs gone. Australia 6 for 67. Smith on 13, Cummins on 1. Pete, you're going to make way. I am as well. Nikesh Rughani replacing me. After the break, our coverage is for Henley Homes, henley.com.au.
Sinclair Dermatology is seeking men aged 18 to 60 to participate in their new hair loss clinical trial. Eligible participants will gain access to cutting-edge hair loss treatment, medical care at no cost, and be reimbursed for their time. Places are limited. Apply today by visiting sinclairdermatology.com.au/clinical trials or calling 1-800-SINCLAIR.
We care for hair, Sinclair.
SEN Test Cricket in association with Henley Homes, henley.com.au. Nikesh Rughani alongside Michael Kasprowicz and Bharat Sundaresan as India look to finish this one off. Steve Smith still standing in their way, of course. 6 for 67, still trailing by 156 runs.
Rohit Sharma just giving his fielder a piece of his mind. I think it's Mohammad Siraj. He disappeared onto the long on boundary. He just Rohit Sharma just said, this is not a T20 game, come up.
Jadeja in, and Cummins is pushing forward, missing at that one, and yeah, Siraj could see the funny side of that as well.
I could give you a Rohit. They said, "Arey, T20 nahi chal raha hai. Idhar aaja."
The king of Rohit impressions.
Yeah, okay.
Jadeja into Cummins once more, again lunging forward and just whizzes past the outside edge.
I have a theory, Casper. I mean, when you use the words intimidating, destructive, generally used for fast bowlers, right? Fast bowlers bowl short, fast bowlers bowl quick.
Jadeja gets him playing forward once more.
I can't think of any bowling pairs as intimidating or more intimidating, more destructive than Ashwin and Jadeja, especially in home conditions.
Jadeja in again, and is that taken? Is it edged? It is. Cummins is on his way. Jadeja gets another one. Australian skipper gone, just feathering one through behind. He played and missed at a couple just previously in this one, just a touch straighter. A thin feather through to KS Bharat. Really good sharp catch as well. And Australia staring down the barrel at 7 for 67.
Final edge there, and we saw many times for the Australians beat the outside edge of the bat. The spin bowling, Maxwell, also line, spinning, with big gaps between it. But just there, maybe he's in such good form. He Cummins, unfortunately, hit it. Little faint edge. He's got to go. 67 runs on the board for 7 Australian wickets.
Those
not
two
so
words,
good.
Those two words, Casper, intimidating and destructive. That's what they are.
You sure picked it. And I think that's the whole thing, is that it's doubt. And I think when you're saying intimidating someone, they start to doubt what they're doing. That's the key. And even in the first innings, Jadeja actually talked about it.
Yeah.
The way he was bowling, he was trying to create doubt in the batsman by going a touch wider, his lines, even sort of the lengths that he was bowling, creating that. And these two, best in the world.
Yeah, and a lot of people will look at that scorecard, Nikesh and Casper, and say, oh, Australia just overplayed this whole spin on this pitch and they overthought this pitch and they would have started playing spin in their head. I don't agree, because it's not that they're getting out to crazy shots.
No, exactly.
They're getting out, Ashwin and Jadeja are dismissing them by breaching their defences. That just talks about class of the bowling more than what the batters are doing.
I totally agree. I absolutely agree with that, because I think you ought to respect the fact that what we've seen here, that the skill of the Indian bowlers, the spin bowlers, and as you said, on the conditions they know so well, game plan, they had it easy because they knew.
Todd Murphy comes to the crease, 7 for with the ball. Very different job to do here with the bats. He's here pushing forward the left-hander, out into extra cover. And there is no run. Jadeja looks like he might be coming around, back over the wicket to the left-hander. So if there's any rough spots outside his off stump, 2 slips in place. Short leg, short mid-wicket as well, and it is played to that short mid-wicket. End of another successful over for India and for Ravi Jadeja. Australia 7 for 67.
Introducing the all-new Lexus RX, the luxury SUV that defies convention. With a rebelliously designed spindle body, it mirrors nothing else. A driver-focused cabin and intuitive interface ensures it feels like nothing else. While with scintillating driving dynamics, it moves like nothing else. Arriving soon, be no one else in the all-new Lexus RX. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Contact Lexus of Brighton for details.
LMCT 9897.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, henley.com.au. Ashwin continues into Smith, who works this off his hit out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. So clearly trusting Todd Murphy down the other end. I mean, they're in such a hole, Australia, I suppose. Can't afford for Steve Smith just to try and marshal the strike. Got to see what they can gain from this situation, and if there's any chance of a miracle that they could make India bat again. They still trail by 155 runs here, and Ashwin getting a chance here early against the left-handed Murphy. Was out for a duck in the first innings. And he comes, and Murphy just guides this out towards backward point. 7 for 68.
Yeah, Todd Murphy would be really keen for that first run. 7 wickets, pretty handy, but just 1 run.
Ashwin into him again, and he's lunging forward, defending that into the covers.
Must be some sort of stat, even though it's just his first test. 0 runs, 7 wickets.
Yeah, well, if he doesn't get off the mark in this second innings,
what a ratio that would be.
It'll be a unique record. Ashwin over the wicket, and does wrap him on the pads, but probably outside the line of leg stump, maybe a bit of bat pad or something like that. The Indians not too enthusiastic about that appeal, but the fans certainly enthusiastic all around the stadium. It's Saturday, it's packed as Murphy lunges and pushes into the offside once more, and they can sense victory here, Casper, on day 3, which will be some statement at the start of the series.
Well, having watched a lot of cricket, I'm sure they're backing their team, and certainly in this situation right now. Hey, the other stat I think would be fantastic to know. It's Todd Murphy. How about 7 wickets and 100?
Oh.
Ashwin into him again, and this is just knocked into the leg side, and there is no run. Well, he's yet to get off the mark yet, Casper. So 24 overs gone in this innings. He and Smith could do the impossible. 7 for 68, though.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Hey, I took George out over the weekend. Jeez, he loved it. I bought him this tiny little Shimano rod. It was about 30 bucks. It was perfect for him because he can hold it by himself and nice and light. Jeez, he had fun with it.
And you were catching salmon, the kids would love it. Like, it's not sitting around waiting. Were you trolling or casting?
Trolling. And if you want to get your kids into fishing, kids love trolling.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Back with us here in Nagpur as India make a change to their bowling. Akshar Patel replacing Ravi Jadeja from the far end. No mug. Akshar Patel got the ability to run through this pretty quickly as he's into Smith, and Smith just pushes off the back foot into the offside. Yeah, 100 for Murphy, 300 for Smith.
Yeah,
I mean, look, Casper, when you've been on the receiving end of probably the greatest batting miracle in Test cricket history with what Rahul Dravid and VVS Lakshman in particular did on that day at Eden Gardens, as this one's defended by Smith again, you've got every right to sort of think beyond the rest of us. I think the impossible is possible.
Well, you just got to have seen it. Exactly. You actually seen it. And if you just believe it, you never know your chances.
Akshar fires one in, and Smith tries to drive through that cover region, but can't get it past the fielder there. No run.
And I think Steve Smith's the type of player. He's found himself in this situation batting, so often to save innings or whatever, but he finds a way. Has a habit of doing so.
Akshar getting into his groove. This one is fuller. Smith can't drive past that short extra cover.
And of course the wind is so far out there, it's not funny. However, if you just chip away, and like I said, Todd Murphy, he hasn't been seen before, so maybe he's got something special for us.
He started his career as a batter.
And again, slightly wider, and Smith launches this over the top. And has that gone all the way? No, just bouncing inside that rope there, an extra cover, but another lovely shot from Steve Smith, showing that you still can pick your moments to play your shots as long as you've got a solid defence. He's played some lovely shots so far in this innings, and the important thing is he's still there. And another thing, Casper, playing for pride as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the thing. Australian team came here to India with so much on the line.
Again, defended into the offside.
Yeah, and it's just hope. They've actually done so well.
Right, end of another over. 7 for 72.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Right, well, Ashwin's got his 5 bag, and he's been taken off, and Jadeja is replacing him from this end, the north end of the ground, as this is well driven by Todd Murphy, and there are some runs. He's off the mark in Test cricket. He's going to get at least 2, and that's where they're going to stop. Akshar Patel chasing the ball there out towards the long off boundary. Tidy little drive there from Todd Murphy. Jadeja bowling into that slightly bigger rough patch outside the left-hander there, outside his off stump.
When you said about hope and toast, the Australian team have actually, their form leading into this series has been so good.
Jadeja in again, defended this time by Murphy.
And really just that sort of confidence in the team. They've been playing well. I think they'd only lost 1 in the last 15 Test matches before this one.
Jadeja slightly straighter, and it's worked into the onside this time. No run.
And with that, it's a bit hard to keep believing in this position. 129 runs behind. You never know.
Jadeja again looking for that rough patch and getting some big turn, but well negotiated by Murphy.
Sorry to just bring some logic to this conversation. Did you guys just compare Ravi and Lakshman to Murphy and Steve Smith? All right.
Wrapped on the pads and given not out.
No, I mean, I'm all for optimism, but talking about...
Nobody compared them as players.
You're talking about miracles. That's a very different situation.
Jadeja in again, and this time Murphy drives, but can't get it past that cover fielder.
Sorry, I just had to stop.
No run. Right, on that note, we'll take another break with Australia 7 for 74.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
One of the all-time against the odds wins. Taken out of midair by the man with the golden hand.
Catch up on SEN-created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The sounding board.
Real adventures.
Trailblazers. Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Akshar Patel to continue from the far end then. He's into Smith, who punches off the back foot out to deep cover for a single. There's an appeal from KS Bharat for something. I don't know what. And it comes off in nearly the middle of the bat there and out to the sweeper. Maybe a bit of pad first or something like that.
To the extent Steve Smith actually stopped halfway as he was running, completing the single, and said, "That hit the bat." But I have a question for you, Kasper. I mean, what this Test match in the situation where Australia find themselves in proves to me is, and you've been on many tours to India in the past, we'll come to it after the Akshar Patel delivery.
He's coming in here too. Murphy's back over the wicket, Akshar, and Murphy's smothering this in defence.
I mean, you can visualise, plan, prepare, simulate everything about playing Test cricket in India, and then there is playing Test cricket in India.
Yeah. Akshar in again, and this is just a crowd catch, is it? Or is he chipped it in the air? No, he's chipped it in the air. Such were the Indian celebrations. There was no real exuberance from the bowler, from the fielder Rohit Sharma there at short mid-wicket. But Akshar Patel gets his first wicket. It is Todd Murphy. The dream of 100 from Michael Kasprowicz is over for Todd Murphy on debut, but a little bit of extra bounce, or more bounce than Todd Murphy expected, and he just chipped it straight into the hands of Rohit Sharma, who, as cool as you like, caught the ball, dropped it to the ground, and just a quiet thumbs up from the bowler.
No, they say there's no such thing as an easy catch. However, that one there just popped up. Yeah, no, look, it's a shame. That one did bounce a bit more. He went to turn on the leg side. Bit of a sort of a leading edge to it. And unfortunately, Todd Murphy, this little dream of his, this Test match, it's not over yet. But there's an element of nightmare about it.
Yeah, and it goes back to what I was saying. I mean, there's been hours. I mean, so does any team before they go on an overseas tour. Sydney Test towards the end, there was thinking about India. Even when they were in Pakistan and Sri Lanka, there were thoughts about how they would shape up in India. They had the 2-day camp in Sydney, 5 full days in Bangalore, a couple of net sessions here. But then it's just the next. I mean, you can think about all the plans you have for a Jadeja or an Ashwin, but that's where they're world class. They'll still go past you.
There's so many parts to playing cricket here. Obviously, the conditions, and let's talk about the pitch and all the attention it had. it certainly played fantastically, or let's just say that. But I just think that the other parts about it, like even the crowd, the noise, there's so many things, and the way that momentum works.
Harsha continues in here to Lyon, who is the new batter and beaten by some big turn outside the off stump.
And so when you are playing here, I remember from experience, things can happen. All of a sudden you can get away from you real quick. Excitement from the crowd, the buzz.
Harsha fires one in straighter and again past the outside edge of Lyon. This one a little bit straighter, not as much turn.
And what it does, it actually almost, you can't control that obviously, but it's almost like the Indian team lift from the energy of the crowd.
Harsha fires this one in towards leg stump this time, and Lyon just flicks it away to mid-on. He survives his first 3 deliveries, end of the over. 8 for 75 Australia.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au, and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered, no matter where you are. From NRL action in the ACT.
Bounces nice for Whiten, and there's the try for the Canberra Raiders.
To cricket chaos in Queensland.
Up and over, deep square leg.
Even tense finishes in Tassie.
Out to McDonald, a long-range 3.
All around the country, SEN is right there for the big moments. Expert commentary and analysis.
I believe Ricky Stewart should be suspended for the rest of the year.
Podcasts.
I'll happily quit Twitter if that's what is the outcome of it.
And the latest breaking news.
Cristiano is basically just resigned on the spot.
So whether it's night games in the Northern Territory.
Quick 3, got it!
Soccer in South Australia.
Tip over the top from Hammer. Well, there it is.
Victories in Victoria.
Selwood's onto it. It floats. Oh, captain!
Nonsense in New South Wales.
Let's see how you go here, Steve Carfino.
Or just getting carried away in WA.
I've been led to believe that they're right top tier.
The elite. Remember, SEN has you covered everywhere. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power.
Get the power!
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Hi, it's Nick Strauss from Berwick Motor Group. Berwick Haval is on sale now, with thousands of 2022 built Havals for immediate delivery. So visit bmgsales.com.au or give us a call on 1300 BMG SEN. That's 1300 264 736. And don't forget, we have BMG Finance for approved customers. So come down and visit me and the team at Berwick Haval. Best wishes, Nick Strauss, LMCT 8760.
If you've been wronged, think about this. What has been the impact on your life? What can you live with? Or live without? And how far will you let it go before you say, enough is enough? Let today be the day when you don't just think about it, but decide to make a stand. Draw your line between right and wrong with Shine. Search Shine Lawyers.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. With a fleet of over 250 vehicles, from 1 tonne right up to the big semis, State Transport is ready to deliver your goods on time, safely and efficiently, both locally and Australia-wide. We are the time slot specialists. 24 hours, 7 days a week, and with State Transport, you're ready to go. State Transport, our people are your solution.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
Thinking of selling or interested in finding out what your home is worth? Contact us at O'Brien Real Estate Chelsea and Carrum Downs for a free market appraisal. O'Brien Real Estate Chelsea and Carrum Downs, the REIV Agency Award winners for the past 2 years.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Clyde North and Calcalo, henley.com.au and Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
The world doesn't exist. But very few batters, people from around the world have been able to do that. That's what Australia have experienced here, especially in the last couple of hours. That's why things happen so quickly. Wickets fall rapidly.
Harsha looking for another one here as Lyon pushes forward to that short extra cover man under the lid. And I suppose it doesn't help when some, not all, some of the Australian media were already riled up from before they even got on the plane about the pitch, what the conditions are going to be like and just what to expect. It just all adds to that hype and that pressure. Harsha in again, and Lyon guides this one down towards that short third region. There is a fielder there. It's well fielded by Ravindra Jadeja, pretty good in that region or in any region. No run. Lyon with that open stance. Faces up once more, and Harsha gets him playing forward, back down the pitch. Well negotiated. It is just a matter of pride here, isn't it, for Lyon and Smith. Harsha again gets him to push forward. And which means well, you can hear on the stump mark, KS Bharat is very impressed with the way Akshar Patel is bowling. This one again fired into that similar region, and well negotiated by Lyon. End of another over. 29 gone in this Australian second innings, but they are already 8 for 82. Steve Smith still there on 21. Nathan Lyon on 4. This is looking increasingly like India will extend this great record that they've got on home soil. If you look at India since 2010, they've played 58. It's 13 years. They've played 58 matches, won 43 and only lost 5 in that time. Win percentage of 76.8. If you look since 2013, so the last 10 years, played 42 test matches, lost just 2 in a decade. Win percentage of 80.9. In the last 5 years, they've won 14 out of 16, losing just 1 and drawing 1 as well. So it looks like it's going to become 15 from 17 at some point in the next little short passage of play as Jadeja prepares for the start of another over. And Smith just pulls away at the last moment. He's not quite ready. Eyes weren't quite looking up. Got Suryakumar Yadav under the lid there at second slip, on his knees. Smith just punches again off the back foot, and then realises he has to scamper pretty quickly if he wants that single. He was ambling for a second and then made his ground quite comfortably in the end. Phil Long.
Australia's lowest score in India, 93, that they made at the Vankidi in 2004, so they're still short of that mark.
They are 10 runs short at the moment. Jadeja, men round the bat. He's got packed field inside, saving a single, and Lyon says, well, I'll just help myself to 4 around the corner. It was a slightly loose delivery from Jadeja, angling down the leg side, and Lyon helping it on its way. Second boundary for him. He moves on to 8, and Australia 8 for 87.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon also doesn't want to deny Steve Smith an opportunity to do what he loves doing best, which is batting. He's batting really well. He's got good rhythm at the other end.
Jadeja on the off-stump line once more. Nathan Lyon forward defending. Jadeja looking to extend his tally throughout the match. Stands at 7 currently, level with Murphy. And Jadeja again just persisting with that fired-in delivery on that off-stump line, negotiating well. Racing through the over as always, and he's through the gate this time. That one was the slightly straighter one. Nathan Lyon losing his balance, trying to push forward, not sure initially whether to go forward or play back. Take another look at the replay, just absolute rip and bounce, and that one did spit from those rough areas. Not even past the outside edge, past almost the splice of the bat right at the top. Jadeja again in similar area, slightly fuller this time, and Lyon does well to get some bat on that into the offside. 8 for 87. And, this is kind of the calm before the storm around the stadium, isn't it, Bharat? It's Saturday, there's a few more people in, we've noticed. There's a bit more of a buzz. There's more kids in as well. We saw some school kids, of course, no school today, but they've come in their uniforms, some of them. And it really is building up to be a party in Nagpur this evening and this afternoon.
Yeah, especially a big shout out to the kid who, a bunch of people asking for my autograph, then one little kid came up to me and said, sir, can you please autograph my hand? I did. Then he wanted to know what my name was. always good to meet your fans.
Once he found out, Bharat, he realised he's never going to wash that hand.
He's going to go home
until he gets home and his mum says, "Hey,"
his mum says, "Why
you're not
have you
having
soiled
dinner
your hand?
unless you."
There's that ink on your hand. Surprise, surprise! We have Mohammad Shami into the
yes. Shami, there's 3 overs so far for 11 runs. Maybe a chance for him to get another wicket as well in this match. Steve Smith, it is on strike. A couple of slips, one wide slip and one conventional gully. As Smith defends this one out towards mid-off. Might be a bit of reverse on offer for Shami.
Just to finish off on the crowd and the noise in India, I had this theory growing up, and you watched a lot of Indian cricket when you were growing up as well, Nikesh. Always used to say that in these kind of positions when the match is really against the opposition, the crowd would often get 2 wickets. A wicket falls and there's this whole roar that goes around. And before that roar subsides, that roar will lead to another wicket.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It always happens in India.
Shami runs in, delivers down the leg side. Good take by KS Bharat, diving away towards his left. He's been tidy behind the stumps, hasn't he? And like we were talking earlier, his confidence seems to be growing. He's coming out of his shell a little bit. He was a bit nervous probably in that first innings when he was behind the stumps, but he's chirpy. He's doing well. He's keeping well to the spinners.
Absolutely. Taken 2 very sharp catches. Really sharp catch. Jadeja's bowling just a while back. At Cummins, the batter, so everybody's feeling up in this Indian side. Lots of laughter, some giggling.
Shami delivers once more. Another full delivery defended by Smith, and there is no run.
Steve Smith not happy with someone moving behind the side screen. Nikesh Rughani not happy with someone moving in front of our radio box.
Well, where we are, there are about 10 rows of seats beneath us, and there's a little walkway in front of our commentary positions, and we've got some very helpful bouncers. And they've literally got bouncer written on the back of their shirts.
Fauji bouncer as well.
Fauji bouncer.
Soldier bouncer.
Soldier bouncers. So they are helping move people along. Smith this time just flicking away to backward square. Another single taken. 8 for 88. I mean, it's not a proper sort of 8-time Nelson or anything like that, Phil, but we've had quite a few of those instances in this Test match, haven't we?
We have. There was a point, wasn't there, where Nathan Lyon, was it 41 overs, 11 maidens, 1 for 111? It was all the ones.
11 maidens, and absolutely. David Shepherd, God rest his soul, will be hopping around up in the clouds somewhere at the sight of that. I'm just seeing a replay of some of Ashwin's wickets. Richard Illingworth with a pretty easy job of raising his finger on most of those occasions when they were appealing.
Interesting that Steve Smith's given Nathan Lyon 2 balls against Mohammad Shami. Watch out for that in-swinging Yorker. You can already see second slip's gone out into a silly mid-on. Going to be zoning into those stumps, full and straight.
Shami into Lyon, who defends out towards point. He was targeting those stumps. Shami, it'd be interesting to see a replay. We're from behind the batter at this end. Shami bowling from the far end, so difficult to tell if there was any late tailback on that, or if it's just a conventional sort of seam delivery, maybe jagging back in a touch.
Bat came down at the right moment. Will it come down right when Nathan Lyon needs it to? This ball. If it doesn't, Ball will smash into stumps.
Final ball of Shami's over then. Charges in again. Delivers and he's bowled in! Stump cartwheeling out of the ground. India 1 wicket away now. And that is a beautiful sight for any fast bowler. And that is well called. Bharat Sundaresan as Australia now 9 down for 88. A few more words from you, and then Adam Collins will take you through to the end.
Well, it was just as straightforward as that. We knew what Mohammad Shami was doing. Nathan Lyon knew what Mohammad Shami was doing. He was aiming for that middle or leg stump. Nathan Lyon had one job to do right. He had to bring that bat down at the right moment. He did it the first time, failed to do it the second time, and his leg stump was sent for a little walk. And Australia are down just 1 wicket away from a pretty embarrassing defeat in this first test in Nagpur. Adam Collins.
That they are, Baz. Well, it's going to be an extended session. Tea should be now, but with 9 down, Scott Boland making his way to the middle. They're going to give India the opportunity with the extra half an hour, understandably so. So 31 overs gone in the session, 9 for 88. Mike Kasprowicz also returning for the final probably minutes of this test match, the way that it's gone since the lunch break. G'day, Kasper.
Hey, hello. Hey, Bharat.
Kasper.
I like to be positive.
You do, that's true. That is one thing no one can...
I drive that the whole time. But Scotty Boland coming out to bat right now. This has been really hard to watch.
Australia's lowest tally in India is 93, Phil Long tells me. They're 5 away from that. It's not without precedent seeing the Australian side rolled in double digits in the last 10 years or so. Smith's still there on 23. He won't give up. Jadeja to him. He pushes off the front foot, start of a new over. So the highest score comfortably is Smith. Labuschagne 17, the rest 10 or below. Jadeja trying to finish the test match here to Smith, who gets for his bowled in! Comprehensive way to complete an annihilation. Australia defeated by an innings and 135 runs. And we're just waiting for the front foot. We're just being held, say Steve Smith, at the crease. It would have been a fitting way for the test to end.
Oh, it is.
This is slightly chaotic in the middle. Smith has been reprieved. Front foot, no ball.
Whoa.
We can do it all again soon enough.
There's that positivity coming through.
Let's watch it on the screen here. Well, Jadeja, oh gosh, it's given us a front foot, no ball. We get to see the whole replay thanks to Beaumont Tiles. I think he's been unlucky there.
Cutting it very fine there, Jadeja. He's bowled a few no balls though.
He has done, yeah.
So Smith facing up, 9 for 89. Jadeja, same delivery, straight on, defended out to cover. Well, I mean, it speaks volumes about the kind of test match it's been, really, to end like that. It's been chaotic. It's been frenetic.
It would have been such an apt end to get rid of Steve Smith, clean bowled in that fashion.
Jadeja bowls Smith forward. He won't get bowled twice, that's for sure. He so rarely gets castled.
I thought it was a chance.
It felt so apt, as you say, for it to end like that. Middle stump bent back, straight through the gate. Smith facing up again. Jadeja bowls to him and he drives down to long off for a single. Gets an unexpected 24th run, 9 for 90.
Just a chance to celebrate twice.
Yeah.
You should celebrate, then obviously they go upstairs and they noticed it wasn't a no ball.
Invariably, when it goes to the third umpire for a no ball, you realise that,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's, Scott Boland, what chance does he have to survive against it?
Well, the crowd's on their feet. They've been on feet for about 30 minutes.
2 balls left in Jadeja's over. Away from us. Australia 9 down. Bowling keeps it down to first slip. Virat Kohli there cuts it off. If you're just tuning in, Australia is still 133 runs away from India having to bat a second time. It's all happened in one crowded session. Jadeja bowls Boland, beat conventional break from leg to off to finish. 32 gone, 9 for 90. It should have been over in that over, if not for the fact that Jadeja couldn't keep his feet behind the line or foot behind the line. A final reminder that we're here throughout the month in India. The best way to listen to SEN Test Cricket is to take us with you on the app. Wherever you are in the world, getting lots of messages on social media, SEN_cricket. How can we follow? Simple. Download the app and you're away. Now, thanks, of course, to Henley Homes and Tyre Power for supporting our trip over here. All signs pointing towards a test match to be finished inside 8 sessions. An extended one here. Mohammad Shami, who picked up the 9th wicket, gets the chance to take the 10th. It won't be Ashwin, who would have been the crowd favourite with 5 for 37. Bowling to Smith, 2 in the slips. Delivers here, Shami. Smith to square up a fraction, pushing out to cover no run.
Every day on our drive from town into Jamta, a little town which hosts the BCA Stadium, we've seen a lot of resto pubs. Casper, I'm sure you've seen them as well. Exotically named ones, long drives, second wife. Why not? They'll all be filling up. It's a Saturday, nothing to wake up for early tomorrow. All these people here and everyone else from town will be crowding into those resto pubs. There'll be a party tonight.
There'll be a party right in Nagpur, right in the centre. It's a geographical centre of India.
Geographical centre, 0 point.
No celebration for the Australians. Shots to them on the balcony. They gut it. Shami on the approach. Can he finish it? Bowling to Smith, pushing out towards cover. Takes a single on offer. They have spread the field to give him one. He'll expose Boland to the Indian quick. 9 for 91. They trail by 132. So for Australia, they'll have until Friday to regroup. And they'll do so with Mitchell Stark available, probably Cameron Green available, Josh Hazlewood, touch and go. We don't really know much about his Achilles, but he was ruled out quite quickly last week. Travis Head wasn't picked this week.
The only positive they have is both Josh Hazlewood and Cam Green have been bowling full tilt on both mornings of the test.
Yeah.
To this morning as well, they had a long spell, and it looks like he's good to go, Josh Hazlewood. But I think it's the batting is the issue, though. Bowling seems fine. I mean, yeah, India made 400, but the bowlers created opportunities. The catching could have been better. Batting's the problem.
Couple of catching mid-wickets for Shami. Towards us, towards Bowling. Delivers here, hits him on the pad. Shout for leg before. Up goes the finger. It looks like Boland's going to review, so the test match isn't over quite yet. He has to review. They've got one left. The Indian fans are celebrating. They know it's out. Smith knows it's out as well. But they'll make the T sign and we'll have that slight anticlimax here where India wait for it to be formalised. But in a couple of moments from now, Australia are going to be all out for 91 and defeated by an innings and loads. Watching the first replay here. Hits him on the knee roll. In front of middle of the leg. It only needs to be touching the leg stump to be confirmed as out. Michael going through the motions now, Casper.
Yeah, he will. Once again, I mentioned about a chance to celebrate twice here.
And here it is, DRS, the projection. 1 red, 2 reds. Umpire's call. That is the test match, done and dusted. Inside 8 sessions. Australia have been hammered across the 3 days. Bowled out the second time around for just 91. Their lowest score ever in India. A record they were so desperate to avoid, adding to having struggled in India, having won just one of the last 15, will make that one of their last 16 in this country. It was so comprehensive. Boland, the last man to go for a duck. India victorious by an innings of 132 runs.
An absolute demolition job here by India on this Australian batting lineup. It's taken them all of 1 session to bowl them out. We thought they might drag this into maybe day 4, at least till the end of the day. They literally needed just 1 session to polish off this Australian batting lineup. Spin playing a big role in it, nothing to do with the pitch. They just kept breaching the Australian defenses over and over again. And this is a horror start to the tour for Australia. They've been planning for this for so long. They had their eyes set on setting the record straight. They've not won a series here since 2004. This is not the kind of start that they would have wanted. And how do they pick themselves up from here, Casper?
Well, we always, as I said, identify this as going to be a challenge. It always has been for every Australian team coming over. You mentioned 2004. I was part of that. 2 other tours here. When you take it back, I think that was the only series in the last 54 years that Australia's won, demonstrating that it is not easy. And certainly this great Australian team found out the hard way in the very first test match here. India were absolutely on fire, and as much as all the talk about this pitch before the game and what it was going to do, we didn't see that. It played beautifully, typically the way it does over here in India, but the way that the Indian bowlers today, Ashwin especially, just knowing exactly what to do and how to do it, and as you said, it's demoralising.
Yeah. Steve Smith not out, 25, comfortably Australia's highest scorer for India. Ashwin, 5 for 37, 4 of the first 5 to go. Jadeja, 2 for 34, chipping in the middle, 7 for the match for him to go with his 70 with the blade. Akshar Patel, 1 for 6, and Shami coming in to finish off the tail, taking 2 for 13 in 4.3 overs. We'll do a call of the card for the wickets as well. I'm just getting my instructions from Melbourne. We're going to see some highlights. We're going to hear, rather, some highlights of all of the wickets. We'll come to that in a sec. The card itself, the first man to go was Usman Khawaja. Caught at first slip from the bowling of Ashwin for 5 in the second over. Labuschagne, the score was 2 for 26 when he was lead before wicket to Jadeja, beaten on the inside edge. David Warner also beaten on the inside edge from Ashwin around the wicket, gone for 10. Matt Renshaw, a double failure returning to the test side. Another lead before wicket, twice in the test match, gone for 2 to Ashwin. Peter Hanscom also round the wicket. Ashwin trapped him on the front pad. No hesitation in the decision there. Renshaw gone, Hanscom rather, gone for 6. At that stage it was 52 for 5. He's going to see if we can grab Ashwin here on the ground. Stand by.
Ravi Ashwin.
Thanks to television.
21st time, Ash, 5 wickets in an innings. I mean, you dismantled those left-handers in a hurry. You were in a hurry, weren't you?
Ravi, I mean, you know how things work from the third day onwards here in test matches. I think I would credit the batting unit. They really dug deep and kept them on the field for a long while. So obviously it's going to be tough for the team coming out and bat. And I thought the early wickets really set the tone today.
Ash, Dinesh here.
Dinesh?
I have a question about your bowling. We all know you're a terrific bowler, but I want to ask you, who made the decision to send you in as a night watchman at that stage? You go up to Bharat and say, I want to bat because here I see an opportunity to get runs?
No, it's been going on for a while. I mean, I really struggle to cope up with sitting inside and watching the guys bat sometimes. I'm too nervous these days. So I've been asking them for an opportunity to go out and bat early on if there is an opportunity. And it presented itself. My friend Pujara just let it go. He said, I need a night watchman 20 minutes to go. So I took the opportunity gladly. Yeah.
Bowling today with a new ball, we saw you vary your lengths. You know, you were prepared to go right up to the left-handers.
Ravi, I thought this wicket was pretty slow. Like I've been saying all through this test match, the wicket has been really slow, and you need to get the batsman driving on this. Not one of those pitches where you might get the gloves ripping off to short leg and silly point. So I thought getting them 1 or 2 balls to drive was a good way for me to lure them into shots and probably induce the other half of the bat as well. So I just felt this was one of those pitches because of the carry and the bounce that seemed to be a little low.
I mean, they say bowlers, great bowlers hunt in stairs. You went Jaddu, right? 34 times you've taken 5 wickets. Jaddu 250 wickets today. Massive help, isn't he?
Massive help is an understatement, I guess. Jaddu, I think he's been in phenomenal form. Like you've also been watching over the last 3 years, the way he's batted, the way he's bowled, and we don't have to talk about how well he moves in the field and how much of an addition he is to the team. He's just been a fantastic cricketer, and I just can't be, I mean, I'm so thankful for the fact that I've got a partner like him to be bowling alongside, and Akshar is no ordinary bowler either. So we've got a very good set of spinners and all of us who can bat.
How does Australia come back from here? Not that that's your problem, but what's your perception of the way that they'll go about their next couple of test matches?
Look, I think this is probably plan A that they had. I'm sure they will introspect and try and come out with different plans next game. like they say, I think it's one thing that I've realized over the years. I've experimented a lot, but to stay in the moment, stay then and there is very, very important. If you just keep flying and want to make plans in the air, sometimes it can go amiss. So I expect Australia to come back really hard and strong. They are a world-class side, and we all know that. This game, I thought we just batted beautifully and batted really deep even today. So I thought it was just a matter of time before. 220 is a lot of runs, Haydos. So the next game would be different. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, very good.
Sorry, Mama.
So you're going to be the nominated 9th batsman throughout the series, or it's just a one-off for this test?
I really look forward to going out there and batting. I just feel like I'm getting into good position. So if and when there is an opportunity, I'm always ready. And knowing Puji, I think it's going to happen.
Just do it. Well done, Ash.
Thanks, Ravi. Cheers. Thank you, Ravi. Thanks, Dinesh. Cheers. Thanks, Haydos.
Right, so Ravichandran and Ashwin speaking there to television. We thank them for letting us take that feed up here. He finished with 5 for 37 from his 12 overs to go with 3 wickets in the first innings. You've known Ashwin for a long time, Bharat. He says there that Australia will bounce back, but he'll also know in his heart of hearts that they have the chance to put the foot to the back of Australia straight now. They know what they can do and how they can turn the screws next week.
No, it's very difficult to play catch-up cricket in India during a test match, and especially in a series. After a loss like this, you have to find some, not just resolve, but many, many ways of finding a way to just thwart the Indian spin challenge. And I think one thing Australia will look back at in their second innings is they were all just stationary targets. They didn't use their feet. Steve Smith was the only one to do that, and that's why he's unbeaten. Yeah, he should have been clean bowled by Jadeja if not for the no ball. But everyone else, starting from Warner right down to Alex Carey and Pat Cummins, they just stood from the crease and just let the Indian spinners dictate terms. And once you let these world-class spinners do that to you, this is the result. They're not going to take too long to run through you. And something that Ashwin said, he's a smart operator. Haydos asked him about what he has, if he has any piece of advice for the Australians. Did you hear what he just said? He said, it's all well and good making plans in the air, but they don't know. He's just playing some mind games with the Australians. Very, very smart operator, Ashwin.
What's that old line? Everyone's got a plan till they get a punch in the nose, something like that. Mike, you've been part of a number of Australian teams to come here, as we talked about throughout the week. You played in a couple of heavy losses in 1998, for example, and of course how the 2001 series got away from Australia. What Bharat's saying there, playing catch-up cricket in India is hard. How do they regroup after being castled for 91?
Well, I know in 2004 when we did come here, we did something that we'd never done before, and for a group of fast bowlers, we were bowling to the Indian strength. Straight lines, hitting off stump, I suppose, often middle stump, rather than just outside of stump. So we tried really hard at doing something different. And in many ways, it was sort of like, the execution was the key, but something so different. I just wonder what the Australian team need to do that would be so different from how they play. They certainly will look hard. One of the things with the bat, though, obviously with it not scoring nearly enough runs, you said using your feet, come down the wicket, change the pitch of the ball that's coming at the bowlers end. Bowlers, they've got you if you're playing for the crease. The sweep shot is the other key. Now, the only batsman that really played the sweep shot out there was Alex Carey. I'm not talking about the reverse sweep, but I'm talking about just the regulation sweep. Matthew Hayden did that. He changed the game. He worked on it for almost a month before he came. He even flew over, I think, and he might have done some work with Bishan Beatty, actually, before our tour. So that was the lead up, the preparation. So he was in no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and it's not like Australia haven't prepared or they've been like, this is just a reality check almost.
Yeah, that's
what I was saying about what we were discussing earlier, Casper. You can make all your plans, and what Ashwin said there as well. But then comes playing test cricket in India, and this is a reality check. Look, it's a long series. There's still 3 more tests to go. India bounced back from being bowled over 36 all out in Adelaide. Let's not forget that. It was a pink ball test, yes. They lost Virat Kohli. They've lost Mohammad Shami after that test. That's the last time these two teams met each other in a test series. I know a lot about it. I wrote a book on it. There you go, cheap plug. But I think so. It's not all over for Australia, but I think going back to their batting performance in the second innings. In the first innings, where they went wrong was when they had that partnership, they didn't ram the advantage home. They should have got 250, 270 on the board. 170 was never going to be enough. And even towards the end of day one, even though they fought back nicely with Todd Murphy, you felt for a while that they might draw parity. Once the Jadeja-Akshar Patel partnership comes together, the game was all said and done. we expected something better from their batters in the second innings. But again, like I said, if you don't make yourself moving objects, these spinners will just gobble you up, and that's what Ashwin and Jadeja did.
To just give a sense of what we're going to do here, we're going to keep chatting through until the presentation starts. I suspect that'll be in the next few minutes. We'll take that as we did the Ashwin interview. We'll play out the interviews with, I assume, the two captains and the player of the match. We'll come to who we think player of the match might be after this, and then we'll say our goodbyes and we'll work through it thereafter. But well, let's go to player of the match. Who do we? Is it Rohit for his 120? It must be low scoring game.
I think Jadeja, wickets in both innings.
True.
7 wickets, and the crucial hand with the bat, 70 odd. And his partnership, I mean, the runs also came at a very vital period in this game. That was the time Australia had run through the Indian middle order, and they felt that they could restrict India to just a 50-run lead. And then Jadeja plays such a mature innings. It wasn't a classic Jadeja innings where he threw his bat around, a beautifully constructed innings, and then Akshar Patel gives him great company. So just for that, I think Jadeja, and he set the game up, set the tone in that first innings with his 5-wicket haul, getting Manas and Steve Smith out especially.
Yeah, look, Jadeja, it's hard to go past him, but I kind of like your idea about Rohit Sharma. The reason is that he's a local boy. Local born too. I think that might even go in his favour. The other thing too is captain. Whenever there's these hard decisions across all codes, they always just hand it to the captain. There you go. Congratulations.
You are right about Jadeja though. I mean, the work he did on that first day. Remember the partnership Australia were building. They were after lunch ticking over very nicely. Labuschagne and Smith, the Australian engine room. They took it from 2 for 2, dreadful start, to what was it, 2 for 84. They put on 82, and the Labuschagne wicket, which is created by some Jadeja brilliance. The setup, which you were on air with me at the time, Bharat, the way he pushed him back, drew him forward out of the crease, stumping. Bharat, the wicketkeeper, on debut. That started the dominoes in motion.
Oh, absolutely. And look, at that point, Steve Smith and Manas Labuschagne were also making this pitch look pretty easy. They're batting beautifully. They had plans for the spinners, and they were executing those plans beautifully. And then the Jadeja magic happened, right? He used the crease, like you said, set Labuschagne up, and then get Steve Smith out, Renshaw ball after he gets Manas out, and that's where the game changed. And then again with the bat, like I said, the runs coming at a time where India maybe felt like they were losing grip of this game. So it's been Jadeja all through for me. And getting Manas out in the second innings as well.
Yeah, that's right. The Manas dismissal in the second innings. He's on 17. He gets off to a pretty good start, 3 boundaries. And yes, beating him on the inside edge. The slew of leg before wickets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the first 6 dismissals were trapped leg before. Again, that was a feature of, I suppose you would call it the worst of Australia in Asia. 2013 and 2016 in Sri Lanka. They were getting pads blown off left, right and centre. Not a great way to start here on that front.
Look, they always talk about it, right? Steve Smith and Manas and all these batters, that we are content with being beaten on the outside edge of the bat till the time we're never beaten on the inside edge of the bat. They focus a lot on that, but that's just a class of Ashwin and Jadeja. It's like they know what they're planning to do, and they have their own plans. And Manas and Steve Smith are as world class as Ashwin and Jadeja. The fact that Ashwin and Jadeja still find a way of breaching through their defence just tells you how good they are.
The David Warner conversation is going to start again soon if he weren't to make runs in the first, say, half of the series. Of course, a double 100 2 tests ago, we've got to be mindful of that. However, that was in the middle of an otherwise dreadful summer and a very poor 2022. So he guaranteed his plane ticket with that double century at the MCG, but these test matches in India, never been a happy hunting ground for him. Then to England, where he struggled last time. It does feel like the David Warner question is still live as we work through the series.
Very much so, guys. And I don't know whether you noticed, after when he goes for the DRS and it shows that the ball is hitting the stumps, he stands his ground, has a little chat with Steve Smith. I have no idea what that chat was about, and walks up with a smile on his face. I'm not saying we should read too much into it, but I found it very intriguing. Just that little passing.
It was about 10 seconds, wasn't it? And I'm not sure whether, because obviously where the screen is, it's on the other side of the ground to where he was looking. So he wasn't looking in that direction. Then he did, and I had the binoculars on it as well. He did speak to Steve Smith. And then kind of belatedly turned around. It'll be a talking point after where he's at. Usman Khawaja double failure, but by contrast, he has very much credits in the bank after what he achieved in 2022, a marvellous year where he scored in excess of 1,000 runs. Matt Renshaw doesn't work. A duck in the first innings, 2 in the second innings, leg before, both times to Jadeja and to Ashwin respectively. Obviously went for a scan of his knee in the middle of the week. Another left-hander, which Ashwin loves. I wonder whether that might be part of the conversation. And it's going to be a relatively long gap now between now and Delhi because of the 2 days off.
And that question, Casper, around dropping Travis Head comes into the side as the number 4th ranked batter in Test cricket right now. And just the way he kept talking about he'll be very aggressive against spin.
Yeah.
We couldn't get to see that, or we haven't seen that yet because he didn't get a chance to play.
Just to build on that left-hander point, Phil Long's passed me his computer. Look at the left-hander problem in this Test match. Of those who played, barely any of them got going apart from Akshar Patel made 84, Jadeja made 70, Carey 46 across 2 innings. Then Warner 11 runs, Khawaja 6 runs, Renshaw 2 runs, and Todd Murphy, who we won't really count, given he's batting down at number 10 on debut, but 2 runs as well. It's a reflection of the fact that being a left-hander in India can be hard going unless you're used to batting over here, which of course the hometown boys are.
Yeah, and both Ashwin and Jadeja can trap you, right? Ashwin on paper turns the ball away from the left-handers, but he's so deadly with the way he can bring the ball back in. Subtle variations, changes of pace. We saw that with the David Warner dismissal, and he's got Warner out there like that plenty of times in India, even in Australia.
The one of the
and Jadeja is the same. I mean, Jadeja can trap all these right-handers in front of the stumps, but he can do the same to the left-handers. They're just, if you let them get all over you. And the LBWs are also a sign, Adam and Casper, of batters not leaving their crease or being just stuck in their crease right in front of the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. There was moments in this match where Australia did exceptionally well. Like in that first innings, India were 5 for 168 before they went on to get 400, so they found a way. But right then it was in the balance. And I'm sure within the team, the Australians thought, right, couple rip through here, the lower order batsmen, and we're right in the hunt here. So there's all those little moments. Of course, there were some good takeaways from it in the debutant.
And even when they took 2 wickets with the second new ball, the 6th and the 7th, they were trailing by, let's say, 50 odd.
Yeah.
They go through India there, and I mean, look, it's an irrelevant hypothetical because, of course, they've been beaten by an innings and 132 runs. So it's a moot point now. But the energy of the Test match with Australia trailing by 50 feels very different to trailing by 223. They get away from them with the 2 experienced, well, I say experienced, the 2 local left-handers in Jadeja and Akshar, whereas the Australians never looks likely. Which, I wonder whether, when it comes to selection, Cameron Green didn't play this week, and we know why. Obviously, the hand wasn't recovered suitably to trust him in a Test match, but another week of recuperation in him. He was bowling full tilt today, as you say, Bharat. It'll all come down to whether the tall right-hander who swept so well in Gaul last year, worth remembering, is given another opportunity, even as a specialist bat, potentially.
And even if he can bowl, and he was bowling full tilt this morning, if he bowls, you also then have the option of bringing in the third spinner in Ashton Agar, who then adds to your lower order batting.
It's a great point. Yeah.
And I kept talking about it even in the lead up to the game. Ashton Agar was touted to play this Test, and of course then Todd Murphy played, and he's proven himself. But what Ashton Agar adds is some lower order depth, because you have a lot of batters playing Test cricket for the first time in India. Alex Carey is playing his first Test. A lot of others, Travis Head would have played his first Test in India. So you need to have that depth. It's not negative cricket to have some depth in the lower order. And, you know, look, India are blessed to have 3 spinners who can bat as well as some other top orders around the world, or top order batters around the world. But I definitely do see that happening. If Cam Green is fit and he's bowling, Australia playing 3 spinners and giving Ashton Agar a go.
I thought he was going to have a chance to play even if he couldn't bowl.
Right.
Because I thought even as not just as a right-hand batsman in the stats you used, but the simple fact that he's one of our better batsmen.
Yeah.
And by spending some time in the middle, in these conditions, he's only going to get better.
Yeah, I don't think he had recovered. So he hadn't faced a lot of bowling the last couple of days in Bangalore and even here. So I think they're working on his bowling workloads, but I think his batting hadn't really come through. But look, I don't know how much he's been batting in the nets while the game's been on. What this does allow Australia is the 2 extra days. But where do you go with this, Casper? Look, when India were bowled out for 36, Ravi Shastri, the then coach, said, let's take a break from cricket. Let's just go to Melbourne and start afresh. Will Australia take that view out, or will they be back here in Nagpur in 2 days' time having a net session?
Yeah, that'll be net session. I think the players these days, that's what they love doing. And not just the Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, hitting balls and all that sort of thing. I think that's what they'll do, to the point where what they'll love to do is actually get a centre wicket. I'm not sure if they're going to be given the opportunity to do that, but encourage them not even to come out here and water it, to say we want to come and use this tomorrow.
I doubt the BCCI would be quite so generous as that.
Oh, they'd lay out the carpet, wouldn't they? Surely. Surely.
The point you make, though, we saw, well, Brett, you touched on what happened in Adelaide in 2020 when India were all out to 36 and went on to mount a stunning comeback, winning at Melbourne and then winning at Brisbane to take the series 2-1. We were at Galle last year where Sri Lanka were thrashed in a similar fashion to what Australia were here in terms of the scorecard. And they won the second test after regrouping. So that'll be the kind of message I'm sure that Pat Cummins is filtering through the side tonight in the dressing room. We've been pumped here, make no bones about it, but the game can turn around quickly if you have the right mindset.
Oh, it can. Definitely can. Like you said, Sri Lanka were riddled with injuries. They had to fly in a spinner literally from nowhere. You remember the last second to play, and Prabhat Jayasuriya takes 12 wickets in that test. So, look, it's not all lost for Australia. Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne showed good signs in the first innings. Alex Carey has come with his tactic. Albeit he got out to the reverse sweep in both innings. He's trusting the sweep, he's trusting his skills, which is a good sign. The middle order is a problem. It was always going to be a problem. We had this conversation in the lead up to this test. Even if Australia are 150 for 2 or 2 for 150, the third wicket falls, do you feel comfortable with the rest of the batting lineup? That was a question Australia would have asked themselves going into this test match. David Warner is a concern. I mean, not just the fact that he didn't get runs, just the way he looked against spin. He spoke about, you remember, before the MCG test is 100, he said, I'm going back to being the old Warner of old. I'm going to take on the bowlers, dictate terms. But the first 30 balls, he didn't even leave his crease to Ashwin, and that was a concern for me.
We're not far away from the presentation starting. We'll try and pick it up here.
Post-match presentation.
We do here with Sanjay Mandraker. Thanks to television.
Our presentation party. The BCCI would like to thank all the sponsors of the MasterCard India vs Australia Test Series, starting with MasterCard, Byju's, Killer, Dream 11, Ambuja Cement, and Hyundai. BCCI would also like to thank the State Association and all the local agencies, authorities who were involved in the smooth conduct of this match. Presentation party, starting from my left, we've got Justice V.F. Deshpande, retired President of the Vidarbha Cricket Association, Mr. Keshav Vispute, Deputy General Manager, Sales, Ambuja Cement, Mr. Mahendra Nakate, Dream 11, Game Changer fan, and Mr. Anil Maheshwari, MasterCard holder and winner. First up, if I can invite the Australian captain, Pat Cummins, to come and answer a few questions for us, please. Hi, Pat. You've had the Indian experience before a couple of times. How was this different from those?
Yeah, g'day. Yeah, the game moves pretty quickly at times over here in India, so you've just got to manage the tempos, and I thought India played really well. The spinners are always going to be hard work when the wicket's spinning, and I think Ravi showed his class.
177 in the first innings, then the second innings, obviously the pitch doesn't get easier, but you thought that wasn't adequate. That is where perhaps you conceded a little bit of an advantage to the opposition?
Yeah, I think so. I think that first innings, the wicket spun, but it wasn't unplayable. I think, we would love to get another 100 or so runs, I think, and put a bit more pressure on, their first batting innings.
Some promise shown by certain batters, because these are tough conditions. When we go to Australia, we realize on occasion. So I'm sure there are some players you've spotted and said, wow, this looks good.
Yeah, that's it. I think, obviously starting here is tough, but 3 or 4 of our guys got in and started to look pretty comfortable out there in the first innings. So those guys that do get in, got to turn them into big scores, and the other guys got to just find a way to a way and a method to get themselves in.
That second spinner was a big call because you had 3 options. You went for Todd Murphy, and what a call that was.
Yeah, he was fantastic on debut. He's been really impressive over the last year or so since he's been on the radar, and bowled plenty of overs. He was fantastic.
Well, hard luck for this game. All the best for the next match in Delhi.
Thanks very much. Ta.
So that was Pat Cummins, the captain of Australia. It is time now for the Ambuja Strongest Performer of the Match Award. Mr. Keshav Vispute will present a cheque and a trophy. Akshar Patel is our Ambuja Strongest Performer of the Match for the 6 that he hit. It was 79 meters, and showing his strength in that fashion. Up next is the Dream 11 Game Changer of the Match Award. The winner gets a trophy and a cheque of ₹1 lakh presented by Mr. Mahendra Nakate. And the award goes to Rohit Sharma. 120 of 212 balls. Rohit Sharma is our Dream 11 Game Changer of the match. And the award being presented to him, Mr. Mahendra Nakate, a cheque of ₹1 lakh and award to Rohit Sharma, the Indian captain. It was a fantastic innings, and of course my next duty is to call upon Rohit Sharma again as the winning captain of the Test match. So round of applause for the Indian captain. What a fantastic win and what a great innings as well. If I try and read your expression after you got that 100, Rohit, it was a special one for you.
Yeah, it was considering a lot of things actually. Start of the series, very important where we stand in the championship table and all those things as well. It was important for us to start well. We know, when you're playing a series like this, it's important to start well, and I was happy that I could put up the performance which, could help the team.
What about the gap that was there between, matches, Test matches that I played? You missed 8 out of the 10, 3 out of 5 as captain. Was that an issue at all? Because from the outside we were thinking, what's going to happen? But you just took off from the last Test match.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that I had to miss a few Test matches because of injuries. But I'm happy that I'm back playing and doing well for the team. Since I was appointed as a Test captain, I played only 2 Test matches. I got COVID in England, and then I had to miss 3 Test matches in South Africa because of injury, and again a freak injury in Bangladesh with my thumb. All those things can happen when you're playing for a long time. These things happen, but I've had a lot of injuries in the past, so I know how to come back from those and be ready for it. And I was pretty much ready for this one as well. It's an important one, like I said at the start. We wanted to start well, and I'm glad that we could put in the performance like that.
Just one more question on your batting. The way you batted was actually a template for a lot of other batters because the pitch wasn't easy. The technique and the approach that you showed against pace and spin. Tell us something about that, because while watching, you rarely put a foot wrong on a pitch like this.
Yeah, to be honest, the last few years, the kind of pitches we are playing in India, it's you got to have some sort of application, some sort of clear mindset, and some sort of plan about how you want to go about and get those runs. Since I started opening the batting, I have tried to figure out, what can threaten me when I'm batting, and working out my methods of scoring runs. I've grown up playing a lot in Mumbai on surfaces which turns a lot. So yeah, where I feel you need to be slightly unorthodox as well. You need to use your feet, try and get to the pitch of the ball, and at the same time try and put pressure on the bowler as well. You can't let the bowlers bowl 6 ball on the spot. You got to try and do something different, and that something different can be your way of doing it, whether it's stepping down the ground, sweeping it, reverse sweep, going over the top. There are so many things that you can do, and it's important when you play on pitches like that. You need to understand what is your strength, what are the things you can do, not look at anyone else. What are the things you can do, and I try to figure out what are the things I can do, and I just try and go and apply myself out in the middle.
A word on the team, how they supported you, responded to your calls, and where do you think you really got the initiative from which India didn't look back?
I think it was the first 2 overs from the seamers, to be honest. 2 for 2 to start a game like that. You're pretty much in the ascendancy. You can say that because when you have 2 down for no run on the board, it's always the opposition is always under pressure, because we know we have quality in our spin department, but the seamers, not to forget, seamers can be quite threatening as well on a surface like that. And Shami and Siraj both, they've been in great form. They know how to exploit these conditions. And then obviously having that first inning total, a big total, is quite important. We do understand that. And I'm glad that all our batters could put up the show, get those 400 runs on the board, get enough lead. And then, the spinners came into the picture.
Congratulations on the win. All the best for the next match. Interestingly, the first 2 wickets of the match came through seamers and the last 2 as well. So, well done.
Thank you very much.
So that was Rohit Sharma, our winning captain. Next up, we've got the MasterCard Player of the Match. He'll receive a check of ₹1 lakh and a trophy from Mr. Anil Maheshwari. The MasterCard Player of the Match is Ravindra Jadeja. 7 wickets in the match, plus a useful knock of 70 runs. So there you are, Ravindra Jadeja is our Player of the Match, receiving that award, the MasterCard Player of the Match. Well done. How does that feel?
You're feeling amazing, you know, when you come back after 5 months and you give your 100%, taking wickets, scoring runs. Yeah, it feels amazing.
It's easy for us to just see you come and bowl the same way that you did last time. But a big, gap in between. What happened in the middle?
Yeah, I've been working hard on my skills. You know, when I was at NCA, I was working on my skills as well and also doing my rehab. So I would like to thank all the NCA staff and physios and trainer. They've been working hard with me. Even on a Sunday also, it was like a break. So they come and working hard with me on Sunday as well. So I would like to thank all the NCA staff.
You were talking about the rough for a left-arm spinner against left-handers before the match, but most of your wickets came from the good areas. A word on that?
Yeah, I was looked to bowl in good areas. You know, odd ball was spinning, odd ball was going straight, and also odd ball was keeping low. So I was looked to bowl in good areas, and because I know that because the Australians are looked to play sweep and reverse sweep, so I was just keep telling myself that let me bowl into the stump. If they make a mistake, then I have a chance to take wicket.
When the second new ball came, an important wicket fell. You hung in there, got 70 runs. Tell us something about your consistency with the bat, because this has gone on for a while.
Generally, I look to keep things very simple. You know, I try not to change too much with my batting. I always look to keep things simple. I focus more on my batting now because it's a crucial number, like number 5, 6, 7, whenever team needed. So I have to go out there, you know, and put myself in a pressure situation.
Well done. Amazing performance with bat and ball. Congratulations on the award.
Thank you.
And all the best for the next game.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So that was Ravindra Jadeja, our MasterCard Player of the Match. Well done to him and well done to India as well.
So that's the end of the formal presentation. Pat Cummins, Rohit Sharma and Ravindra Jadeja, Player of the Match for his 70 with the bat and with the ball. 5 for 47 in the first innings and in the second picking up 2 for 34. So 7 wickets and 70. Gazumping Rohit Sharma's 120, but he received an award as well and spoke about, first and foremost, interestingly, I thought anyway, the World Test Championship. I mean, of course, there's a trophy to be won against Australia at home. They value that very much. These rivalries are built up over generations. But for India, who made it to the WTC final the first time around and fell short against New Zealand, that's what they're thinking about, winning 3 Test matches here and booking a berth for the Oval in June.
Is that well, I don't know the numbers, but if they do that, can they overtake? Because if they win these 3 out of the next 4 Test matches, they then jump Australia, who are number 1 at the moment.
Well, it'll mean that they will make it. Who they would have played. Conceivably, they could win 3 and they could play Australia, right? That could still be how it plays out. But the point here is that, that India are, they've had a pretty ordinary 12 months in Test cricket, some noteworthy wins, but some significant losses as well. And they've used 23 players in the last 9 Test matches. We were speaking about it on the commentary earlier today, that this profound depth they enjoy, which means they can bring in a couple of debutants and still thrash Australia. Yeah,
but this is it. This is their home on these conditions. It's always going to be a challenge. Spoke a lot about that, and Australia teams have found that every year. Every time they've come over and played here, the players, of course, are a lot more familiar with these conditions. A lot of the senior players have been here a number of times on the Australian tours. The Australian side does get a chance. I think there was an Australian A side came over here last year.
Yep.
Todd Murphy was actually one of those players.
Yeah, over in Sri Lanka last year. In order to prepare for this, right? They knew
Absolutely.
Here's a great chance to get some miles in the legs, and Murphy did distinguish himself there. And Pat Cummins spoke about Todd Murphy being a breath of fresh air, walking into the side, taking 7 wickets. So he'll certainly retain his spot between now and Delhi next week. Not that it's ever in doubt, really, that he and Lyon will continue playing together in tandem, the 2 off spinners. He was I guess, subtly critical of the players who got in then got out. I mean, there were a number of them, weren't there, in that first innings when the Aussies won the toss and batted. You've got to bat, as you said a number of times, once and big in India.
Yep.
And they missed the chance to do that because nobody kicked on. Marnus top scoring with 49.
Yeah, that's right. And I think there was only 4 players in that first innings got into double figures. And that's your biggest challenge. We saw that throughout the innings, and both sides for that matter. Batsmen getting a start, getting a few runs up and then straight away. But I'm not saying throwing it away, but finding a way to get out. Is sort of, and that's one of the things the Australian team has to do. I know that Rohit Sharma spoke about. You've got to look at your strengths, play to your strengths. Now, that's the thing. When you're on the hop here in Australia after this loss, all the players will go back in, certainly with the bat, look to and adjust their skills, whether it be playing deeper in the crease or coming, and I like to see them use their feet.
Well, there'll be the sort of questions the Australian Brains Trust have to answer between now and the second Test match, which begins in Delhi on Friday. It's probably the right time for us to start wrapping up from Nagpur. Sadly, only a Test match that goes 8 sessions. We were strapped in for the long haul, Casper, but it wasn't to be. Australia all out for 91 in their second innings in 32.3 overs, their lowest score ever in India. Steve Smith top scoring with 25 not out, but really no support other than Labuschagne, who made 17. 5 for Ashwin, 2 for Shami, 2 for Jadeja, 1 for Akshar Patel, which means that India win the first Test of this Border Gavaskar series by an innings and 132 runs. Casper, great to work with you this week. We're going to enjoy some time off between, probably not too much time off necessarily, but a couple of days where we're not at the cricket. We'll see what we get up to.
So we'll have a look, hey? Are we staying here in Nagpur?
We are going to stay in Nagpur.
Isn't it the orange capital of India?
We must find some of these mandarins.
I think we need some of those too, yeah.
And
vitamin C. Vitamin C is important.
And Bharat reckons we can find the tigers as well.
Tigers?
And as tour captain, we might hold him accountable for that.
Okay. All right.
Time will tell.
Look forward to it.
Thank you to everybody who's found SEN Cricket for the first time this week. We've had a surge of activity in all of our different places, online, on social media channels. We'll continue posting updates from our tour while we're over here on the non-playing days. So SEN_cricket on that front. You can always communicate with our commentary team on 0433 98 11 16 on the text. They get filtered through to us. And we, as I say, we'll do it all again in Delhi next week. So on behalf of myself, Adam Collins, Mike Kasprowicz, Nikesh Rughani, Bharat Sundaresan, Ravi Shastri, Pete Lalor, and our scorer and statistician, Phil Long. Thank you for being part of it on SEN Test Cricket. Thanks to Headley.com.au and Tyre Power, Know Your Tyres. Thanks for your company. Australia thrashed at Nagpur. They're down 1-0 in the series. Bye for now. Ashwin closer to the stumps. Oh, Ed's taken a slip. Straight forward. Ashwin's done that so many times to left-handers over the years. Combining with Kohli, waiting at first slip, fingers up, and Kawaja, after striking a fine boundary to get going, is now trudging off.
Jadeja gets Labuschagne on the back foot. He whacks him on the pads, and umpire gives it. He looked deep in his crease there, minus Labuschagne. He's going to ask David Warner whether or not he should go upstairs. But from our angle here, it looked pretty plumb. And Jadeja, it was almost the Stuart Broad-esque celeb appeal. And Labuschagne isn't going to bother going upstairs. India have their second breakthrough. 2 for 32. Warner's wrapped on the pads this time. Big shout and given. Back-to-back boundaries, followed by a slightly straighter one. And Warner, will he go upstairs? We've got 2 reds, and we've got 3 reds. Warner still out there in the middle. The DRS Hawkeye has come up on the screen, the ball tracking. And off he goes. Nick wraps him on the pads. Renshaw, he's back in his crease and he's been given. Finger went up pretty quickly, and Renshaw asking the question to Steve Smith. He's gone straight upstairs. And it's 3 reds. Once again, hitting the top of the off stump. So Renshaw becomes Australia's 4th wicket down.
Ashwin bowls Hanscom. Hit on the pad, round the wicket. The shout has been turned down by Illingworth, but that has turned back towards Hanscom. Has beat him on the inside edge. Height will be a factor. Rohit Sharma is talking to the brain box that is Ashwin, and he's going upstairs. Ashwin can be most persuasive in situations like that. Round the wicket, there's the drift, and it is hitting. Enough of the ball is hitting the leg stump, quite a bit of it. And that sends Peter Hanscom packing as well. Ashwin delivers, Carey. Reverse sweep, misses it. In line, gone. Yep, absolutely gone. He'll feel the need to review at this stage, I'm sure, but unless something is going on that we can't identify, he's in a world of trouble as well. It'll complete Ashwin's fifer. 2 reds, which is the most important bit. Surely it's a third. It absolutely is. Hitting middle stump, halfway up. Ravi Ashwin has his 31st fifer in Test cricket.
Danger, and is that taken? Is it edge? It is. Cummins is on his way. Jadeja gets another one. Australian skipper gone, just feathering one through behind. He played and missed at a couple just previously in this one, just a touch straighter. A thin feather through to Kasprowicz. Really good sharp catch as well. And Australia staring down the barrel at 7 for 67. Showing again, this is just a crowd catch, is it? Or is he chipped it in the air? No, he's chipped it in the air. Such were the Indian celebrations. There was no real exuberance from the bowler, from the fielder Rohit Sharma there at short mid-wicket. But Harsha Patel gets his first wicket. It is Todd Murphy. Charges in again. Delivers, and he's bowled in! Stump cartwheeling out of the ground. India 1 wicket away now. And that is a beautiful sight for any fast bowler. And that is well called. Bharat Sundaresan, as Australia now 9 down for 88.
Couple of catching mid-wickets for Shami. Towards us, towards Bhogle. Delivers here, hits him on the pad. Shout volley before. Up goes the finger. It looks like Boland's going to review, so the test match isn't over quite yet. He has to review. They've got one left. The Indian fans are celebrating. They know it's out. Smith knows it's out as well. But they'll make the T sign, and we'll have that slight anticlimax here where India wait for it to be formalised. But in a couple of moments from now, Australia are going to be all out for 91 and defeated by an innings of loads. Watching the first replay here, hits him on the knee roll in front of middle of the leg. It only needs to be touching the leg stump to be confirmed as out. Michael going through the motions now, Casper.
Yeah, we will. Once again, I mentioned about a chance to celebrate twice here.
And here it is, DRS, the projection. 1 red, 2 reds. Umpire's call. That is the test match done and dusted. Inside 8 sessions, Australia have been hammered across the 3 days. Bowled out the second time around for just 91. Their lowest score ever in India. A record they were so desperate to avoid, adding to having struggled in India, having won just one of the last 15, will make that one of their last 16 in this country. It was so comprehensive. Boland the last man to go for a duck. India victorious by an innings of 100.